apply wisdom at that point, I'd acquired the knowledge first. I'd acquired the knowledge first. That, oh, so there's another road here, there's another route that I can use here. Intelligence. How do I solve the problem? What is the problem of arriving early? First problem. Second problem was the problem of cutting costs. How do I cut costs? So now I had reduced the transport fare that would have been probably 1,500. So I've reduced it from 1,500 to what? To 700 naira. Are you getting the analysis? So that's the difference. So while I saw these persons arguing that wisdom, intelligence, and knowledge are the same thing, then I have to make them understand all of these things. So now, let me do another comparison for you. Because I told you it is a comparison between the three. So now, where do you get knowledge from? Knowledge comes from book, from school, from experience. Where do I say knowledge comes from? Knowledge comes from where? From books, from schools, and from where? From experience. In the book you read, the book told you that Nigeria gained independence in 1960. Don't be afraid, say it. 1960. You get? So now, you understood that Nigeria gained independence in 1960. That's what the book told you. And that is what has been in your head. That's knowledge. It comes from where? From books, from schools. At the School of Eloquence, you'll be taught about public speaking. That's another knowledge. You'll be taught that you should use an attention grabber while you start, so you can catch the listener's attention. That's one. How do you conclude? Mastering your audience. I hope you are carrying the audience along. So all of those things are the things you'll be taught. Knowledge. At where? Schools. Like School of Eloquence. Another thing is, how do you get knowledge? Knowledge also comes from where? From experience. Experience how? If I had not left my house, I wouldn't have known that there is a better route to navigating this place easily and faster compared to the first route I was using before. It comes from experience. Knowledge comes from where? From experience. It was when I got to this place I realized that, okay, when I used to be at home, people would tell me that, how come, why is it that you are the only one that you don't eat indomie, you don't eat spaghetti, you don't eat macaroni? Do you understand? But now, in a few days that I got here, I found out this morning that there's someone who does not eat fried egg. Do you understand? Knowledge comes from experience. So, I met one person the other day, Taiwo, who said, I don't eat fish. That's what knowledge, what I know. So now I understand that when I have a visitor, I would have to ask first that, please, what are the things you don't eat? But when I ask, do you know, when I ask, that is not knowledge anymore. It has become what? Intelligence. Because what? Problem solving. Because the intention for asking is that if I ask you, I won't waste the food I'm going to make. Are we getting it? Knowledge is what? Me knowing that there are many persons, or there are some persons who do not eat fish, who would not eat fried. I have the knowledge. So now, when I have a guest, me asking the guest that, distinguished guest, what would you like to eat? Or what are the things you would not like to eat? Then the person said, first and foremost, I don't eat yam. Why? It's the way I feel when I eat yam. So now, I've applied the application of that knowledge, intelligence. I've applied the knowledge. Do you understand? So that's what justifies the point here that knowledge comes from where? From books. You read in the book, in the current affairs. Before we used to have people hawk current affairs, but now they have disappeared. Before we see people selling current affairs. Nigeria got independent in 1960, June 12. All of those things. They became a republic 1963. All of those things, you will see them. Our constitution, as it started, even without studying law in those days, you understand, okay, this is Macpherson constitution, this is Richard constitution, like that. So knowledge comes from books, from schools, and from experience. The experience you have. I told you the experience I had when I got here. I've met different species and the things they don't like. So now, this is a comparison. So now, knowledge can be memorized. That's another comparison. Please, hope you are noting. Talking about knowledge on the one hand, before going into intelligence and wisdom. Now, knowledge can be what? Can be memorized. Of course, when I was told that Nigeria gained independence in 1960, I memorized it. I don't know it. When I say I don't know it, I'm talking about to know, mean to be aware, to be there. In 1960, I was not alive in 1960. Do you understand? I was told in the book, the current affairs told me that Nigeria gained independence in 1960. KSO, be aware. In case you have an exam, so you can pass. So now, I have memorized the dates. Another thing about knowledge is that knowledge grows with exposure. Knowledge grows with what? With exposure. I remember there was a time in around 2015 when my cousin came to stay with us in 2015. So we were watching one Yoruba movie. Was it Yoruba movie or I think, but it's a Nigerian movie. I think Funke Adele was in the movie then. He was showing me in that movie that where is this particular place? And I said I don't know the place. You know what he told me? He said he didn't even know anywhere. This place is Ozuman Badiwe. I was like, hey. He said where is Ozuman Badiwe located? I said I don't know. He said, you see, you don't know anything. That was where? 2015. But when it was 2017, I start exploring those places. I start going to work at those places. Then I got to a level where I would now ask him that, do you know this place? So he's like, where is this place? You know, an African elder brother, there's a way they want to shift the goalpost so you don't win there. Then I ask him, tell me, talk about this. Tell me, if you know it, tell me. I hope you are getting the point. Knowledge grows with exposure. Now, I am aware of those roads. Like, okay, when I see this, okay, this is, you know, if they snap husband phase 2 gate from the back, not even from the front this time. You know, from the front, you have it customized at the end. So if they snap it from the back, there are many places here who will tell you from the picture that this is husband phase 2. You understand what I'm saying? Remember when someone was coming here to speak? So he didn't get the road. So he had to call me on video call because I was not around. And when he called on video call, I just told him that please just show me the road so I can know where you are. He's a call member. And when he showed the road, I told him, let me see one of the houses. And when I saw the houses, one of the houses he posted, he showed me. There was one that had the area, and I said, no, you have not gotten to the place. Keep walking forward. And he started walking. You understand? Knowledge. I was not there, but from the camera, I can tell that this is where you are. Keep moving. And when he got to a point, he passed this road. He was about to enter the next street where they were doing construction. And I said, no, it's not that place. Come back again. Go back. The first house. Yes, the second house. And he said, oh yeah, I've seen the banner outside. I said, good, you're a smart boy. And that was how he was. That was how he navigated to where? To treasure successfully. It goes through exposure. Now what did I mention? I told you that I said knowledge comes from books, school, and what? Experiences. Then I said it can be memorized, like the date of independence. And I said it grows with exposure. That's your knowledge. They are still doing a comparison. We are comparing. Now, intelligence on the other hand. Intelligence is often natural, but can be developed. What did I say? Intelligence is often natural, but can be developed. Why? I'm sure someone here is pointing that it's not. I really say intelligence is natural. That takes me to a very common word. I don't know if it's a proverb that we do say here in Nigeria. When someone misbehaves or when someone do something that is not expected of the person, then you hear some persons will say common sense is not common. Have you ever heard of that word before? Someone will say common sense is not common. Good. Now this is what justify the word intelligence said. There I said intelligence is often natural. Now, what is the naturalness in intelligence? You know I said intelligence is how you think, how you solve problems. Now, you have knowledge. The knowledge you had is what? You had the knowledge of how you move from New Garage here in Lagos. It's a place. It's a name of the bus stop. So here in Lagos to Ikoyi, there are two roads that will help you reach here. We have the faster road and we have the other road that is longer. But if you use the both roads, you will definitely arrive at this place, but at different timing. You understand? So now, how does Lagos road operate? If you are coming here on a Saturday, you will come here easier and what? Faster, facing less traffic. You understand? So now, this is where intelligence comes in. The dean of school of eloquence call you on the Sunday night and say to you, hello, Gabriel, when would you like to come to school of eloquence? Monday morning, Saturday morning. This is where intelligence comes in. Of course, probably you don't have anything you are doing on Monday. Obviously, you don't have anything you are doing on Saturday. Or intelligence will tell you that you think critically, it's no problem. If I will be going to school of eloquence on Monday, I will face traffic. Not just that, when I'm coming back on that same Monday, I will face zero traffic. Why are you thinking like that? You are thinking like that because you already had knowledge. Because you already know that this is how the roads work. If you go at this time, you will face traffic. How do you get to the point? Comparison. So you are aware that if I go at this time, I will face traffic. So it's better, I tell you, this the excellency, sir. I won't be able to come on Monday. I will go for Saturday. I hope you are not in a hurry, sir. No, I'm not in a hurry. Saturday is not too late. Monday is not too bad. Saturday is fine, sir. You understand? Another thing is, you should expect that the dean would have a lot of duties to execute on the Monday. So that tendency that when you come to see him on the Monday, of course, I understand as a man of his word. At times, there are opposite circumstances. You can expect the governor of Lagos State to come and see the dean, and the dean wants to see you at that particular time. He won't leave the governor of Lagos State for you. The reason is not because he did not cherish you. He cherish you, share you. But the point is, the governor of Lagos State has a lot of things to do. So if he's seeing you at that point, this is not just an August visitor. This is a Christmas visitor. Because you can always see August visitors in July. But Christmas visitors, you won't have a Christmas in November. That's what I'm saying. So intelligence tells you that, let me go on Saturday. Because on Saturday, there are lesser duties. The dean will be playing lesser role on what? On Saturday. Intelligence and what? Knowledge. Knowledge is what makes you know that at this room, you must not be less than 10. Intelligence is what tells you that when you see someone else that comes in and you are going to work, you run out of the room. You understand? You understand? Like you see, knowledge, you are well aware that at least or you must not be less than 10. And there are many persons who probably they want to go and urinate. But because at the hall, we have just 10 persons at the hall. So they are seated. Until Elizabeth and her squad came in, then they start jumping out. Do you understand? Intelligence, ability to solve problem, think. The moment you leave the hall, when you are 10, then you begin to doubt your level of intelligence. Of course, you are aware, you are knowledgeable, you are aware of the fact that you must not be less than 10. So now you are 10, why are you leaving? You begin to question your upbringing. What school do you attend? Which school gave you the first class you acquire? Questions like that will start arising. That's what brought about the statement I made. After I read Dr. Gandhi Bambushi article, when he was talking about the literate, the illiterate, and the illiterate. The illiterate is that one that sickness and illiteracy. This person is illiterate. He is intelligent. He had gone to school. Sorry, not intelligent. He is knowledgeable because of he has gone to school. But when he speaks, when she speaks, when he acts, when she acts, you begin to ask her that, hey, I thought you said you went to school. Do you understand? So now, that's what I'm saying. Intelligence often comes naturally. I won't be the one to tell you on the phone because while you were speaking to the team is asking you, will you come on Monday or on Saturday? While you were talking to him on the phone, you don't have anybody beside you who will tell you that choose. You have to choose at that point. So it will come naturally. If I go on a Monday, I will face traffic and I will come back late at night. On Tuesday I have work. But if I go on Saturday, the road will be free. I will arrive there early. I will go down to do early. And I will get back home early. On Sunday there is no work. All I do on Sunday, I will sleep on Sunday and listen to music. Intelligence has spoken there. Another thing is, intelligence helps you to analyze and solve problems. Is that an analysis here? Analysis comes in when you look at the numbers. You are pressed. You want to give the order. Analysis, you start analyzing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You look at the number. Oh, there are 10 persons here. Oh, the rule says you must not be less than 10. Analysis. Okay, since they are just 10, I would have to wait. Of course, this is a busy environment. Someone will come inside. If not intentionally, someone will come inside by mistake. So when the person comes in, I tell you that, please, can you sit? Once the person sits, I will stand up and jump out of the hall. The person knows already that the fact that I jump out of the hall, he can't leave the hall again. Analysis. Then what? After analysis, what the intelligence help you do? Problem solving. Help you solve problem. If you had left the hall when you were 9 in number, you would have caused, when you were 10, you would have caused a lot of problems. Because the Guinness rule says, in that hall where you are doing public speaking, you must not be less than 10. So the moment you are less than 10, you are about to cause a problem. Serious problem. Don't forget that for you to be able to apply intelligence, you already acquire the knowledge that at this all you must not be less than 10. You see, do you understand what I'm saying? That's how it works. Moving on. Intelligence also determines how fast you learn. You know I spoke about knowledge earlier. Now intelligence do what? It determines how fast you learn. Now, let me tell you, and let me explain to you how this intelligence works. while I was studying Portuguese, then someone asked me that, KSO, what is stomach in Portuguese? Then I was not level. When he said, what is stomach in Portuguese? I mentioned something. I can't remember what I mentioned to him that day, but I knew I was very, very wrong. And I told him to tell me. When he told me, I was expecting something that was very difficult. Of course, we were two at that place. It was very difficult. But this is where intelligence comes in. So when he told me, he said stomach is what? Barriga. And I was born in Barriga. Do you understand? The moment he said stomach is Barriga, I used the knowledge of the first language. Okay, Barriga. The only difference there is what? The spelling. I got it immediately. But the other person that was there, Ewa was struggling to know what you call stomach in Portuguese. I just want to check it. Check, don't worry. So Ewa was struggling to know what stomach is called in Portuguese. You understand? Intelligence determines how fast you learn. So I had used that. Then I was going to learn what you call bag in Portuguese. Bag is saco. S-A-C-O. Saco. Say, a, say, o. So when I was learning that, I remember that sack bag, saco. Do you understand? So, saco. That was how I learned it. When I was going to learn rope, what is rope called in Portuguese? It's called what? Oda. I knew the phone, what do we use? Cord. All I don't need to do to cord is what? To add A at the back. It becomes what? Oda. Intelligence determines how fast you learn. You understand? When I was going to learn days of the week, Monday is what? Segunda-feira. What is my name? Segunda-feira. Do you understand? Intelligence determines how fast you learn. We are doing a critical comparison. Simply just, I hope your excellencies are following what I'm saying. So now, I have spoken about some deep comparison between knowledge, intelligence. Now, I'm moving to what? Wisdom. Now, wisdom comes from reflection, maturity, and experience. Reflection. You sit, you reflect. Okay. Monday. First, the road. On Monday, there's traffic. So now, let me tell you where reflection comes in. When I was coming to this place for the first time, of course I've always been to Ikoyi, but not Osmond Phase 2. It's either Banana Island or the other place where I used to go and work. So I'm used to this direction. If I get to Obalende, I will see Park View, Banana Island, small car at Obalende. Their car park is always opposite Tabi House. You don't have to go to the other side. So if I'm going there direct. That's from Park View and what? Banana Island. Then I went to work at Fiona Previous Bank House at Cameroon Road. All I did during those time was when I get to Obalende, when I stop at Obalende, I will see Falomo. So when I enter Falomo, I'll stop at Cameroon Road. Don't worry, I'm not telling you the address. So when I come down at Cameroon Road, then I walk down to where I'm going to work. So when I was coming here for the first time, I Osmond Phase 2. I knew Osmond Phase 1 was another place. So I feel inside Phase 1 to that Phase 2, knowledge, the first experience, for what I used. But it didn't work. At least I didn't still get lost. So when I was coming, before I could do this first work, I had reflected. Okay, before when I come, this is how I used to come. So now I will use that same experience. When I was coming, that was how I landed at Palomo to this traffic light here. I'm trying to remember the traffic lights. That was one Phase 1. So when I got to that place, so I have to now ask the last man officer. I put on my khaki. I like, good morning, sir. Please, I'm going to Osmond Phase 2. He was like, Papa. Uniform man, see uniform man. Respect man, the dog. Papa, you don't know the place. And he stopped a bus for me. He said, take this copper to husband place. No collect money from him. You understand? So that was how I got there. But when I got to this place, I was reflecting that this is a bit longer. If I can come from this side, it means, because when I got here, I saw some cars coming like this. So I asked myself, those cars that are coming like this, where are they coming from? This is what knowledge, this is what wisdom do for you. That reflection. So I sat and I was reflecting, where are they coming from? How did they even get to this place? It means there's another way. So when I was going home, I was about trekking back to that place because I couldn't find any bus that would take me back to that bus stop. I was about moving. In short, I trekked. Why? Because the second person that I was with here, Ben, he was a core member before. When we were going home, Ben did not have any idea. All Ben could come up with was that we should trek back to that place before we find bus to Falomo. From Falomo, to Obalende, from Obalende, then to New Garage. That was how we moved on that day. So when I got home, I was not thinking about that. This cannot just be the route. How can we start going from this place to another place? You understand? Knowing knowledge is the first thing. The first thing about knowledge is I already knew. I'm well aware that this is the road. This was how we left this place. Then when intelligence comes in this is where intelligence comes in. I'm thinking about how can we solve the problem. Don't forget that if you must be intelligent, the first thing that has to do with intelligence is what? Thinking. You have to first think. The difference between knowledge and intelligence, that's one of the difference. In knowledge, you don't think. Yes. You don't think. You get the information from the book. And that's why when they told you that Mongo Park discovered the Bananja, you accepted. But history told us that there are many persons occupying the land before you got to that place. Then you ask yourself, check the dictionary, what does discovery mean? How can you say you discover a place where people are already occupying? I'm very sure some Africans will still say it's fine, we accept it that way, because that's not the problem. So what I'm telling you here is where knowledge comes in. What you are giving from the book, what you are giving from the school, what you are giving from your experience, you know what? You take it like that. Some person will tell you that Igbos do not have respect from their experience. So now, if you now hear it from them, then you take it. But from my own experience, I would never tell you that Igbos do not have respect. But what I will just tell you is their respect is more in action than in words. Of course, they might call their elder brother, their elder sibling. Chinedu, you don't come again. But trust me, if he sees his elder brother with Chinedu coming with bag, he would run to pick the bag from you. That's the respect in action. But Yoruba, the respect is in what? It's in words. They will say, Eramao, Elembeyo, Onpeyi. So if I'm saying Onpeyi, if I'm to translate Onpeyi in English, Onpeyi means they are calling you. So Yoruba has shown their level of respect in words. That if another person is calling you, they will tell you Onpeyi. They would use plural for just one person. Because they believe it's not just him, it is him and his age. So his age is one person, him is another person, age is two. But an Igbo will not do that to you. He will tell you, Mr. Chinedu is calling you. And Yoruba will tell you, you don't pay Mr. I'm sure you are calling Mr. I know you do not to be your father. Yoruba will tell you calling me Mr. is a disrespect. I remember the day I tried to call my mom brother, uncle. When I said, I just said, my brother just give me this thing from the Bible. Don't just finish that statement. Don't try it. Carry the English language you study. Carry it back to your school. You want to call him uncle. Then I have to say, Big Daddy. If you check the English dictionary, is there any place for Big Daddy there? It doesn't say like Big Daddy. The Big Daddy we know is what? Is Toyota Camry. That's Big Daddy. You understand? So what's the origin of this? Wisdom helps you reflect. Reflect your receipt. Okay, this was my experience when I was coming at first. Don't forget to, that's the origin. So when I go to, I was reflecting that there should be another way. The next time I was going, after I bought bus from Bangrove in Lagos to Ladylak, from Ladylak to New Garage. So when I got to New Garage, I calmly, that I waited when I was coming on the next, I said, today, I will do what? I will find a solution to this problem. I will see if there's a direct bus that will take me to this place. Don't forget that when I was talking about intelligence, I said it comes what? Naturally. It is natural. Because you think, after you think, you solve problems. When I thought of the journey, when I arrived at the bus stop, the first thing that came was, I was thinking of how will I get to this place without following that long route that costs more money. I'm trying to solve two problems. The first problem is trying to manage time. Of course, already it's a risk. The risk I'm taking is, what if I didn't find the solution? But that's where intelligence comes in. So when I stood at the bus stop, then I saw a private car. Of course, I don't like entering private car. It's not public bus, but it's for security reasons. And I saw the private car, then he said he's going to VI. And I said, I'm going to Osborne Place. He said, hey, come inside. I asked him how much. He told me the amount. It was lesser than. Then I said, okay, let me see the route this man is going to follow. And when he followed the route, it was so easy. He dropped me at the front of the gates, under the bridge there. I said, wow. So this was what I was missing. So I had to go and pass through a very long route before. And I said, okay. So you see, that's wisdom. In wisdom, you combine the knowledge you have with intelligence. That's what gives you wisdom. The knowledge without intelligence is not complete. But for you to be intelligent, you must have knowledge. Because it is the knowledge you have that will trigger intelligence. Because when there's no problem, tell me how you think of solving problem. There was the problem before you start thinking of solving problem, isn't it? So, knowledge will come first before intelligence. The purpose of this topic, I think I told you the purpose in the beginning. I said I met 3 young men arguing. What was the point of the argument? 2 of them said, wisdom, knowledge, and intelligence is the same. And the last person said, the only one that is different is just wisdom. And now I'm trying to do justice to the argument here. Distinguished guests, are you getting it? So now, reflection. That was how I got to this place. And I realized that, so there's a better way. So I was going home, the first time when I came, I was going home. I had to go through, I had to walk down with Ben. But this time I didn't walk down with Ben. In short, Ben did not come for the next rehearsal. And I got outside, I stood outside. I was waiting to see if the bus would pass that would take me back to you guys. When I waited, the bus came. When the bus came, you guys enter 500 naira. Wow. Before, I spent 500 naira just to get to Bambalindi. From Bambalindi, I spent another 500 naira. You see the difference now? Intelligence. What did you do? You make it think. After you think, what will you do? You want to solve problem. So if the knowledge you have is not helping you solve problem, then you are not knowledgeable. A few days ago, I was talking about moral contradiction here. And I was talking about how we ourselves are promoting immorality. After a listener who had listened to my speech here, I saw him yesterday. was watching a TikTok video that was talking about, that was contradicting our morals, then he still liked the video, and I tell you, come back, come, let me check that video, I don't like that video. Say, I spoke about moral contradictions here. You got the knowledge, but the fact that you are not intelligent, you are not using it. Don't like such video again. It's war against immorality. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. That's just it. Because the more you like the video, the more the person who did the content would want to do more. Because the likes are signs of motivation. You can see. You don't need to make noise before you speak with power. I told you. The more you like it, the more you motivate the what? The creator. And the creator will be like, oh, I got 105,000 likes. I think the word plus the way I'm displaying my body. Then she will want to do more. Knowledge, intelligence, and what? Wisdom. At the end of this lesson, you should be able to know that this is the difference between them is very low. But like I said, wisdom comes from where? From reflection. Didn't I explain reflection for you? I explained reflection. Because when I went back, I reflected that the journey to this place was just too rough. And through intelligence, said I would find solution. Because I already had knowledge. So the combination of knowledge and intelligence gives you what? Gives you what? Wisdom. Let's be on the same page. Let's be on what? On the same page. Moving on. It don't just end here. Wisdom comes from maturity and from experience. There are many things you can't apply before that you are applying now. Yes or no? Yes. Wisdom comes from where? From maturity. When brother told me that, do you know this place? I said I didn't know this place. The reason why I did not know that place at that point was because I am not mature enough to leave home to that place. Do you understand? So the moment I got to that age where I can leave my house to that place, I did what? I understood, oh, so this is how this place is. Got another knowledge. So if I must come here, how do I make it work here? Remember when I was working in the island then? I don't go to work on Mondays. That has been my policy. Why? Because there was a day at the bus stop. I got to the bus stop around after 7 in the morning, 5 minutes after 7. Then there were so many people on the bus at the bus stop. So I had missed the first bus, the second, and this was a very big bus. There were about like 20 something passengers. So why I tried to enter the bus, so I could get, in my calculation, I can see that I had secured one seat. So I had secured one seat. So for me to enter, then this man came. He entered the bus from the window. Then he filled the last seat. So I was left with no seats. I had to come down. Now I said to myself, is it even worth it? People have to go through all this stress. I think that the bus stops in 5 minutes after 7, and this is to 9. I'm still there. Because I would have secured. Someone came from the window to try the seat. I can't be so desperate. And I said, I won't be going to work on Mondays anymore. Maturity. Explain that. Then experience. Wisdom comes from what? From experience. It is the experience of how I got to this place that brought about the reflection. The experience of how I got to this place that brought about the reflection. I'll tell you something again about experience that I'll give you wisdom. When I was in university, we have the lecturer at the Department of English. Her name is Professor Rachel Bello. Now, when Professor Bello is teaching you, it is not just about the things she writes on the board. It is not just about the notes. You understand? But I didn't know that until my first exam. When I did my first exam, then I realized that, many persons will say something that the teacher did not teach us the question she asked. Isn't it good? But yeah, I could not say that because the questions she asked were very, very familiar. But it was just that the questions was not in my notes. Not just in my notes, in my classmate notes. But what was she doing? She was doing a comparison for us on that day. That day she was asking us, we have scissors, right? Can we have scissors instead of scissors? We did that research. She was talking about this word. I can't remember that word. She was talking about Maggie. Can we have plural of Maggie? Can we have singular of Maggie? She was talking about those things. When she was talking about it, there's these feelings that it's not part of our topic. It's not part of our course outline. So, I don't think there's any problem here. Until we got to the exam hall, then we realized that we had to explain those things she was asking. When I saw the question, I could not say she has not taught us. Because I am aware that I have seen this thing before in the classroom. I've seen it before in the classroom. So I could not contest. I could not argue. But at the same time, I could not answer the question. So the questions I was able to answer are the questions I had read their topics in the course outline. And after the exam, I said to myself, I won't make such mistake again. From now, anything Professor Bello says in the class, I will always write it down. If you ask me what did I score in the exam, I scored 2. 2 is what? 2 is D. Not because I didn't read, but because those points he was making, that I was feeling that it's not part of the course outline. These are the things he was going to ask in the exam. After that, when the next exam came, what am I telling you? Talking about wisdom comes from experience. That's what I'm explaining. So I've had that first experience that, this is how it is. In the next exam when I was coming, on the first day of our class, the day she was explaining the difference between an alumni, an alumnum, and an alumni. While she was explaining, she used me as an example. She used Thompson, my classmate, as an example. She used me as an example of an alumni. She used Thompson. She used another guy. While she was doing the analysis, I was recording her voice. So when I got home, I played it. What did mommy say about alumni? Okay. Alumni. Okay. Alumnus. Okay. Oh, good. So while I was listening, I was just listening down. Because she would always act like Fireboy, who say, they never see me coming. You will not see her coming. It's an experience. I already experienced it. Wisdom. So now, after, don't forget that wisdom is the combination of what? That's intelligence and what? Knowledge. So I had the knowledge that, so mommy, this is how you behave. Okay, thank you, ma. So now, intelligence. Intelligence comes in how will I stop having 2? How will I move from having 2 to having what? To having 5. From G to A. I sat back. So after I had confide all of those things she was talking about in class, aside from the course outline, then we got to the exam hall. Guess what? The first question in the exam was about the difference between alumni, alumni, and alumnus. When I saw it, I was like, wow, I said it. I understand how you move, man. That's wisdom. Because what? I was able to solve that problem. After what? I have known this is the problem. Okay, after knowing the problem, how do I solve the problem? So then I brought both knowledge together. The problem was what? Was solved. Don't forget, this is a deep comparison between what? Between knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom. Another thing about wisdom is it helps you make the right decision. This justifies the point that anybody you see that is not making the right decision, the person does not have wisdom. If you have wisdom, you will make the right decision. Because from knowledge, I am well aware that this is how she does. Do you understand? Because this thing is process. You have to first come from level of knowledge to intelligence before you get to what? Wisdom. So that's why I'm telling you that if you make the wrong decision, it means you don't have knowledge, you don't have wisdom. Because wisdom has come to help you make the right decision. And how is that? First and foremost, I told you that wisdom has to do with the combination of two, the knowledge and intelligence. So now, let me tell you why it will help you make the right decision. Because I paid attention to the exam. That so when professor makes an analysis outside the course outline, she will end up asking us. Then I did this. Okay, prof, this is how prof do. I'm aware. So now, what was the second intention? The second intention was, how will I solve the problem? I thought about it. How will I solve the problem? Then how? What did I do? I changed my formation. I changed my formula from just reading from the course outline to what? To reading and jotting whatever analysis she make. If she compares a boy with a girl, I will start writing, because I don't know what comparison she's going to make. The day she was talking about language and speech, when she said language can be written or spoken, but speech is spoken, there's nothing you can do about it. Because if I write in English language and I give to you, I pass an information across. It is not necessary I speak language. I can write. But speech has to do with what? It's a verbal expression. When she was talking about it on that day, I just sit down because I know she's coming in style. What did I do? I took notes of that. Then the next exam, when I saw the question, I was able to solve it. So what happened? I had the knowledge. Then after having the knowledge, I think about how do I solve the problem. Then it helped me what? Make the right decision. That's what knowledge will do for you. That's what wisdom will do for you. Wisdom will help you make the right decision. Another thing is, it is rare compared to knowledge and intelligence. Wisdom is rare. That's where that common adage you hear from Nigerians, where they will say common sense is not common. That's where you can trace it to. Compared to knowledge and intelligence, wisdom is not common. The first one that is more common is what? Is knowledge. Because you might have the wrong knowledge. When someone tell you that the first person to speak at this hall was Ayo, you believe. But it takes critical thinking for you to, it takes intelligence for you to now ask that. How can Ayo speak when the ODCSP in West Africa is here? When the Dean of School of Eloquence is here? So how are you expecting Ayo, who is just a core member, to speak first at an historic moment like this? That's when intelligence comes in. Knowledge is what? You were told. Then it takes intelligence to now process it. Think, You mean Ayo spoke here first? That's not possible. The first person you asked, where was the dean? Germany? Where? It was in Nigeria. If it was in Nigeria, it's not possible. Ayo cannot speak first. That's where it comes in. So after you have thought about it, wisdom will now come in. That's why he said wisdom is rare compared to knowledge and intelligence. Now what is the power line of this? Power line is knowledge fills your mind. Knowledge did what? Knowledge fills your mind. The knowledge you have, it's not good to lie. It fills your mind. But it takes intelligence. Intelligence what? Intelligence shapes your mind. It's critical thinking. It's intelligence that will tell you that why should I even lie in the first place? My boss called me. I am at Olipan. See, because I'm on the phone. Don't tell me I'm at Olipan. I'm not telling that. Excuse me, sir. My flight just landed at the international airport at Abuja right now. Understand? Knowledge fills your mind. What is the knowledge? The knowledge here is what? You were taught that you should not lie. So, African parents will always tell, not just African parents, global parents, globally, worldwide. Parents will tell you that don't tell lies. And somebody will tell you that when you tell lie, there is high tendency that you steal. There is high tendency that you do that you steal. You understand? So that's knowledge. Knowledge what fills your mind. Comparison. I'm doing the comparison between the three. Don't get lost. Knowledge fills your mind. What is knowledge? Knowledge is when you read the book. The only books we have, or probably any moral books we have, or academic books we have. They will tell you, don't lie. Even professional books will tell you. Because the moment you start to lie, you know what? The moment you start to lose your credibility. So now, people have told you not to lie. Knowledge, the knowledge being passed there is what? Don't lie. That is not good. It has filled your mind at that point. So now, where did the intelligence comes in? Intelligence shapes your mind. It's that critical thinking that will tell you that, what's the point? I'm in Lagos, telling my boss I'm at Abuja, so I'll miss work for 3 days. What if my boss drive past, then he sees me? What will I tell him? Will I tell him that in 3 minutes, I flew from Abuja to Lagos? Still understand? How do you get to the point? So, intelligence shapes to shape that mind through what? Critical thinking and what? Problem solving what? Skill. That's where intelligence comes in. Think about it as if I get caught after telling these lies, I would face critical consequences. If you start looking at the likes of Ope, who told us lie that will be available at 12, but it was not available. What happened to Ope? Because it was not available, it was dealt with. You know that knowledge. Intelligence will start shaping your mind. If I would not be like Ope, I was not what? I must keep to promise. I must not what? I must not lie. You get the point. Then what did wisdom do? Wisdom guides your life. Now, intelligence has shaped your mind that you should not lie. Because there's no point. You thought about it. You thought about it. You put you in problem. Wisdom will not guide your life. How? Because you said the truth. So after saying the truth, you saw the reward of saying the truth. You realize that after saying the truth, nothing happened to you. Nothing changed. You are not harmed. Wisdom do what? Wisdom guides your life. So that's why it's important that as you acquire knowledge, intelligence is what? Very, very paramount. Because that's what gives you that what? That's problem solving skill. One. That critical thinking. You understand? Knowledge intelligence and what? Wisdom. You understand? Look at the madam over there. I will use her as an example right now. Now, she was served what? A tea. Then the moment she was served the tea, she drank it immediately. Then it was, it burnt her mouth. Then she dropped it. Now she's aware that next time when they serve me the tea, I want to leave it for a while for you to get cold. That's if she is intelligent. Critical thinking is the reason why she would say, when I am served the tea next time, I won't drink it immediately. You understand? So wisdom guides your life. Wisdom will guide you that. In all you do, don't be fast when it comes to consuming something like hot. Because next time you might not burn your lips, you might burn what? The whole of your mouth. You understand? Comparison. Knowledge helps you to what? It fills your mind. Intelligence do what? It shapes your mind. The wisdom what? Guides your life. How do you get to the point? Another thing, we'll do a real life illustration. The first illustration is, I'll use money as the first illustration. Knowledge. Knowledge tells you how money works, isn't it? And when you have money, you buy milk. When you have money, you buy clothes. When you have money, you buy car. When you have money, so knowledge tells you that this is how money works. These are the things you use money for. If you have money, you buy car, you buy land. It's knowledge. Because you've experienced that this is how money works. Do you get? But what will the legends tell you? That the legends will tell you how to calculate profit and loss. Knowledge, how money works, right? So now we are giving you that money. This is 5 million naira, take it. So now intelligence will tell you, how do I calculate? I already have this money, but if I fail to calculate very well, this money will disappear. So you calculate profit and loss. So you've gotten 5 million naira. What will you do? You decide to open a barbing salon. You understand? So now you've opened the barbing salon. Then you sit and think, okay, if I make 20,000 naira every day, how much should I make a year? After paying for fuel, after paying my rent, after paying the painter who will paint my office every 3 days, my salon every 3 days, then how much profit will I make? How much loss will come in? You know, I said one of the features of intelligence is that what? Thinking and what? Problem solving skill. So the fact that you are thinking about, you are able to calculate profit and loss, it means you are already thinking that what's the chance of losing? What's the chance of making profits? So how much profit will I make? How much loss will I make? So when I make profit, when I make loss, what will I be left with? Will I get the 5 million naira back, or will I lose everything? Do you get? Look at this popular African musician and a businessman. So there was a time, his name is Mr. Easy, the husband of the last in-law. So there was a point at 19 years old where Mr. Easy uncle gave him over 10 million naira. Said he wants to do a diesel business. So he got the money. Then after some months, or let's say less than 2 years, that was how the money disappeared. No profits, more lost, no accountability. You don't even know how you did everything. So now, what happened to him? He knew how money works. Then he said, okay, this is how money works. Money, you use money to buy something now, you use money to open business. Okay, now let me use the money to open business. Intelligence. Did he calculate profit and loss? I'm not sure. If he had calculated, he might not have what? Lost. You understand? So, he is stuck at level 2. You know, level 1 is knowledge. Level 2 is what? Intelligence. Level 3 is what? Wisdom. If you not pass level 2, there's no how you get to level 3. But you always have level one. Everybody. You always have level one. You always have that knowledge. That when you have money, you can use money to do this. That level one, you always have knowledge. You always have knowledge. That once is 9 o'clock, that market will be closed. So if you don't buy whatever you need to buy, once it's 9 o'clock, you have to wait till the next day at 9 o'clock. You are what? You are aware of the market. That the market closes at 9 o'clock p.m. at night. You understand? So after the market are closed at 9 o'clock in the night, you have to wait till the next day. Now you are aware of when the market close. The knowledge. You will always have that knowledge. But intelligence, when intelligence comes in, is how do I solve the problem of this market? How will this market closing at 9 o'clock not affect me? So now, if you would buy biscuit and gala, you have checked once it's 8:30, get them, keep them, so you can have them probably at night, at late night. That's intelligence. But wisdom here is what? The combination of the both of them. You already have the knowledge that the market is going to close at 9 o'clock. So now, intelligence is speaking. You've gone to the market before 9 o'clock, so you won't be affected. So now, wisdom, you know, it guides your life, it guides you. You have stayed woke and hungry. But because you have applied the both, you will always have level one. Everybody seated. All my viewers will always have level one. You will always be knowledgeable. Knowledge is what? Those things you read from the book, from school, the things you learn from school, and the experiences you have. So I'm telling you from experience that once it's 9 o'clock, that market will be closed. So I tried it the first time, it was closed. I know what happened. I tried the second time, it was closed. And the third time, what did I do? I went there as early as before 8:30. That's intelligence. The moment something is, you are affected by something you know, and you don't think about a solution, or you don't even think about it at all, it's a sign that you are not intelligent. So now, this is a dagger trying to sharpen your sword of intelligence and wisdom. I'm very, very sure you can't listen to this, and after listening to this speech, and still not be intelligent or still not have wisdom. I know they have prayed for many of us that God will grant you wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Then you shout what? Amen. But if you listen to this and you don't use it, forget about the prayer. Because of the amen you said, that's the reason why God has sent you to come and tell you now. So the amen will work. You know what God will tell us? The God of English department, Lagos State University, said the manifestation of knowledge in you, this is what we call wisdom. That manifestation. Let me say it in Yoruba. Yoruba is nǹkan tí ìmọ̀ bá ṣẹ́kù sí ẹ lára, nǹkan tó ń pè ní làákàyè nìyẹn. The manifestation of knowledge in you, it is what we call wisdom. That knowledge you have, the manifestation of that knowledge, that thing, that knowledge puts in you, that you want to use, it's wisdom. Do you get the point? As I said, so now, Mr. Easy is where we are coming from. They have lost the money. Probably because you didn't calculate profit and loss. Don't forget I told you that intelligence is what will tell you to calculate. Intelligence is what will help you calculate profit and loss. But what you know, knowledge, is that money, this is how money works. This is what we use money for. And before you get to the level, the third ground. So now, what did wisdom tell you? Wisdom would help you what? Avoid unnecessary debts and invest wisely. You have been given 5 million and you said barbing business pays very well. Why? Because people will always cut their hair every week. Maybe where you are. You understand? So now, You are given 5 million naira. You didn't calculate loss, you didn't calculate profit. Then you open the salon. People will barb, then you use your shop as a joint where different persons from different streets come and sit. You buy beer for them. You understand how they do on your street now? Baba, if you forgetting your friend, just like we are one bottle, any king, trophy. You understand? You don't want any trophy. But why are you drinking trophy? You now start celebrating. Gradually. Your business money is what? It's going down. Of course, you have knowledge. The knowledge you have, what has it done for you? It has helped you know that once you have money, you can buy this thing, you can start this business. But it takes the intelligence to help you calculate profit and loss. And now maybe you calculated profit and loss, but you was, there's what we call discarding. Discard. You've switched from moving on the right direction to moving on the wrong direction. And at this time around, you are not just moving at the wrong direction alone, you are even taking speed at the wrong direction. You are taking serious speed. You are the right direction before you put your, what's this thing? This speech, kilometer, isn't it? It was on 70 when you are the right direction. But the moment you moved to the wrong direction, you now move from 70 to 180. Lack of intelligence. So now what we help you avoid unnecessary debts. It's reason that will tell you that. What are unnecessary debts? Unnecessary debt is, okay, you have a brother somewhere, he's not working and he's not handicapped. He has his 2 hands and all his part of body working. He's not autistic, but he has become a liability. So all he will do is he would have 3 girlfriends and he will call you. Hello? Uncle Ima, my babe needs to change her wig. And because you feel you have 5 million naira and because the money was looking too big, they say, you know what, there's no problem now. I'm your brother, what am I here for? They just send your account. You know Nigerians now, they will not say send that. Then when you send the account number, 915232313, okay, send it. Send it now, why are you not sending it? What is wrong with you? Send it. So now you send how much? 500k. Thank you, Ekon. That's what they will do for you now. Boss, Babala, in Nigeria, the way you don't worry. You don't need to become an IPAN before they help you. So after all of that, relationship data starts. Because you are what? You are spending unnecessarily. If you had wisdom after calculating profit and loss, wisdom would help you to avoid unnecessary debts and it will help you invest wisely. So wisdom will tell you that that 500,000 naira, if you put it in, for example, money points, I'm doing that for example, money points. So when you invest it in your money points, put it there, maybe you fix it for like 1 year. Probably on that 500,000 for 1 year, you would collect 650,000. For example, I'm not saying that, for example, because there are banks that do it. Nigerian women know about that bank very well. Because they always tell you they are broke, but they have many of those banks where they invest money. So evidently, I saw it. So that's where wisdom works. It will help you invest, it will help you make that decision. You know where I started from? I said, knowledge will help you know how money works. Intelligence will help you, will tell you that this is how you calculate profit and loss. You must calculate after you know how money works. Then wisdom will help you what? Avoid unnecessary debt and invest wisely. That's the first real life illustration. The second real life illustration is what? Is on conflict. When I say conflict, fight, disagreement. Listen. Knowledge will help you understand issue. You understand? It's conflict. What's the problem? The problem is that the bike man is telling Gabriel that Gabriel has not paid him. But you know what happened? Gabriel said before he entered the bike, he had told the bike man said, from here to Agege is 3,000. And even in 3,000 because I want to stop and go to my house straight. But now he has arrived at Agege. The bike man is saying, you not paid me. I don't know had that kind of experience before. Where you want to use the bike, but you pay before you enter. You intentionally want to pay before you enter. Now, there's conflict. When you come in, you understand that, oh, this is the problem. So now, you, as the person, you are not Gabriel. The argument is between Gabriel and the bike man. This is a conflict now. Then you came here, okay? You ask Gabriel because Gabriel is your friend. Gabriel, what's the problem with you and the bike man? Gabriel tells you that I paid the bike man as a colleague before I get to a lady. Now he's telling me I have not paid him. He tells you understand what's the issue that, oh, so this is the problem. But because from experience, I've seen many persons who will pay bike man. And because they paid early, the distance between the Koye to Agege, bike man might have been forgotten. When you tell the bike man, open your pocket, check the money I have given to you. Then he will tell you that since morning I have been driving. I have been riding bikes since morning. I have collected many 1,000, many 2,000. So now, how will you distinguish between your own 1,000 and my own? Okay, you know what the solution is? So if you want me to know this is your money truly, tell me the numbers, the serial number on your money. Okay, you know you are the one they called to come and settle the matter. Intelligent man, that's intelligent. So now, you first understand the argument. You know, this is where knowledge comes in. You are first aware. You are what? You are aware of what? The issue. That what is causing the fight is not war. What is causing the fight is what? That he said he has paid. Then you interfere. You argue your point. That right man, you know what? Check. Since he said they are giving you 3,000 naira, it means you want 1,000 naira. Ask your baby, how much did you give? 3,000 naira. This is how did you give? Is it 1,000 naira 3? I said yes, 1,000 naira 3. You're not the bike man. You know what? Since he said it's 3,000 naira, 1,000 naira 3, you know what? Check your pocket. If you find that there are 3 1,000 naira that is wrapped together, then that justify the fact that he has paid you through. What are you trying to do? You're trying to solve problem. That is intelligence. So you think first that Gabriel gave this man the money through. For us, to be able to justify the point that Gabriel gave the man the money, the first thing that would happen is Gabriel, don't worry, right man, check. When the bike man says, I will not check, there's nothing you will do. There are many 1,000 together, they have changed it. Argument starts. Wisdom will tell you to know when to stay silent. Now you've already seen the bike man, that this is how the bike man is acting. And maybe while he's shouting, you have person from different places coming to interfere. Then it's now starting to look like you want to cheat the bike man. Wisdom will tell you that your integrity, 3,000 naira cannot buy, say you know. When this person is coming now, they will begin to see you as the bad person. Why not just give the bike man 3,000 a day? Of course, you lost, right? But you did not lose your integrity. You feel you lost, but you reduced the time you would have lost. I remember the man I was doing, saw one man crying. Then I asked the man, why are you crying? He said, I lost some money. Then he told him, he said, don't worry, you will make more money. Then another person said, I lost my wristwatch. That's why I'm crying. He said, don't worry, he tell you buy another wristwatch. Then he met another man crying. He said, what happened? Why are you crying? He said, I had wasted my time. He said, you know what, you have to just stop crying. He said, the time you waste, you can never get it again. This is to say, stop the argument. Since the blind man is not getting your point, wisdom will tell you that you are wasting more time. And look at the way you are dressed, you are wearing white. The blind man is very rough. If he puts his left hand on your clothes, then there's another problem. You know whether you are going for an interview. Wisdom will tell you that when you don't have that intelligence, the moment he tells you that you are not paying me, then the next thing you just do is, what do you mean I have not paid you? You now start using something towards like, are you mad? Do you okay? From there, he will tell you, are you talking to me? You know who I am? You know who I am? You are a black man. Who are you? I'm a corporate man. From there, the journey to the interview has ended. Knowledge, you are aware of the issue. Intelligence, tell you this is how to argue. Wisdom, know when to be silent, know when to end all the conversation. You get the point. So the third one is what? Real life illustration. The first illustration was on money. The second illustration was on conflict. Now the third illustration will be what? On health. Knowledge will tell you what is healthy, isn't it? We have speakers who have spoken to us here about health, how you can live a healthy life, how you can live a healthy life. One of them is joy. And we have doctors, we have medical practitioners like that. Now, they have explained to us that this is what health means. And at some point when I was speaking, I told all members, I said, in the first year, 1 year of the service, the federal government had helped you that if you had any health issue, go to hospital that cover the what, the bills. At times you might begin to feel that, why do I want to go to the hospital? At times there are many things that is wrong with you that you don't know. So now, for you to live a healthy life, you have to do check-up. Check your blood pressure. Check your sugar level. Do you have enough sugar? There was no woman at that time when the woman was just fainting at the hospital. So the medicine that was given to her was that she should be licking sugar cube. I was not like, what happened? So she had low sugar. I was not surprised. I said that woman, ever since I had known her, if she see me with FC, she will criticize me. She will tell me, don't you know sugar is not good for the health? I said, now, she's not just drinking Pepsi, she's drinking the sugar raw. Have you forgotten that it's that sugar that converts to glucose? From that glucose, you have that energy. That's where you get those sweat from. So now, you stop supplying because someone is telling you that consumption of sugar is not good. He said, don't consume too much sugar. You should not consume at all. But now, what you did was you were not even consuming at all. You see sugar, you run. What's the problem? Is sugar acid? No. But now, because sugar wants to justify that it is not acid, now you are seeing the result. So you are not just drinking Pepsi, you are licking sugar raw. So what's the point? The point is what? We're talking about health. A real life illustration on knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom. That's the third real life illustration. My first illustration was on what? Money. My second illustration was on conflict. The third one here is health. Now let me tell you what is healthy. Of course, many of us know what is healthy, right? 100% or 90% of us know what is healthy. But 30% of us do not think about what is healthy. You know that before you eat, you must do what? You must wash your hands. That's the knowledge you have. Remember then, when we eat, our parents say, table manner, don't talk when eating. You are well aware that when you are eating, you don't talk. But the moment Ope carries food, that is the moment you remember that you have to talk to me about Man U and Liverpool. Why can't you wait till after you finish eating? Knowledge. What you know. And I don't forget, I told you, knowledge, you acquire it from where? From the books you read, from the school you went to, from your experience. Don't forget that place where you were taught table manner, don't talk when eating. You don't learn it from school, you don't read it from the book. It is from where? Experience. What your mom or your dad will tell you on the table where you are eating. You understand? So knowledge is what? You know what is healthy. It is healthy that when you eat, you don't talk. That is on the angle of knowledge. It is healthy that if you must eat, you must wash your hands first. What is healthy? That when you walk, you don't walk barefooted. Imagine you enter a construction site where they are building, then you decide to walk in barefooted. Then after 3 minutes, one nail that is about 4 inches entered your leg. Then you are now calling Lagos State Emergency. Now please come to my rescue. You understand? So knowledge is what? You know what is healthy. That is number one. So the intelligence is what? Understanding what? Nutrition. Understanding that if I am eating and I talk, anything can happen. And if the other way happens, then I'm what? I'm in trouble. That's the first aspect. Know what is healthy. Imagine there was one day when this guy drank mango. Then after drinking mango, after eating mango, then he drank Pepsi on it. And after a few minutes, he started complaining about the stomach. I'm sorry, distinguished guest, I was unable to tell you sorry. Because I don't tell you sorry for what you do intentionally. I believe God is so just that He has dispatched senses to everyone's head. It is your responsibility that you make use of it. If you don't make use of it, it is at your own detriment. Sorry is too big for me to tell you. When you do what is wrong, when you are responsible for the consequences of your action. But if you do it right and you get what, I will gladly assist you. I will gladly assist you. As a good citizen of this continent. Knowledge, you know what is healthy. He knew that drinking mango, after eating rice, you drank mango, now Pepsi on top. Do you understand? So now, intelligence will tell you, you know I told you one thing about intelligence because that intelligence is what makes you think. You think about what is the problem or what is that problem that is likely to be caused by this thing, by this action. Then intelligence will tell you, how do we solve it? When I say intelligence will tell you, I don't mean intelligence is someone that will come and tell you. Knowledge is what you learn from books, from school, from your experiences. But intelligence comes naturally. While you sit, you think about it that, I ate rice, I survived. I licked mango, I ate mango, I survived. If I drink Pepsi at this moment, will I survive? So that's where intelligence comes in. You tell you that, you know what, calm down. Okay? After 1 hour, you will drink the mango. You will drink the Pepsi, sorry. Then when you calm down patiently, you have time to drink that Pepsi without having any problem. But because he could not think critically, lack of being intelligent, he drank Pepsi on it. Then he faced the bad consequences. You get the point? So now, what will wisdom do for you? Wisdom will help you live a actual healthy life. You know, I told you earlier that the first, there are 3 stages. The first stage is what? Knowledge. The second one is what? Intelligence. The third one is what? Wisdom. So now, the combination of intelligence and knowledge is what gives birth to that wisdom. You know, I said it. I said wisdom will help you what? Will help you live a healthy life. Why? Because you have the knowledge that when you want to eat, you have to wash your hands first. When someone else wants to join you eating, you have to tell them to please go and wash your hands before you join me. So now, you've done that. You don't eat, you don't talk when you eat as you were taught. So now, you've done that as well. So the next thing is what? You live a healthy life because you've practiced the both. You've learned lessons from those who do not wash their hands before they eat. So now you've learned that, oh, this is how it works. Next time, I won't try it again. Give you real life illustration. I've used money, I've used companies, now it's health. Don't forget that many people have knowledge. Many people have intelligence. But you can have knowledge, you can have intelligence, and not still be wise. Because when you have knowledge, you are told that if you must eat, you must wash your hand. If you must eat, you must suspend talking at a moment. That's knowledge. Intelligence is when you have to say, oh, if I talk when I'm eating, I might begin to cough. Then the next thing is my trigger that I start vomiting. Then I throw up. And I won't be able to eat that food again. Food will waste, it will be a waste. And that one vomiting can trigger something else. That's malaria that has been sitting before. And trigger it. Then you have to what? Visit the hospital. That's how it works. So the combination of this thing makes you a wise person. That, oh, I don't do like this. Then you want to stay. That's what helps you do. Combination of both. Now, after I done 3 real life illustration using health, using conflict, and using money, I will now move to another part. I'll be talking why people lack wisdom. If wisdom is so important, why is it here? Don't forget that common word in Yoruba, in Nigeria, people will say common sense is not common. So now, they are now asking that, why is it not common? Why is it here? Why is wisdom not common? Despite the fact that it is very important, why is it not common? The first reason why it's not common is because of pride. That's the first reason. Many persons think they already know much. Meanwhile, they don't even know at all. You know, yeah, it's about wisdom, not knowledge. You know, I told you that knowledge is stage 1, intelligence is stage 2, wisdom is stage 3. And I told you that stage 1, everybody has stage 1. You all know. You all know. But what distinguishes between you, what you know, and what I know is intelligence. Because, you know, in an examination, the correct answer in the exam might not be does not mean it is the correct answer in real life. Like if I would write an exam and you ask me who discovered River Niger, I will tell you it's Mongo Park. Do you understand? That's just for the sake of passing the exam. An African child with a capacity. If I am talking to you, I would never mention to you that Mongo Park discovered River Niger. Because history made it known that people were occupying that place before his arrival. if you must discover, you must be the first person to be at that place. And that's why it is named Ikoyi, because it is the only Ikoyi that arrived at Ikoyi first. Do you understand? So you won't come and tell me that this is Mongo Park. Then you should have named it Mongo Park. Why do you name it River Niger? Or River Mongo Park? Or Mongo Park River? It's all about intelligence. Don't forget, intelligence will help you what? It will help you think. Think. Then how do I solve problem? And that justified Dr. Gav's word. Dr. Gav was telling me something. He said, you know, I would always tell you 100 times that the Europeans did not bring anything here. The only thing they brought here was English language. When he said that, I said, Your Excellency, sir, you mean they brought only English language? Yes, they brought only English language. And I said, sir, if your opinion is that they brought only English language, it means they did not bring anything. He said, Asadi, where are you going to? I said, where I'm going to is because is that if they brought English language, what is the end of English language? What ends English language, right? We already had our language before they came. So they didn't bring anything. They was justify his opinion. He said, talk about system of government. We had the system of government before the arrival. Talk about means of transportation. We were going to places. We use horse, we use whatever is available to move. They brought car. So the fact that we were doing those things before the arrival means if they had not brought those things, we would do without those things. So don't tell me you colonized me. Because before your arrival, I was doing things. Before your arrival, the level at which we have single mom was not as much as this. Before your arrival to Africa, our children don't misbehave when their parents talk to them. They answer 10 times. It was in your orientation that our children are beginning to feel that if an elderly person speaks to them, they had every right to challenge their authority. It's in our tradition that even if I would correct another person, I have to be very diplomatic. At times you have to first lie down 3 times. I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir. Frustrated. Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You're like, this is the 3rd time you are frustrating. I have not said, what happened? Yes, sir. It is. You are less than 10 and you want to go outside. I don't. If you go outside, they will disqualify us. Please, I will sit. That's what he said. What your this thing tell us is, excuse me, Mr. Sowolu, please, can you come back? Ah! You told the governor of Lagos State to Sorosoke, you even added the at the back. In your culture, were you taught like that? No! You get? So what? The first reason why people lack wisdom is what? Because of pride. Because everything you get, if you have knowledge, if you're intelligent, if at the end of the day, everything now boils down to wisdom, then you are not a complete human. It's just the fact that you must accept. If you do not accept, it is also a fact that justifies the fact that you don't still have wisdom. So if you must have wisdom, you must accept all of these facts. Because now you've known. So now that you've known, I'm expecting that you think critically about it. That's where intelligence comes in. After you've thought about it critically, when you come back to the last stage, where wisdom comes in. Wisdom, application, you start applying. These acts. Okay, yes, I'm knowledgeable. But now that I'm knowledgeable, am I intelligent? Oh, now I'm intelligent. Now that I'm intelligent, do I have wisdom? Transformational generative grammar. These are the things Noah Chomsky will tell you. You get it? Many persons do not have wisdom because of pride. Because they feel they know a lot already. And that's when in a table, when someone is telling that, you know, Benz is the best car. I remember one time, there was one lady, so I was showing her, I said, not just me, I and a couple of friends. Then I was showing her the Lexus car. The Lexus car is Lexus of 2022. And I told her that between this Lexus of 2022 and this Benz C300, which one will you pick? She chose Benz. C300. Before she chose Benz, I predicted, I told Michael, see, she will choose Benz because of the logo, because of the orientation she has. The Lexus of 2022 has rejected. That Lexus worth at that time was around 37 million. That particular one I was pointing at. The C300 you chose was around 4.7 million at that time. You understand? She didn't just choose it alone. She chose it with pride. That so people share. Do you think I will leave Lexus and go and do you think I will leave Lexus and pick Lexus? Too much. That's why you hear talking rubbish with confidence. She was just saying it and she was posting. You know, I was like, okay, calm down first. I didn't want to hear something. She said, what do you want to hear? Otherwise, he said, nothing you want to tell me, this I'm a fool. They are not calling you a fool, calm down. You made your choice. Okay, opinion is a natural phenomenon, but you can always help you analyze your opinion, because your opinion does not have substance. You now begin to analyze to that. You know what? This is more expensive than the other. They said that is not possible. How can you tell me Lexus is expensive than Benz? She started. I said, are you not aware that they are editions? They are editions. They said, no. I said, no, bring out your phone. Let's solve it up. And after using the internet, then she realized that, oh, it's more expensive. But you know what she did? She said she would still choose that. I said, okay, now, probably you like Benz, I won't argue with you. But if you want to choose now, for the sake of reselling, which one will you choose? She said you will still choose the Benz. I said, now you have a problem of 10 million naira. And you will sell this Benz for 4.7 million naira. You will sell this Lexus for 30 million naira. Which one will you choose? She said you will choose the Benz. Did she not have knowledge? She has knowledge. Because we have informed her, we've educated her, we've told her about everything. But is she intelligent? No. Because she is not thinking critically. Because one of the things that come with intelligence is that you would think, not just think, you would solve problems. She had the problem of 10 million. She had something she would have sold for 30 million. She said she would go for the one of 4.7 million. Is she solving problems? She's not solving problems, she's causing more problems. So, knowledge is not what? It's not in action at that point. Sorry, intelligence is not what? Intelligence is not in action at that point. Are you getting it? So if you do not move to the level of intelligence, there is no how you get to the level of what? Of wisdom. Pride! Confidence of, I know it. Because she believes she knows so much. Maybe she doesn't know anything. So if you must be someone who has wisdom, you must always learn. You must be willing to learn. I remember one of the guests that spoke on this stage came on Sunday here. Said he works as an human resource. He said something. He said, at times you can have more experience and more age than the person you call your mentor. He said there was a point where he was learning how to use Twitter, that is now called X. From someone who he has more experience than, or someone who is older than. He said at some point in life, you now start to feel like, this guy is my mentor. But the amount of experience I have, he does not have it. But it is what? It is wisdom that tells him that throw pride away. Go and learn this thing. First go and know it. So now you've known it, abi. Now, how does it work? How can you use X to promote yourself? Now you've learned it. Then use it. He was not, because he was not proud, he was able to learn. Right. I remember there was one lady at that time. That lady, she needed an admission. I know that in Nigerian schools, they do something. It's not illegal, it is right. So what is the thing they do is there is this discount, there is this points, there is this bonus they give religion and probably staff family. You understand? Probably if you want to gain admission into Unilag, because it was Unilag at that time. The point for mass communication must be you had 83%, for instance. So if your mom is a staff or your dad is a staff at Unilag at that point, so instead of making 83%, if you make 80%, you will be considered because of what? Your parents being a staff. So at that point, she already had 81%. So she needed someone who would help her at that point. You know what she did? So she walked to the admission office with the intention that when I get to the admission office, I would find someone at the admission office who is going to help me. And because of how big she feels she was, she walked past the cleaner. Now I called her, what do you want? She said, with her eyes, really saying that I want to see the boss at the admission office. She was like, who are you to say you want to see the boss at the admission office? She said, I have something important to talk to the boss about. Do you know him before? I don't know him. Do you have an appointment with him? No. Still about to wait, or because she feels the person is a cleaner, just walk past. Then she entered the office. When she got here, the person told her that in the first place, it is not right that you come to the admission office. If you have any complaint, there is the portal where you can always report to. So coming to this place is very wrong. You have been punished for appearing at this place, but because of the person I am, I will let you go. This was the statement of the admission officer. I will let you go. Then told her to get out of his office. As she was going out, she now met someone coming to meet her that Momsi, someone was talking to the cleaner. Momsi, please, I know you are a staff. I have 73 points instead of 75. Please, ma, help me now. I know they will consider me if you tell them that I am from you. And she was now observing. The woman said, there's no problem now. Take, I will sign for you. I told the man, how much will I be, sir? You don't have to pay any money. Please, we do not pay for it. I do it because for you to have scored 70 something, it means you have really tried. And the fact that you are coming from us, this is a way to also compensate us that our children are trying. Let's encourage them. She was not thinking about to reach the woman. The woman said, you thought you knew, or you don't know. The knowledge you have was that if you come here, you will see help, right? But if you had calmed down, if you were intelligent enough to think that, oh, let me talk to this woman about this thing first, I would have come up with an idea for you. Even if you were still going to meet the man with that, if I had followed you and begged you that this person is my daughter, I might have considered you. So what's the problem here? Pride! I know, yes, I know. I don't call anybody. You know what I mean? Don't do anything though. Short, don't you see my big? Don't you see how beautiful I am? You ain't going straight now. So you a cleaner, you want to stop me? one of the reasons why people lack what? Wisdom. Attention, pride. The second thing is what? Impatience. You know that I was giving an analysis of how I navigated my way from the mainland to this place. In the first instance, I said that when I was coming for the first time, I passed the longer route. Why? Because the knowledge I had first was that when I was going to work at Cameroon Road as Kogi, I would first stop at Obalende, then from Falomo, I went out was going for. When I get to Falomo, I will cross the road. You know that Falomo road now? If you use the road very well, when you cross, you will see the market on the left and right. So those markets, you will see MTN banner around the market. In that market, if you stand there, you will see 125 story building. At the top of the 25 story building, the road 4 there. That was number 4. That's our president's wife's president. Is facing the British High Commission. Don't do too much. You understand? I had to use those routes to navigate this place at the first instance. But it was just too long. When I thought of it, I said, so intelligence comes in. What of that? Coming through this route is very far. There should be another way. Then the second time I was going to come, I was not rushing that I get there early. I left home early. Then I waited at the bus stop. The first bus came. He didn't call. I asked him, will you pass through office to he said no. Then I was patient. I sat. I waited. Till I found the private car that was coming. You understand? Intelligence. Patient. So I waited. Then the right car arrived. And it took me to the place. Many persons lack wisdom because they are not patient. If the first lady who said she would pick events of like 2020 over a Lexus of 2022, if she had exercised patience, she had calmed down to listen to them, she would have known that they are not late. The first reason why people do not have wisdom is pride. The second one is impatience. The third one, emotional decisions. Many persons act based on their emotions, based on the way they are doing their business. Of course, you are aware that on Monday morning there is always traffic when you are using the third mainland bridge from the mainland to the island. Do you understand? But because after you have been informed that there will be traffic, you woke up late. Instead of you to use the public transport where maybe if the traffic is too much, when you get to a particular point, you just come down, use the bike, maybe. Like I told you about my friend that when he was going to my vacation, I told him not to come in his car. I told him to use public transport. That when he gets to some points, he would fly bike so he can arrive there. If he had said, what do you mean? What do you mean I should leave my car and start entering bus with? You know, at that place, the two things that is working, pride and emotional decision. She used bus. She be sitting in the bus with people like here, so you can't try it. They had done that. They would have been stopped in traffic. You know, I said, why he was at home? His house to my school is 2 hours straight journey. When my mommy was at, it's 30 minutes to my school. Despite the fact that my mom was 30 minutes away, mommy spent over 1 hour 30 minutes before she arrived. Meanwhile, him that is coming from the 2 hours distance, he had arrived 1 hour 30 minutes before my mom. Why? Because my sun came in her brother's car. Emotional decision. It doesn't let wisdom work. It hinders the manifestation of knowledge. You start acting based on feeling. Based on feelings. You won't sort of just observe how the matter is. Right? When the security agencies arrived here, when the one from the NSCDC was talking about NSAS, he spoke about how the only forensic hub in West Africa was destroyed, and the youth who were saying they are fighting for justice and law. Of course, knowledge. Many persons are aware that this place is a forensic hub. Even if you are not aware that it is a forensic hub, at least you are aware that this is a very important infrastructure. Also saw a beautiful building. We said, I will destroy it. You have the knowledge. So now, when intelligence comes in, that intelligence will help you think and help you solve problems. Now, what problem will burning down that house solve? Will it solve problem or cause more problems? It's causing more problem because when you take that place out of it, don't forget that there are persons foul in that place. This is why I've done forensic tests. Who files at that place? What about people who had cases with the police, where the police has conducted forensic tests and how they said in 2 weeks time we'll come and get the results so we can present to the people in question. Then before 2 weeks time the hub was burnt down. How do the police do justice? How will they do justice? Because what they would have used as evidence is not here. You want it. You want it already. Do you understand? So, emotional decision. You will be acting based on your feelings. The moment you start to act based on your feelings, then you've lost what's called wisdom. So if they had followed the process, the first stage being knowledgeable, they are aware of this, that this is a luxurious property, one. Secondly, critical thinking and problem solving skill. Problem solving skill, how? How will vandalizing this property solve the problem? You understand? So now, you vandalized public property. It shows that you are not intelligent because critical thinking is not working at this point. I don't know why I told you. I said if you do not pass through stage 2, you can't get to stage 3. Stage 2 is what? Intelligence. Stage 3 is what? Wisdom. You have to pass through stage 2 before stage 3. And I told you one thing. I said everybody has stage 1. Either from school, from the books you've read, or from your experience. Do you understand? At stage 1, yeah, I knew what electricity was about. I remembered my mom would tell me, don't use the electricity without telling us. You will do it for you. That's what my mom used to tell me at that time. But the day my mom was done and I said, let me go and iron my clothes. You know what I did? When I was going to plug the iron, my hands were on that metal side while I plugged the iron in the fuse. Listen, the moment I did it, like, the electric shocked me at that point. Thank God it wasn't deep. It just threw me to the floor because I was climbing the stool. Bam! Bah! Nobody was at home. When I was on the floor, after like few minutes, I came back to my right senses. You know, in the first place, I was told that what? Don't go close to it. Knowledge. But the fact that I was told not to go close to it, that is dangerous, I didn't think about it. But the moment it threw me on the floor, from that moment, anytime I see the iron, there's always at least 10 meter distance between me and the iron. And I see the iron, like, oh, this iron, no. So when it even got to a point whereby I was told that I can start using electricity, I became more careful. And that's why I tell you, wisdom will help you. It will guide your life. Intelligence, I've thought about it, like, oh, so this is how this thing works. If I keep doing this thing, I will have more problems. And that's it. Do you understand? We've moved from original decision to what? Another reasons for lack of intelligence is what? Lack of. Another reasons for lack of vision is what? Lack of reflection. If you have experience and you are not reflecting, you will never have the wisdom. Don't forget the Nigerian common word. They will say common sense is not common. Don't forget that when I said I went back home, it was a reflection of how rough the road was. You have to go from here to Balege, from Balege to Falomo, from Falomo to this one. Then you now walk back. That reflection of, is there not even a better way? Why must I have to go through all this stress? You understand? I was sitting on the couch. I was reflecting. The journey from the beginning. How did it start? How did we get here? You understand? My predecessor who handed the mic over to me, she was talking about when you don't reflect. She was talking about a man who, at the party, the hype man was hyping him. His intention at the party was to spray 100,000. But because the hype was too much, he has to call the money changer. I don't know if the global people understand who money changer. Money changer are those people that carry new goods from Naira. They will come to you, they will ask you at the party that would you like to get some cash. So you do a transfer to them. Probably buy your phone app, buy your SSD code, or you use your ATM machine, your ATM card. So they will deduct 200,000 from you. Then they will give you 90,000 naira from it, or they will remove their charges. So this man, after he has paid 100,000, because he saw his friend Bola was paying 500,000, they are still hearing him. Then he went to bring the change. He said, I want to withdraw 200,000. All his charges, he said, charges for 20,000 is 220,000. Then he withdrew. You understand? He withdrew. And when he came back, the iPhone starts singing. They decided what? This time around, it's even owned by owned. I'm not gonna bother you. They are not throwing. This is so there. You want owned by owned. That's doing it. They are stoned. They are finished praying. If he had reflected that, now when he got home, his wife now asking that, hi sweetheart, do you remember that Shola is going back to her university tomorrow? You know she's at, no, not even university, she's going to her secondary school tomorrow. You know that her school is BIS, and you know every semester or every section she pays nothing less than 7 million. And you don't remember that you're supposed to pay advance of 1 million naira. But this advance you're supposed to pay, you have spent half of it because when you were going to that party, the shoes, the clothes, everything you wear to that party was about 1.6 million naira. You have to get the wristwatch so you look big. What the wristwatch of 2 million naira? Aside from the money you want to spend. Now you start to feel like, you know what, you will have to wait though. Now, your daughter, Shola can't resume back to school. Because of what? Because you lack wisdom, you lack intelligence. Knowledge. You do not lack knowledge because you are aware. That's why I told you every one of us say that. Knowledge. All of you have knowledge. None of you do not have knowledge. Probably the wrong or the right knowledge. The truth of the matter is you know something. Is your mind not filled with something? So I speak to you, there's knowledge you have about you. That was the reason why I wanted to speak in the midnight. This is why I'm going to work in the morning. He said, I should not go. If I started to come back to sit down, don't go. Because their mind is filled with something. I don't know what to see it. I said, don't go. I have to sit from past 7 till this morning. Now I'm able to speak. The mind is filled with something. And that's the reason for their action. Of course they are intelligent. Because I knew if I had won, Senate is not present. But because of my intelligence too, I understand that, if they speak now, I will reserve my topic. When we are short or speaker, what would happen? I will come up. So, at that time they are speaking, I will do what? I will rest. First time. You get it? Am I analyzing this very well? I am. Because I spent 4 years doing analysis at Eloquence University. So you don't expect me to come and not analyze well. I will never be short of analysis. It's you that will be what? That will fill with analysis. It's back to what I'm saying. Lack of reflection. So the man, after spraying everything, he did not reflect. If he had reflected before going to that party, we have known that this party, I might decide not to attend. Nothing will happen. Even when I decide to attend, I can minimize cost. Minimization of cost is where will you find it? Between knowledge and intelligence and wisdom, where will you get minimization of cost? Intelligence, because that's where you learn how to do what? You calculate profit and loss. You have the money. So how do I minimize cost? You get? That's where intelligence comes in. The last one, wisdom. What wisdom tells you at that point? It tells you that I have to guide my life. My child will be going back to school. So, on no condition, I should not affect my child's education with this party because it is what is less. That's the fourth point where I said the reasons why people lack wisdom. The first one I said pride, second one I said impatience, third one I said emotional decision, fourth one I said what? Lack of reflection. And the fifth part, not under the reason why people lack knowledge. This one talked about the danger of imbalance. What happens when one exists without the other? Now, what happens when one exists without the other? What happens to you when you are knowledgeable and you are not intelligent? What happens to you when you are intelligent and you don't have wisdom? Knowledge without wisdom leads to poor decision. If you are listening to all the stories I've been saying this morning, yes, knowledge without wisdom leads to poor decision. Because I attended philosophy Patience class. I did an exam. In the exam I realized that it is not just by the course outline. Class participation matters. Why you participate actively in the class? Those things you made mention of in an explanation that is not in a note, you respect them in the examination. You understand? So now I am aware, knowledge, I now know. You understand? I now know. Wisdom, where it comes in. You know, I said wisdom is the condition of what? Knowledge and intelligence. So now that I'm aware, I will not think about the critical that. How do I solve the problem? four problems. How do I solve the problem of not failing again, of not having G again? Then for me to solve the problem, what's the first thing I have to do? I change the style from just reading the course outline to jotting important points. I said, knowledge without wisdom leads to a poor decision. So the time where I was getting the knowledge and I don't have wisdom of, when I talk about wisdom, when I was not intelligent, where I had not thought of jotting her points, what she was saying. I did. The moment I switched to, okay, I would attend her classes. Now I'm aware, I would attend her classes. After attending her classes, every point she makes in the class, I would jot the points down. Then when I'm preparing for the exam, I will read her course outline. I will read the points she was making in the exam. Then I will use everything for examination. From that moment, I start having 4 as B. So, when without wisdom leads to a poor decision. The lady who chose the Benz, the C300, ahead of the 2022 Lexus, was as a result of what? Lack of wisdom. She know what? She know Benz very well. Benz, I know you. She has knowledge. But because of intelligence, that critical thinking that, you know, I said at some point, we have to know that this is 2022. This one you are choosing will be around 2012. So are you saying what they made in 2012 will be expensive than what they made in 2022? Understand? So because she lacks that wisdom, there is poor decision. Smart people make foolish choices. Yes. Why? Because they know you don't have to be smart. Because of wisdom. Take for instance, look at Brahim Diaz as the AFCON final, Morocco against Senegal. Now, we would say in the first instance that Brahim Diaz was smart. The reason why I would say he was smart was because Brahim Diaz wants to play on their intelligence. So when they hit him at the 18-yard box, what did he do? He fell on the floor. Then he was calling the ref. I've been fouled. This is a penalty. At that point in time, I was happy for him. Because I feel like this guy is smart. He has seen where the game is going to. Then he has realized that if this game continues like this, there is nothing we will do. We can't beat Senegal. Hope you are there. So he has realized that no matter how we play hard, we can't defeat Senegal. Senegal has a very good squad. Then the moment they hit him at the box 18, he fell down and he called the ref attention. Penalty. By that point, the ref was confused that if I blow penalty at this time minutes, what will the world say? But the penalty was not so clear. He had to call the VR, the video assistant referee. He called them. They said it's a possible penalty, but they are not sure. They told him, come and watch it yourself. You won't put us in trouble. He went to the screen available there. He watched it. For him to decide, it took a long time. By the end of the day, he arrived at the conclusion that what he would give Morocco penalty. Then ask me, is Brahim Diaz not smart? He is smart. But he made foolish decision. Why? When they gave him penalty to play, look at the way he played the penalty. Do you understand? He played the penalty like the person in the post is a rabbit. That was the way he played it. So if he had wisdom, now he is well aware that the reason why I did this thing is for us to win the AFCON. So if he had wisdom, what will come first before the wisdom is intelligence. That how do I solve the problem? I will have to solve this problem by what? By playing it. If there's too much pressure on me, I would probably give it to Hakimi. Hakimi who would play it better, the captain. You understand? If the pressure is too much, let me give it to Hakimi, let Hakimi play the ball. He was smart. By the time he played the penalty, we knew he was foolish in his decision. That's why I tell you that if you are smart and you don't have knowledge, you will always make foolish decision. That's why the 3 keys matter. From where? From being knowledgeable to what? To being intelligent. From being intelligent to what? To having wisdom. I think he's smart because he wanted his country to win that trophy. But the moment he played the penalty, we knew that this guy is very foolish. The entire game, we started crying at the end. They just will tell you that solve the problem, win this thing. And later we'll talk about the rest. Wisdom, don't forget, I said every of these 3 stages has relationship. I spoke about relationship between knowledge and wisdom and intelligence. But now, I'll tell you that even wisdom without knowledge, it becomes what? It makes it limited. It becomes limited. Because you have the wisdom to always think that what is the next thing. But if you have that wisdom, if you have that sharpened, that high level of intelligence, if you don't have enough knowledge, it makes you limited. So now, how do you develop each of them? First, how to gain knowledge. I told you in the beginning that knowledge are those things filled in your mind that you got from reading, that you got from reading, after reading, the experiences you've had, after the experiences you've had, you got it from what? From the things you were taught at school. Now, how do you develop those 3 things I mentioned to you? How do you develop knowledge? How do you develop wisdom? How do you develop intelligence? How do you develop knowledge? First, you read books. That's the first thing. Because this speech is to what? To reconstruct, to reorientate, to change your perspective, your view of life. It is to guide you throughout. And if you look at the topic was what? Wisdom, knowledge, intelligence. A comparison. You understand? A comparative lecture. So at the end of the day, you would use it to your own benefit. And all of these stages are very important. I told you, I said everybody has knowledge. Either the knowledge you have is right or wrong. You have knowledge. So what you don't have, what everyone don't have is intelligence. And the limited one is what we call wisdom. I said, you acquire knowledge from where? From the books you read. When I read Dr. Aime's book titled Language in Action. In Language in Action, I'll give you an instance. He cited Edward Sapaya's definition of language in 1921. What did he say? He said language is a purely human and non-instinctive method of communicating ideas, emotions, and desire by a system of voluntarily produced symbol. Edward Sapaya 1921. That was what I was taught here. Did you get it? And when he was talking about the characteristics, he said language is arbitrary. It's not justified. You are calling it true because it is named true in your language. Linguists are happy, I can see. But biologists are nowhere. So at this point you begin to understand why art is better than science. But science without art is not complete. Don't forget. I don't mean that comparison now, maybe tomorrow. You get it? So now, while I was reading Language in Action, that was what I learned there. Don't forget the point. How do you develop those 3 stages? Knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom. I'm still on knowledge now. From books. When I was reading social linguistic book then, the book was from Dr. Idowu. I don't remember the title of the book. where he was talking about social linguistics, and he said this is the relationship between language and society. Look at the analysis. From that moment, I begin to understand, social linguistics is the story between language and society. How does society use language? From there, they will now start telling me about dialectology. Dialect, a variant of a language spoken by a geographically secluded group of people within a larger society. You get that one too. Knowledge, they are still on knowledge. From what? From the book. I'm still analyzing how you get this. From reading books. From there, to learning from others. I was explaining my transition from Tobe language to this place. There was someone that said she is not even aware that she could come directly without passing through Falomo. Now she has learned. When I did the first exam of Osobelo, when I had two, she understood that, so it's not just like the course outline. Then my friends who said it's impossible you score more than 3, the moment I scored 4, they asked how did you go about it, and I explained to them that I had come to realize that cross course is not by the course outline. If you are following the course outline alone, you start living your life like someone who is cursed. So if you don't want to live your life like someone who is cursed, you have to not just follow the course outline, but you have to always jot down everything she still talked about in the classroom. Another angle. And from that moment, we became commentators. I had 4, they were 4. I don't know why we don't have 5. They learn from what? Learning from others. Now you have to acquire knowledge. Many people cannot drive. Where do they start from? Some of them will go to driving school. Some will tell their friends who can drive that, please, teach me how to drive. Then you know how to drive. Learning how to drive is what? It's still knowledge. You are learning from what? From others. You get the point? Tell you how you can develop these 3 stages. Aside from learning from others, another way is what? Staying curious. Staying curious. If you must be knowledgeable, you must stay curious. Stay curious how? I was curious, that was how I spoke about Mungu Park. I don't have any issue with Mungu Park. In short, I was not born when Mungu Park was alive. But the problem I have with Mungu Park was the fact that history made us know that the places said you discovered, some persons are occupants of those places. Then how did you discover a place that has been occupied before? Just explain to me. Curiosity is what made Obuga said Europeans only brought English language. He said if you say it's religion, they have religion. That's why when I was explaining what they use Uru for the other night, some persons were like, is that really the use of Uru? He said, I thought Uru is meant to kill people. He said, how well you were told? That's not his function. What? Staying curious. When you are told something else, you don't call a lady. You don't call every lady Mrs. Then you don't ask curiosity. You don't call every lady Mrs. Then you now ask her. Why do you say I should not call every lady Mrs.? He said, Mrs. And those that are married. When she's not married, she's what? She's Miss. Because I remember when I was teaching my students, I was telling them, everyone you see, they are what? They are saying, being Mr. I said forgive them. We have to address some as señorita and some as señora. They were like, why is it different? I said the difference is because señorita is that's Mr. Señora is that's married woman. That mother you see is señora. You know the point. Curiosity. They were curious. That was the reason why they asked. Have they gained knowledge? Yes or no? They have gained knowledge. From books, to what? To learning from others. To what? To staying curious. And lastly, on knowledge. You gain it from what? From experience. As okay, there was a time when my friend, his phone, his iPhone was hanging. Then he was showing the time on the iPhone screen was showing very big. It was very big on the screen. It was like this phone is spoiled already. What will I do to it? I said it's not spoiled. You know what I said? Take your 3 hands, tap it 3 times. The moment you did that 3 times on the screen, everything came back to normal. It was like, wow, how did you do it? I said because that happened to me before. And I have to go and check on ChatGPT that this is what I'm experiencing. What is the cause? And ChatGPT said, take your 3 fingers, put it on the screen 3 times, then it will come back to normal. What happened there? Experience is the reason why. For the knowledge. And what? Now it's aware. I've done analysis on the first stage, which is knowledge. Second stage is what? On intelligence. Intelligence, what will you do? You practice problem solving. If you were taught that 2 plus 2 equals to 4, where intelligence comes in is when you say if 2 plus 2 equals to 4, 2 plus 2 plus 4 equals to what? An intelligent person does not stop at knowledge that got him. For you to be intelligent, you have to move for that. You have to move for that. You have to understand that 20 years ago, BSc used to be scarce, isn't it? Yes. But now, almost everybody has BSc. Almost everyone is someone that will post to sign out this thing. Congratulations, done and dusted. And they will add musically song to it. God did it. You understand? Like that. It's intelligent that will tell you that. That thing that was scarce before is now common. So if you must get a job with the BSc, you must have an edge. And where did the edge comes in? What skill have you acquired? You get it? You have to practice problem solving. The problem is what? Unemployment. Well, despite the fact we said the problem is unemployment, we are seeing many vacancies. So now, the vacancies we are seeing is to show you, is to tell you that the problem is not just about unemployment. The problem is about when you get the job, can you do the job? So it has gone from you just studying biology. You as a biologist, when you come in, can you operate Excel? If there's problem with graphic design, what will you do for us? What help will you provide? Not just about 2 plus 2. When you move from 2 plus 2 to 4, what will happen when it becomes 4 plus 4 minus 7? You get it? Another way to develop intelligence is what? You challenge your thinking. Challenge what? You challenge your thinking. You do what? You challenge your thinking. Why do you feel like Igbos don't have respect? Let's think about it. Okay, because you were told that Igbos naturally they don't have respect, you accepted it. You challenge your thinking. Then by challenging your thinking, you now realize that oh, so their respect is in action. It's not that they have respect. But when Chinedu sees his elder brother that he calls Chibuzo, he would run big to help him collect his bag. But the Yoruba boy that you said he has respect, he will only call his brother Kehinde. When he sees his brother carrying a bag, he won't go and help his brother. You see it? One respect is what? Is in action. The other one is what? Is in word. You challenge your thinking. So you not just come and just say, just call people the same name that all Yorubas are bad people. Oh, because Yoruba is the president. All Yorubas, don't worry. This is the same way you are behaving. No. You get the point. Start on that. Another way to be intelligent is what? By learning new skills. You have to understand that you must be intelligent. You must be intelligent. After you've gotten knowledge, you should understand that life is a place of progress. Life is advancing. So as life is advancing, for you to keep up, you have to do what? You have to keep advancing. I can't imagine that I told a graphic designer to help me with graphics, and in less than 5 minutes he has completed the graphics. So if I am testing that person, please can you do a graphic sample for me? He said it in less than 5 minutes. And I'm testing you who have not up your game to do a graphics for me, and you are waiting till another 10 hours. You know that one has sent sample. What I will just do is, please, boss, you know what? At this point, I don't like this thing that's there. Change it to this. This place, let the shoe be there. Let plate here at this particular place. Let roller be here. When you have made the amendment before you come back after that 10 hours, you are causing the job. Learn new skill. It's beyond just photography. Can you edit videos? Can you edit videos? You learn new skill. It's beyond just being an audience. If you employ you to become a witness, can you do it? Yeah, you what? You serve 2 roles. Then the other part is how you use wisdom. Spoken about what? Knowledge. Because where I said everybody has it. Then you move towards intelligence. And now wisdom. For you to build wisdom, the first thing is you have to reflect daily. You have to do what? You have to reflect daily. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I always remember is there was a time when newspaper was trending. So how the newspaper just was and now we have moved from newspaper to Twitter. You reflect. Now, what would I do to stay relevant for life? Do you get? I was sitting with someone yesterday. Then I was looking for something. Then I had to type my name on the person's phone on Google. When I typed my name on Google, the person saw articles that I'm written. I was like, wow. If she would recommend me, that's how she do it. What do you do to stay relevant? You reflect. Oh, the reason why I lost at this point was because I didn't pass the right road. Of course, you know the road to this place. Good, that's knowledge. But how do you drive from your house to this place? At some point, if you are coming from places like Apapa, there is a place at Apapa where you will see all these big trucks patch on the road. So how do you navigate your road to that side? Intelligence. How do you solve the problem? Now you know the road, you are familiar with the road. You know that if you pass straight, you come out as Contain, you bust at this place. You know the road, you know. How do you use the road? How do you navigate through that road to your destination? That's the intelligence comes in. So, intelligence will help you do what? The first thing, you will first help you think. How do I do it? See, how? Thinking. Then after thinking, then problem solving. That's the next thing. Yeah, for wisdom. It says you reflect. Problem solving is where you reflect. And I said, what makes wisdom is a combination of that knowledge you've had, you know, then your thinking, problem solving skills together. That's intelligence. That's what makes complete wisdom. You are reflected. Oh, yesterday, the reason why I got home late was because I passed over the day instead of passing sugar or instead of passing ideology. That reflection. So for me to solve the problem, so my wife would not complain and go to others, we came late again. I would what? Pass ideology. Reflection, you reflect. The man who had gone to the party to spray money after they say, after they start singing to him that, say Baba, say Buba, then he went to borrow the change. This time around I'm not spending naira, give me dollar, give me dollar. Only the eye. You understand? start spending money. Oble. So the moment he got home, his wife reminded him that the child's school fees. Then he checked his account. Huh? There's no money. If he had reflected before going to spend that money, he would have what? He would have saved. He would have just left the old hype and go home. Because a child going to school will do him more benefits than what? Than spending that money at the party. Nobody that before going to spend the money at the party, he is aware, he knew that he would pay his child's school fee. But he did not think critically. He's not intelligent. That's what it means. And if you are not intelligent, you will not get to the level of having wisdom. Because the 3 stages, you have to start from the first stage. So if you had passed the second stage, there is high tendency that you transit to the last stage, which is wisdom. You reflect what? Daily. You look at your daily activities. Okay, yesterday, what did I do? How did I spend my time yesterday? Where was I yesterday? From 12 to 2, what was I doing? So after reflection, you make amendments. How will I stop wasting 2 hours of my time? The calculator will reduce it from wasting 2 hours. Now, before you can start thinking about how will I waste 2 hours of my time, it means you must be aware, knowledge, your mind is filled with the fact that you know that I wasted 2 hours of my time. So how can I move from wasting that 2 hours to reducing it to 1 hour? Critical thinking, problem solving, solve the problem. Then you continue in that way. Your continuation helps you guide your life. That is wisdom. It's guiding your life already. Then the next way to have wisdom is to do what? To learn from your mistakes. The man who has spent extravagantly at a party, he has learned from his mistake. If he don't learn from his mistake and do it again, then he does not have wisdom. In short, he's not intelligent. So after you are known, after you have think critically and provide solution to the problem, you have to learn from the mistakes you made and the process. Probably you would have just solved the problem 2 months ago, but because there were mistakes in the process, you could not solve the problem until after 4 months. But glory be to God, you solved the problem. But you have to learn from the mistakes you made while you were trying to solve the problem. Another thing to help you have wisdom is what? To seek advice. Seeking of what? Seeking of advice. In life, you cannot know everything. And that's why our politicians, they have what we call special advisors. Aside from special advisor, we have the House of Assembly. At the House of Assembly, we have honorables from different constituencies. They are seated there. Why the head of the house is who? The right honourable, who is the speaker. So the right honourable will bring matters to the house. Only the house that distinguished honourable members, do you think we should give the 30 billion naira to School of Eloquence for the 20 days of Eloquence, or we should give the money to primary health center in Lagos State? Advice. Then you will see honourable start suggesting by saying you give it to the primary health center, it will help those that are sick. And then they will say if you give it to School of Eloquence, it will give us recognition. You might have foreign companies like China who will come and invest another $30 billion in School of Eloquence. That will help our economy. You will start seeing people giving their opinion. Not that you just come up. If you must have wisdom, you will not just come up and just decide straight. The 30 million naira, you are taking it to School of Eloquence. You don't decide that way. All the books, I'm giving it to you. What if you need to make reference from that book? Because if you already know what is inside the book. So you carry contemporary English grammar, you gave it to Toyin. Then now Toyin has the book. As a matter of fact, probably she didn't even know the value of the book. She had lost it. Now if you need it, what will you do? Seeking of advice. You seek advice before you do what? Before you make decision. And when you are seeking for advice, remember that the reason why you are seeking for advice is because you are following the 3 steps I have mentioned to you: knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom. That is to say, if you must seek an advice, you must seek an advice for someone who is following the same rule that are given to you. Because there is no point when you are following the rule, knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom, and you are seeking advice from someone who just knowledge. He is only aware that this is how we live, then you just tell you that, you know what, here so this is how we do it. So if you must follow an advice, that has to be from someone with the same thinking. Another thing is, you must be knowledgeable. You have to control your emotion. Sorry, if you must have wisdom, you have to control your emotions. Times, the reason why we lost so much is because of our emotions. Remember when the security agencies were talking about the end protest? When the youth destroyed the only forensic lab they have in West Africa. Maybe they don't know that's what they do in that lab. But if they have controlled their emotions, they have understood that this infrastructure has confidential documents that might cost someone else's life in this place. So why do we want to do that? But I have not thought of it. Thinking is another way. Intelligence. Stage 2. That's why I tell you that for you to have stage 3, you must have practiced stage 1 and stage 2. Know that this is an infrastructure. You've known. But thinking critically about the infrastructure, that in this infrastructure we would have confidential documents in it. It's all what helps your stage 2. And when you combine it together, you calm down. You get your life. They won't suffer what? They lose what? They suffer. Controlling your emotions. The final stage of becoming someone who has wisdom is thinking for a very long time. You think critically. You don't just decide quick. You think. At the end of life, people really regret what they don't know. That's true. But they regret the decisions they made. That's the message. You cannot regret what you don't know about. Because when you were coming from the mainland, why you use the longer route? You use the longer route because you don't know. So there's no point. You won't regret. But where the regret comes in is when you wake up late on the Monday morning when there is traffic. Probably you don't know that there is traffic because you don't have knowledge about it. But once you enter and you were told earlier that you would spend 20 minutes to Ikoyi, they started spending 3 hours. Probably you had planned that when you leave Ikoyi in 1 hour time, you would go to work. But now you are stuck in traffic. 20 minutes journey has become 3 hours journey. Then you start to regret. Of course. Knowledge can make you informed. Intelligence can make you impressive. That's true. But wisdom will make you successful, will make you respected, and will make you fulfilled. Don't forget, I said knowledge will make you informed. You will always have the information. Congo Park discovered River Niger. I'm mentioning his name, I don't have problem with him. Did you get? The next thing, intelligence will make you impressive. You will be impressive because you think critically before you do what you did. Then you provide problem solving. For wisdom, next speaker, wisdom will do what? Wisdom would help you to what? Become successful, respected, and fulfilled. The message for you is to do what? Is to know more, is to think better, and live wisely. What's the message? Know more, think better, and live wisely. You get the message? Know more, think better, and live wisely. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I've done a good comparison between knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom. I hope you have learned a lot. And I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Yep. Um, I'm very delighted to be here and to be part of this Guinness World Record attempt. And special regards to the School of Eloquence for hosting all of us and making this a possibility. The honest truth is when establishments like this dare to do things like this, it tells the rest of us it is possible. Yeah, it tells the rest of us it is possible. It gives us an idea about what we can dream about and how much we can dream, just how far we can go with our dreams. That absolutely nothing is impossible if we dare. Alright, so we're here to make this dream a reality, and then for the next couple of minutes I'm going to be lending my voice to this ongoing conversations. Alright, thanks to the previous speaker, and quite a lot of things he said. I will likely be re-echoing them during this session, and so I'll indulge your full attention while we engage in this conversation. Alright, my name is Chris Eden, and I'm very passionate about helping young people navigate their way through life from one point in life to another. Yeah, that's been a drive in my life over the years, and I don't see myself stopping anytime soon. Alright, so over the years I've had encounters and with several young people, particularly with several real life issues, concerns, questions, difficult issues, challenges, that have literally characterized the average young person's life. And this is not just about just young people in Nigeria. I'm talking about young people globally, all right? And then over the years, it has really aroused such a curiosity within me, just like our previous speaker was talking about, the place of curiosity. It has aroused a kind of curiosity within me to seek answers, to seek help, to seek sustainable help that young people can actually live by. Right? I came to realize that the stage in life, especially for young people, so permit me, peradventure you are on the older side, listening to this session right now, I will refer you a lot to young people. But you can benefit a lot from it, because I also realize that many older people are at the point where they are right now in life, but there are many dreams that they have that is yet to find expression. Alright, so age is going, but their childhood dreams are still yet to find expression. So the things I'm going to share with you here, I'm sure it will really benefit and help you also achieve whatever it is that is left for you to do within the remaining point time of your life here on earth. Right, so quite a lot of concerns about young people, about identity issues, conflicts about who they really are and what they have to offer in this life. Right, that has been a conversation, ongoing conversation, that has really helped, brought me to the place where I've done a lot of research, and not just about them, about me also. So I'll speak a lot using my life as a background, using my life as a canvas on which I'm going to, use to paint certain lessons, certain life lessons, and then we're going to see how that runs from here. I'm going to be talking on what I titled the discovery of purpose. Now, if you know me over the years, this is one conversation that is literally inexhaustible for me. Is literally inexhaustible for me. Right now I have two books that are talking about the issue of purpose, the issue of potential, the issue of destiny. I have two books on that right now, and we're still working on other materials, because I really see this as a major area. If we can get it right, I strongly believe if we can get it right from the tender age, I strongly believe that we can have a more coordinated, a more fulfilling adulthood, a more fulfilling life, literally, we see our leaders right now, and the perspective they have to life, a lot of times have been built from their tender ages. It's been built from their formative years. What you put in is what you get out. What you put in is what you get out. The models they've seen literally has shaped their approach to life even as they grow older. Alright, so if we can fix the model, it's just like a mold, alright? It's just like a mold. Like you have, like a block industry, right? The local ones you see on the streets, they have a mold, a kind of metal carving where they pour the cement in, and see every cement that gets into that mold comes out exactly the same way. So if you want a different shape, you have to create a different mold. So the challenge we have right now, we're trying to correct the outcomes. Meanwhile, the real point of concern should be to correct the mold. To correct the mold. The paradigms that we set for ourselves over the years have literally been very faulty, and that has literally shaped the society we see today. And so what I'm going to be talking about is an attempt to lend my voice, because that's where my strength is in this instance, to correct what we consider as a challenge in our society, in the world at large, right? So I'm going to be talking, like I said, I'm going to be talking about the discovery of purpose. What is purpose in itself? Purpose literally refers to the main essence, the core essence of everything in existence. The core essence of everything in existence. What is purpose? The core essence of everything in existence. And it's important you realize that purpose has a lot to do with defining even design. The reason you have the chair you have, and most likely anywhere you see chair, there will be a constant, there's some certain features that every chair must have despite the design, is because of purpose. So you can't have the chair otherwise and still call it chair if you cannot provide a means for us to sit down. Are you getting that? So purpose in itself has a lot to do with defining design. So if we want to change the design that we already have right now, then we can actually start from correcting our sense of purpose. And it's important to realize that I'm talking about the sense of purpose. This is a unilateral, it's a line that crosses across everything that is existing. It equalizes every human being. It equalizes every system. It equalizes every living thing. It equalizes everything that is in existence. Purpose, in the sense that everything serves a purpose. Everything serves a purpose. Every person serves a purpose. There is no one single person, or one single thing, or one single creature, or one single animal, or one single insect that is in this world right now that does not serve a purpose. Just because you don't know what it is and what purpose it serves does not mean it doesn't serve a purpose. Alright? So you must realize that the wisdom of God in creating everything that God has created was particularly to serve a purpose. So look at everywhere you can see right now. Look at anything you can lay on, or you can set your eyes on right now. There is a purpose it is serving, or else it will not pass its way into existence. Having said that, purpose is the equalizer of everything in existence. It is the equal feature of everything in existence. However, we hear statements like men are in sizes. How do you say that? Men are in sizes. There's a statement to that, a precursor to that statement. Life is in phases. People are in sizes, right? Life is in phases. People are in sizes. Now that already suggests that there's a difference, and of course, another very constant thing about life is difference. Another constant thing about life is difference. We just spoke about the fact that purpose is a constant for everything in existence. Another constant in life is also difference. So you can see how, if purpose levels out everybody, how come we still realize that people are different? People are different. What distinguishes one person from another is actually the purpose they serve. What distinguishes one person from another is actually the purpose they serve. The reason why you have the kitchen utensils in the kitchen and not in the living room is because of the purpose they serve. Are you getting what I'm telling you? So this conversation goes way deep to understand the fact that the difference between men, what differentiates men is the purpose they serve. And not just that, their ability to discover and fulfill that purpose. I say that again. What distinguishes men is the purpose they serve and the ability to discover in their lifetime, to discover and to fulfill that purpose. So you see, it's a deep conversation to realize that you are not just here as statistics. You are not just here to make up the data. There's actually something for which you are in this world, or else you will not have made it into this world. This conversation is something that really burdens me, moving around the streets and you see beggars, you see hoodlums, you see prostitutes, you see drug lords, you see all sorts of people that don't seem to serve an economic value. However, in destiny, there's a purpose they are supposed to serve. It then means that these people, and I'm going to reiterate this at some point, it then means that somewhere in life, there's a problem that exists, that these very people you see like this right now, including the ones in prison right now, there's a problem in this world that exists that they are tailored, they are actually made specially, designed specially to solve. And so I want you to see yourself like a key. Alright, so I'm going to be talking a little about that. I want you to see yourself like a key. Every key is shaped in a particular way because it is meant to lock and open a particular door, a particular lock, right? Now, the keys are not shaped in the same way, or keys are not supposed to be shaped in the same way, because one key should not be able to open another lock. So what shapes your life? What shapes your life? It's your life. Your experiences, the experiences you undergo in life, shape you for the particular hole you were meant to enter. A lot of us are complaining about things that are actually shaping us for the destiny we're created for. A lot of us are actually complaining about things that were actually meant to shape us into the very format we're supposed to be able to fulfill the destiny that we are created for. Religious folks are akin to making this prayer, Lord, change my destiny, Lord, change my destiny. I came across a man who said, Lord, I don't want you to change my destiny. And it caught my attention. That's the person of Dr. Cosmos Maduka. Did I get it right? Maduka. Sorry, thank you. So, Dr. Cosmos Maduka, he made that statement. He said, I don't pray that prayer. God, don't change my destiny. Do you know what he's trying to say? I am in destiny. This one must not change. There's something about when you find it, it just keeps you, it gives you a different sense of living. You are not in search of it anymore. You are already living in it. This is like a fish in the water experience. So when I work with some young people, especially building a team of maybe people I'm working with for a particular project or something, there are certain questions I ask them. What is your fish in the water experience? What is that thing about you that when you do this, you feel God's pleasure? What's about this thing about you that when you are in it, you feel like you are complete? You feel like this is why you were created. Now the challenge is, for most of us, we are just trying to pay bills. You see people take up a job and all they're trying to do is to be able to earn some money to pay some bills. That's a very weak way to live. That's a very loose way to live. And guess what? Time is running out. Time is running out. Another very loose way to live is to set unrealistic targets and on what do I call that now? Targets like how much you make in life. And so we rate people by how much they make in life, by how much they have. So you see somebody that has no intellectual content, no intellectual value to offer, just because he has some millions in his account, he steps in here and everybody's like, a dawn has entered. Of what economic value is that person? Of what intellectual value is that person? If you sit with that person to have a conversation, how does he advance your life? You see, these paradigms are wrongly set, and that's the reason why we have many young people putting their hands in a lot of crazy stuff just because they want to be able to meet up. They want to blow. Alright? So, what I'm going to be saying here today is an attempt to help to correct as many of you that can listen to what I'm saying here, to help to correct that paradigm and to get us to a point where we can actually live a more purposeful life. We can live a more purposeful life. There's a reason you are here. Ask yourself, look at, for a moment, do this exercise with me. For the next 5 seconds, imagine what is the biggest thing you can ever think about. What is the most enjoyable experience you can ever think about? What is the best thing you can think about? Having houses in Dubai, in California, going on trips. How much do you think you can have in your accounts? Just for a moment, think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Imagine that you have all of that at this moment. Even though it's difficult for some people to process that. Because somehow there's a way life has dealt with you that even what you desire, you can't even imagine having it. Those are deep conversations that we deal with a lot of times. You know, a young lady was asked, 800,000 and $500,000, what will you choose? Which will you prefer? And guess what she said? $500,000, because there's a million in the word. I'm telling you how some people already think that the reason they have not started the business they want to do right now is because they don't have a capital, they don't have the money they require. And I sit them down and ask them, how much do you need? And they just don't even know how much they really need to even start. Sometimes you give them a pen and tell them, write 500 million. Just write it in figures, 500 million. And they don't even know how many zeros are in 500 million. I'm telling you about the kind of predicament we found ourselves in, that we're chasing things that we will never be able to catch up with eventually. Because the standards are false. The standards are false. The ground is slippery. You can't go anywhere. It's like a treadmill. You are putting so much effort, but you are at one spot. Because this system was not meant to advance everybody. It can actually pick 1 in a million and put them out as a model and make everybody feel like if you work hard enough. But the honest truth is, there are many of us that have worked harder than some of the people that we're looking up to. And we're looking out there, especially on social media, but we've not gotten as much as they've gotten. Because in the real sense, that target is not feasible. It's not for everybody. So why do I live my life trying to become a second of somebody else when I can actually be the real person that I am and define what enjoyment, define what fulfillment really means for me? I asked you to do an exercise to imagine everything that you could ever think about having. Just imagine that right now you have the fleet of cars parked outside. And you step out of here, you're stepping into one of the latest brands, luxury cars, and you're driving to your mansion. You have your security men all around you. The media is all over. The moment you come out in the public space, everybody wants to take a picture with you. Imagine you have all of that. Ask yourself, what next? What's about life anymore? Like, what next? Now you could think that there is something, let me just get there first. Let me just get there first. Let me just get there first. There are people that have gotten there, and guess what? When they found out that everything is empty, like it's empty, like it's empty. Years back, I heard of a young man in Lagos here, one of the most successful businessmen in Lagos here, actually a very young guy. He was single, he had a daughter. He had some big properties in the island here, and the story had it that he jumped off one of his buildings and killed himself. He dropped a letter for his daughter, and his last note for her, very pathetic notes he dropped for the daughter, and then he jumps off and killed himself. And the question is why? Like, why? This man has the millions in his accounts. This man has all the influence and all the affluence you can think about. Why? I bet you what you're chasing right now, what many of us are chasing right now, are shadows. And in fact, the way we treat people right now, we still don't realize that we're doing it really wrong. In the sense that, this is something that happened to me several times. I step into a place, maybe I walk in on foot, and then of course, my kind of person, I would greet from the little child to the eldest, the security and everybody. And then sometimes you greet the security and they will even yell at you. Come here, where are you going? Where you go? Stop here. And sorry sir, I'm actually going there. They call you. The next moment I'm driving in, and all of a sudden the same security. Oga, your boy is a lawyer. And I'm questioning, who are you greeting, me or the car? I want us to see how life has really changed over time with several different inputs, several different adulterations to what really matters. And now we chase what really doesn't matter. Because somehow life has treated us in such a way that you begin to think that you have no worth except you have all these things that people admire. And I'm reminded of the scripture that says that the worth of a man is not in the things that he owns. The value of a man is not in the things that he possesses. So the question is, what is really the value of a man? There are over 8.3 billion people on the surface of the earth right now, as of the last statistics. And just like I said earlier on, none of these people is a statistics. None of us are just data. None of us is just making up the number. Over 8.3 billion people means that there are over 8.3 billion problems that we are meant to solve. Could it be that the problems that we are seeing right now is a compounding of several other problems that many people over the years have left? You know the story of David, right? And how David came into the limelight. Is it not amazing that what David came to face was not his problem? It was actually that of Saul's. Could it be that what we're facing in our time is actually not our problem, but we have to deal with it if we must have a life? So the question is, are we going to live this life just like the previous generation and let another giant survive our time? It's about time we stood up to discover our purpose. To discover our purpose. While I was speaking a while ago, I touched a bit about success, and it's good I emphasize a bit more about that success is a good. It's good. It's a good desire to have. We desire success. It's a good thing to think about being successful. But can I tell you something? Success in itself is a closed-end street. Is a closed-end street. Success in itself, in the sense that there are people that have gotten to where you are going or where you think you want to be, and they just realize that there's no way further. But I came to introduce to you something better than success, and that's called significance. That's called significance. While we aim at success, we must realize that success in itself can actually be a leverage to actually get to significance. Success is what you make of yourself. Significance is what you make of others and the society you live in. Success is what you make of yourself, the achievements you get, but significance is what you make of others. If you're not here today, what is missing? If you're not here today, what is missing? And as you are here today, who are you helping? Who is becoming better because you are here? Who is becoming better because you're here? Have your problems become so big enough that you want to spend the rest of your life finding a way to fix the problems you have, not realizing that there are a lot more that you were actually created for? There are a lot more that you're actually created for. Have you ever been to the markets with, or you've seen somebody that goes to the markets with, now I'm good at shopping, alright? I'm good at shopping. Don't look at the posh face. I'm good at shopping. If I meet you in your shop, I can empty it with just little money in my pockets. Alright, don't mind me. I'm not that greedy. But I've met people that go to the markets with so much money and they come back with very little. Like very little items. And I'm like, how is that even possible? We could actually have gotten a lot more with this money than what you came back with. And that tells me that there are many people that live just like that. In their lifetime, all they were able to do was to feed themselves, feed a family, maybe live old enough, and die. And the same problems they met when they came to this world is the same problem they left, leaving this world at the end of time. I was at the funeral of a young lady. She was 18 years when she died. As a matter of fact, she died out of the carelessness of our medical system in this country. She schooled abroad and came in halls to see her family. She complained about stomach pain, and then they took her to the hospital and found out that it was appendix. And at this point, it has already ruptured. So they needed an emergency operation. And of course, that's what they did. But the facility that she was in, at some point she needed oxygen and they didn't have. And they had to rush her to another hospital. Now this is going to the world, but honest truth is the reality we live in. So this is not to demarcate our nation, Nigeria. It's just to say these are problems that there are people listening to me right now that you are over your head is a solution to those problems. You are moving with an answer that the world is, people are dying in the world because of. Now they took this lady they brought an ambulance to transfer her to another hospital where she was to receive the medical attention she needed. And she was just a stone throw to the hospital, like the hospital just a few poles away, where she died. Now she died on her way to the hospital in traffic. This is the hospital gates in France. There was unnecessary traffic. Unnecessary traffic. Because somebody will not do what they expected to do. And they don't even realize, maybe one policeman is just there showing his muscles, showing how much, of authority he has. And somebody's dying. I'm talking about this. Your life answers to a lot more than you even know about. just because you don't see it. A family had to grieve because somebody was careless enough not to do what he was supposed to do. And this lady died at the age of 18. As pathetic as that story, that story was, what really caught my attention more about the lady was in her 18 years of life. In fact, when I attended the funeral, we were just a handful of us that were older people. Now, I don't look old, right? So if I say older people, you should understand. The rest people were 16 years, 17, 18, just like her. And most of them, about 90% of them, fleeing from other countries. And all of them had a testimony that this lady touched their life one way or the other. We're not talking about just people coming on vacation. We're talking about people leaving their schools, leaving their jobs, just to pay last respect to this lady, because somewhere along the line, some of them encountered her just once. Some of them, it was her YouTube page that they got to know about. Some of them, it was just, and all of these people gathered to say, just one experience with this lady was a life-transforming one for me. The question is, all the people you meet every day, including the bike man that's the bike you took down here, or the Uber you ordered to this place, all the people you meet on a daily basis, who can say of the truth that they encounter with you change something about their lives? 8.3 billion people equal 8.3 problems. Equal 8.3 potential problem solvers. 8.3 potential problem solvers. Okay. Let me create a bit more background to this conversation. Now permit me, for most of my studies, I use the Bible as a background, and then this is not to impose my beliefs on you. If I could find any other material, and of course I reference several other materials, and it's fine, I could use any other material to speak on some of the things that some of my convictions. But somehow the Bible seems to be a more concentrated. It has a whole lot more lessons, and I'd like to share from that. Now, for the religious folks, I may not sound theological with my explanations. I may not be quite theological with my assertions, and I'm not trying to be, and that's because I believe strongly that every lesson that we find in the scriptures, in the Bible, like Paul would say, that no scripture is of any personal interpretation. And I translate that to mean that there's no one single analogy or one single lesson in the Bible that has one interpretation. I strongly believe that there are multidimensional interpretations to all the lessons we can find in the Bible. As a matter of fact, Jesus speaking most of his parables, he used socially relatable issues. You would think that Jesus would talk about, just like when you want to know a man of God, you want to know a staunch Christian, you see there are certain cliches we use, certain words that when you hear this word, you go, this one is a man of God, like I used to say. This one is a man of God, because, we have a language. But it wasn't like that for Jesus. Jesus was very particular about connecting with the society. And so I'm going to be using some of such parables to explain some of the things that we're talking about here today. Remember, we're talking about the discovery of purpose. And then the parable from the book of Matthew chapter 13, from 44 to 46. As a matter of fact, these 3 verses carried 2 parables. And I'm going to try to explain, talk about those parables. Please, my honorable timekeepers, the moment I have like 10 minutes more, please just let me know, all right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. Okay, so I should talk until I fall down. All right. Some people get tired of listening to me if that's the case. Okay, so let me just hit this. Matthew chapter 13, verse 44 to 46. The first parable was about a man. The Bible spoke about, Jesus spoke about him. That this man was just moving on his own, like we say in Nigeria, jeje. He was just moving on his own, and then he stumbled on a treasure chest. He stumbled on a treasure that was hid in a field. This man was just moving on his own. This man does not have any specific identity. He does not have any portfolio. He does not have any pedigree, literally. But he was just moving on his own, and he stumbled on this chest, this box of treasure. And the Bible said when he saw it, the first thing he did was to re-hide it. He dug it up from where it was and re-hid it somewhere else. And he went back and sold everything he had and came to buy the entire field. The next parable succeeding that was about a merchant. Now this one, there was a particular emphasis on the fact that he's a merchant. He had a pedigree, he had a portfolio, he was known for something. And these merchants, just like we know about merchants are businessmen, they are explorers, they go about from place to place. Sometimes they go for artifacts, sometimes they go for certain precious stones, sometimes they go for certain mineral resources. They are searching for certain things of value. This man was out looking for a particular precious pearl. A particular precious pearl. And he had gone from country to country, city to city, traveled long distances, and the Bible said he finally found it. But guess what? When he found it, he went back to sell everything he had, about just the same way the previous parable. He went back to sell everything he had and came to buy that precious pearl. These two stories are very instructional for me. Now, you must realize that when Jesus speaks in parables, parables is like a baby talk. It's like a baby talk. There are certain things you want to teach your baby, you want to teach your child, but the child cannot process all of the adults' big language, all of the vocabularies, and so you have to use the baba kind of talk to tell the child what you need him or her to do. However, you communicate to them on their level of understanding. However, you still pass on the message. Now, the place of parables already tells that this thing I want to tell you is already way higher than what you can understand. It's higher than your ability to, your cognitive ability. However, I'm going to still give you, I'm going to maybe feed you with this same information in such a way that you can actually process it and still gain from this wisdom. That's the place of parables. Alright, so now let's try to really figure out what is bigger than just this simple story that was told. First of all, this first man, on his way somewhere, now realized that something similar about the both of them. When they found the treasure, they went to sell everything they had to come purchase that treasure. I'm going to take time to split all of this into bits for you. And I hope you don't get too saturated because this is quite a whole lot for me. As a matter of fact, it's a book. So I'm giving you first hearing of possibly my third book on this subject. Jesus started by saying that the kingdom of God, speaking about, he said that the kingdom of God, and then the tendency for you to ascribe it to something that is abstract, ascribe it to something that is out of your league, out of the box, is very high. However, I would like you to realize that the concept, for the sake of this conversation, the concept of the kingdom of God literally refers to a concept of divine essence. I'm trying to tailor this to our conversation. So when Jesus said that the kingdom of God is likened to, I'd like you to realize, I'd like you to understand that as a concept that is of divine essence. And in this context, we're talking about purpose. Purpose is actually a concept that is of divine essence, in the sense that everything about your life is a program that has already been planned, that has already been scripted long before you came. All right? It has already been scripted long before you arrived here. And that's the reason why our topic is not, our topic is discovering. You discover, just like the previous speaker was talking about, Mongo Park. Was it Mongo Park you talked about? Yeah. Right? Now, what's discovered means that it already exists before the discoverer, right? It then means that discovering purpose means that purpose already exists. Purpose already exists, waiting for you to discover it. Purpose is like a room in this building with your name at the door. You can perch anywhere else, but until you find that room, you are just enjoying somebody else's. You are a beneficiary of somebody else's benevolence. You are just taking up a chance somewhere. However, there's a space with your name on it. That's how purpose is. There's a space with your name on it. And until you assume that position, somebody else will not be able to live their life completely. This ecosystem, there's a part of it that you actually fit in. It was specially carved out for you. So, the parable went on to say about this man that was on his way. Possibly is a father that just dropped off his child from school and was on his way back home. Possibly it was a job man, that was working on a field and just moved around, maybe just at a break time, or just trying to take a stretch. Possibly it was somebody that was running an errand. Possibly it was just a jobless man that was tired of staying at home and was just moving around. He had nothing to his name. But the parable said that he found a treasure. He found a treasure in this open field. I'm trying to slow down now so you can actually understand what I'm saying. He found a treasure in an open field. He was not the first to pass that route. He was not the first to pass that route. This was not a secluded area. This was an area where other people were passing. He passed the same place and found a treasure. And found a treasure in an open field. It's instructive right there. It's instructive right there. Open field. You know the word when they say this is hidden in plain sight. Sometimes some of the things that we're looking for and we think that they are far-fetched, they are actually in an open field. They are actually something that you don't even need to look too far to see. I was speaking to one of my proteges. She read my first book, and then she called in to have a conversation with me, and then she said she doesn't think she has a talent. And I was almost tempted to tell her, it just means that you've chosen to be blind. Like you're actually closing your eyes when you can actually see. Like you're pretending to yourself that you're blind when you can actually see. Talent is everywhere. As a matter of fact, I had a challenge with a cliche. talent hunts. You see, there are programs that go on like that, youth events that go on like that, and we hear this thing about talent hunts, talent hunt, talent hunt. I think I have a challenge with that statement, because you don't hunt for what is everywhere. You only hunt for what is rare. And I'm going to be talking about that at some point, if time permits. We're going to be talking about that at some point. If you're saying you're hunting for skill, I can understand. But talking about talent, talent is everywhere. Everybody came with one. Everybody came with one. And it's interesting, talking about talent, to see how common talent is. In the sense that, okay, I like to give this illustration. Years back, I came to find out about a young lady that is a finger model. I've never heard anything about that prior to that time. She's a finger model. She's ugly in the face. She's not beautiful at all, but she has pretty nails. So this lady had fine-tuned her art in such a way that diamond ring producers fly her all the way to their countries to just put their ring on her hand and take a photograph for the magazines. It was amazing to know how common talent is. Talent is so common that it can literally be swept off the streets. Talent is so common that it can literally be swept off the streets. So people saying, I don't, or you think you don't have a talent, is because you are not looking at yourself, you are looking at other people. Your gaze is on other people. You are looking at somebody else doing something outstanding, and you just don't realize what you can also do outstandingly, because you think it's quite common to you. I also like to explain it from this angle. What is familiar to you? Now, if you've lived in this room long enough, the tendency for you to want to look at this backdrop, for instance, with a bit more curiosity is very low. Because something tells you that I've seen everything that is there. You are very familiar with it. Okay, you have, for those families that have old pictures at home where maybe your grandparents or your parents, when you were small, when you were babies, your parents did that picture back then, those black and white pictures, and then they frame it and they put it in the living room. You already know who is there. You already know what is there. You don't come back from work one day and then you go and say, wow, look at this. You already know what is there. Guess what? It's a visitor that comes into the room that says, wow, come on. Are you the one there? Hey, and then they make all sort of gestures and all of that, because to them it is new. They are not familiar with that version of you. But you see, you have lived with yourself so long that the tendency for you to think there's anything really special about you is very low. You are so familiar with yourself that you don't think that there's any special thing about you. And so the question is, this man that saw this treasure in an open field, what really caught my attention with that particular parable is, how did this man recognize what other people did not see? How did this man recognize what other people did not see? It reminds me of a story of a young guy living in a face me and slap you apartments, where you have some of the apartments don't even have a window. In fact, the window could be blocked by another building. That type of one that you open your window, it's somebody else's window that you're seeing just by your window. So it's not like you have you don't have fresh air. So you have to open the door for fresh air to come in. And then he used a piece of stone to block the door so it can stay open. And this friend came to visit him and kept looking at the stone by the door. I was like, guy, this is your stone. I like Amu. And then the friend was like, listen to you. Stone that they use block door. He said, guy, I like this stone. Make a carry on. And he went outside and brought another stone to block the door and picked that stone from his friend's door and went with it. Months after, he returned a multi-millionaire. Do you know what? He recognized that the stone that a friend used to block door was a piece of gold. I'm telling you how you can actually live with gold and still commonize it. You can live with something that people are craving to have, people are crazing to have, and then you can just think that it's a normal thing for you. Because you see, you lived with it all your life. The tendency for you to really investigate that stone by the door is very low. So my call for you, as we engage in this conversation, is to get you to the point where you want to look at the stone at your door. That stone, that common thing that you kick aside, can you look at it again? Can you look at it again? And begin to think about what value does this represent? I'd like to tie this up with the wise sayings of the King Solomon in Proverbs chapter 1. In fact, he began the whole book of Proverbs with dropping such a bomb, such a bomb for me, and then just looking at it, my eyes popped open. Like it pops for me. Like, what is this? How did we not see this? How come we rushed into reading other chapters in the book of Proverbs without seeing this very thing in the very first 4 verses of the book of Proverbs? I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to pick out the main words that I want to explain. It says, number 1, it says to intimate yourself with wisdom. Some versions will say to know wisdom. The word know there means actually to have an intimate and it means to have an intercourse, to intermingle, to become one with wisdom. You intimate yourself with wisdom. It goes further to say, then to discern, then to perceive, understanding. And then it says to give prudence. Look at this. It says to intimate yourself, to perceive. The third one was to receive. And then the fourth one was to give. I'm going to explain that in a jiffy. To intimate, to come, to lose your sense of familiarity with this thing. Come into such a union with it. Investigate your common. Investigate what you call familiar. Investigate it until you can find something that you've never seen before. Look at it again. Look at it again. What about you? What about you? And then goes further to say to perceive. Other words to that is to discern, to recognize. Now, what I'm trying to do is to help you understand what I refer to as the law of recognition. It says whatever you don't recognize, you don't honor. Whatever you don't honor, you don't celebrate. Whatever you don't celebrate exits your life. I say that again. Whatever you don't recognize, you don't honor. Whatever you don't honor, you don't celebrate. Whatever you don't celebrate exits your life. It becomes a diminishing asset. It exits your life because you don't fuel it with your recognition. Could it be that there's something really special about you that you've not taken time to look at, and that's the reason why it's reducing in value instead of appreciating? Could it be that there's something special about you that you've just not taken time to look at? That's the reason why it is still so common to you. Could it be that what is so common to you, people are looking for it somewhere else? Just because you are not marketable where you are does not mean that what you have has no value. It could just be a matter of placement. And for you to find your right placement, can you at least know the value you carry? An analogy was given about a bottle of malt that you buy, in the traffic. A bottle of malt is about that's about 600 naira, right? I think about 600 naira Nigerian currency in the traffic. The same bottle of malt, if you step into supermarkets to buy it, you can actually maybe get it for 800 naira, 1,000 naira thereabouts. or maybe an eatery, you may get it for like 1,000 naira thereabouts. Are you aware that the same bottle of malts, there are some 5-star hotels that sell the same bottle of malts for 3,400 naira? The same bottle of malts. Just because people price you 600 naira could just be that you are in the traffic. Just being able to know your own value first of all. Then the other issue will be about finding a place where you can be valued better. That's a different conversation altogether. But if you don't believe anything about yourself, you will live the rest of your life and you're priced for 600 naira. Meanwhile, just something that may not even be as good as you are is going for 3,400 naira somewhere else. You know, about 15 years ago, thereabouts, I began developing the desire. This is about 15 years ago. Yeah, it's about 15 years ago. That should be about 20 years ago. I started developing the interest in graphic designs, and without any formal training, I got into graphics. Let me not bog you, maybe except the conversation gets into that point. Let me not bog you with how I started. Very funny. Or maybe I should say it for the sake of some people that may find this helpful and may find this encouraging, so that you don't think that you are too far behind, that you cannot catch up. Now, I grew up from a family, I'm trying to avoid talking about my family, okay? So I grew up from a family where we're not poor. We're not poor. Because poor people used to gather to pray for us. So what do you call that kind of family? Wretched. Sounds like wretched, right? So not to gas any of my family members, to make them feel bad, no, but that's where we grew up from. This is not even humble, it's humiliating background. If you say humble background, it's like you're still giving us prestige. Humiliating background. Like humiliating background. Let me not go into stories about that. Yeah. Where we couldn't afford a computer, of course not even one in the family. But we had a family friend that was setting up his office, and then he was setting up the office, so he brought his computer. They were doing some painting and all that. So he brought his computer to our house and kept it for our house for the while they were doing the renovation work. And I had an elder sister that was very stern and she was a disciplinarian. And I could remember how she knew I'm kind of person that I fiddle with stuff growing up. That's why I'm scared of having a child like me, so that all my gadgets in the house will not get spoiled. Yes. In fact, I dated somebody at some point she was hoping to have 3 boys. And from the point she told me she was expecting to have 3 boys, I knew the relationship would not work. Because I can't imagine that 3 of me, they would chase me out of the house. I was that adventurous. Okay, so I had my hands on. And so this particular day, my sister called me. I had not done anything. They just brought the computer. I had not even looked at it. She called me and then held my ear and twisted it, just to warn me that I dare not touch that computer. I said, I've not even done the offense. I'm already receiving the punishment. So when everybody left, and I advised myself, so since I did not do the offense and I've already received so that the punishment will not waste, let me just do the offense at once, right? So that's how that was my first time ever getting to sit on a computer. Prior to this time, we learned computer science in school. Is that type that the teacher would draw the computer on the board and draw on the keyboard and tell you this one is called control, this one is called space, and they will tell you to draw, and they will still give you exam on top of it. And when you pass, they say you now know computer. It's a lie. So this was my first time actually sitting in front of a computer system, and I was wondering, how does this thing operate? And I found my way somehow by fiddle, of course I told you I fiddle. So I found my way to the power button and I pushed it on. And the whole thing came on. I was like, whoa. No, you may not understand. You may not understand this. Because maybe you came from, this is too far-fetched for you to really figure out. But for me, it is history. For me, it is a journey. And I was able to find my way around the computer, and somehow I found my way into Microsoft Word. To be honest, I don't know how I found it. I think I was just clicking multiple things, and I saw this white page that just opened, and I was seeing something clicking, and I looked at the system, I touched the keyboard, and something appeared on the screen. I was like, wow. So this is how they used to type. I tried to type something, and guess what? I typed I, and I was looking for dots to put on top. Because I was used to writing my I and putting my dots by myself. So I just didn't figure out that this computer will have the provision for a dot, free dots. That if I type the I, it will give me dots free, bonus. So I was struggling to figure out how to put the I on top of the dots. I'm telling you a real story. I struggled with this for a long time. Until I now just carelessly, I just raised my eyes and I saw on the screen that the eye came with its own dots. And I was like, whoa, are you serious? Like, I don't have to, I just type one thing and they put the stroke and put the dot on top for me? Wow, I was that novice. It's funny now when I think about it, and I don't know if I'll tell my children this story actually. But it's actually funny, just think about it. But that's how I started. And that's how I got into graphics. I started doing graphics. But guess what? I became so good at it that there's a printing press where I did some of my jobs. I realized that some of the logos I created and some of the designs I did, I've gone to the printing press, badged in on them, and found one of their chief designers. Literally, he put my design here, and he was literally repeating the design for somebody else. Of course, there was nothing I could do. I became friends with him, and we got talking. And as at that time, he told me that he was making as much as 250,000 naira per logo. That's to design one logo. He was making as much as 250,000 naira. I was taken aback. I was like, wait, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Like, you're kidding me, right? You mean you copy my design and somebody's paying you 250,000 naira? Meanwhile, the person I did the work for said 5,000 was too much. No, if you're creative in the room, you understand what I'm saying. It's a disheartening experience. Like, it's disheartening. You just do your work, you put your best into it, and the person tells you you're too expensive. I usually correct some of my clients when that happens. I tell them, you can't say I'm too expensive. Do you know what it has taken me to get to this point? Say you cannot afford it, don't say I'm too expensive. Because this same person will step into another place and will pay the price for whatever it is that is offered them. Somehow, maybe I have to learn a lot more about packaging myself. Maybe I have to sit on one of these classes where maybe one of the speakers will speak about that. And of course, I'm working at that. Why am I bringing this illustration? Sometimes, the little that you do, you don't know how much is worth just across the room. Just because you're in this part of the lane, and then you think that your skill is prized very little, you don't know how much this same skill can actually worth across the lane. And so the principle of recognition, like I said earlier on, whatever you don't recognize, you don't honor. Whatever you don't honor, you don't celebrate. Whatever you don't celebrate exits your life. The man that found the treasure in an open field, the reason he could identify it is because somehow, somewhere along the line, obviously, he had been exposed to that knowledge. He knows for sure this is what a treasure box looks like. And this brings us to the point of exposure. Sometimes the reason why you feel suffocated is not because what you're doing is not valued, it's because you don't have enough exposure. And for most of us that grew up, especially in this part of the world, one of the things that we've suffered is deprivation. We've really not been exposed. We've really not been exposed. How far have we really gone? Where have you gone to? Who really positioned you to see life differently from what you've experienced in your local home? So the first point here for this guy was, obviously he had been exposed to knowing what a treasure box really looks like. And so when you intimated yourself with that knowledge, it's easy for you to recognize it when you see it out there. And like just following that Proverbs chapter 1, when you're able to recognize it, then you are able to receive it. Then you are able to receive it. Then you are able to receive it. How much are you paid for what you do right now? Could it be because you have not been able to recognize your value yet? And of course, the final is to give. You cannot give what you've not received. The impact you want to make in this life is a function of your ability to identify your potential, identify what it is that you are called out for. Alright? Your ability to recognize it and place some premium on it. Place some value on it. The next thing I would like to talk about, similarity between these two guys, is that the both of them went out. You see, as casual as this story seems, there are many learning points to it. So the both of them went out. What they found, they did not find it within the confines of their comfort zone. They went out. Your treasure is not in your comfort zone. I say that again. Your treasure is not in your comfort zone. Don't let where you're coming from limit where you're going to. Can you dare to give yourself the exposure you deserve? Dare to give yourself the exposure you deserve. You sit some people down and you talk with them and you just realize that everything about their life is just they don't see beyond their nose. There's no real far outlook they have of life. Talk with many undergraduates or many fresh graduates, and all they tell you, oh, I'm done with school right now. What I want to do, so what's your plan for the next 5 years? Oh, I want to serve, or I wish I can serve in Abuja or in Lagos, and then after serving, I want to get a good job, and then from the good job, I want to have a good house, and then I want to get married and have children. That's my 5-year plan. Is this how far you see? Like, is this how far you see? What is more about your life that with the same time frame you can actually achieve? What's more about your life that with the same time frame you can actually achieve? I was inspired by a young lady that was sharing her. I listened to a story a few months back. She just finished her youth service not too long ago. She said for the whole 1 year of her youth service, all the money, what we call the alawi, right? All the money she got from the government, payments for her NYSC, she invested all of them. She used all of them to buy shares and invested all for the full 1 year. You see, sometimes many young people don't even realize that life has already given you a leverage. For many young people, you are right now, at least you have an uncle around, you have a family around, or you have a friend around that you can actually live with. That's taking up the pressure of paying the rent. So what do you do with the money you have? Is it not amazing that everybody has the same opportunity, the same access to funds, but some people have chosen that what they will do with their funds is to look beautiful on the outside without really decorating their future, without really investing in what they become in the future. So everything about them is what they can get now. I stumbled on a video where a young man was asked, obviously he was high on something, and he was asked, if you become the president of this country, what will you do first? Did you guys hear? You mean president of this Nigeria? This Nigeria? Ah. The first thing I will do, I will first of all fill my table with food and I will chop first. It will shock you to know that the outlook many people have of life is to satisfy their deprivation of the past. The outlook they have of life is to satisfy their deprivation of the past. Sorry, I'm going to be talking, especially in the next point I'm raising now, I'm going to be referencing myself so much. Growing up, I used to hear rich men's children, okay? Talk about golden morn. Talk about eating apple. The apple we know, the apple we eat, you know that apple, you know the other apple, the one that grows in Nigeria. That's the only apple we know. So when we go to school and they draw the other apple for us, it's still a fact. Where did you see this apple? So we keep eating. It was like we're looking forward to when we're going to eat this particular apple. The first day I tasted golden morn. So I was going to have many years back. I was going to have. Sorry, I'm just so maybe when I leave here now, if you just look at me one way, but that's not a problem. But I'm just telling you exactly how life has been. So I'm giving you my journey, right? I was going to have a program where I was going to speak. And then, where I was lodged, the morning of the event, I was asked, okay, what would you like for breakfast? We have rice, we have golden morn. As I heard golden morn, I said, He said, golden, give me golden morn. Give me golden morn. See, the choices you make in life, a lot of times, a reflection of what you missed out of life. Especially in the past. It has nothing to do with what you're building for your life in the future. So they served me golden morn. And like my previous speaker would say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I asked myself, now golden morn be this? Is this golden morn? Is this the golden morn that we've been hearing? Golden morn, golden morn. I didn't like it. I'm not eating anything until it's already strong. It was now almost like eba. So I felt like I was eating eba without soup. And now dip the spoon inside. It got to the point where they now knocked. Sister, are you ready? Are you ready? Wait. Because I was figuring out, should I dispose this in the trash? How do I do that? I'm just telling you how frustrated I was that I finally met my beloved golden morn and I didn't like it. Same thing happened the first day I tasted that apple they were drawing for us on the board in primary school. The first day I tasted it, I was like, it's not even sweet. There's something that happens to you when life has really dealt with you. You can actually take something that is nutritious to your body, but your body will interpret it as poison. I said that again. There's something that happens to you when life has dealt with you. It changes your whole metabolism. It changes how you interpret even things that can help you. That's the same way. There's people I've met that I know I have what it takes to help them. I know I have what it takes to really support them and to help them become better. But you see, they've grown up in such a toxic environment that they don't even know how to appreciate something that can actually help them become better. So I understand them because I've been there. At least with my golden morn experience and my apple experience. And the next one was smoothie. I've been hearing smoothie. The day I tasted smoothie, I said, what is this? It was tasting like grass. It was not smooth. They said smoothie is not smooth. And I'm like, ew, what's this? I didn't like it. After a while, I actually began to like it, and now I crave for it. See, something has happened. A miracle happened right there. Maybe somebody should say, Pastor, this young man came in, and he did not like smoothie when he came in. But after he prayed, but something happened right there. So something that is changing in my mind. over the years. This just to explain the fact that for many of us, some of the things you think you're looking out for in life are things that you missed in your past. And it doesn't help you build a future. You cannot go forward looking backward. You cannot go forward looking backward. I never had a bicycle. I cannot crave for one now. There are many more things I want my life to answer to. I can't now start missing things I didn't have in my childhood at the expense of things that my future is bringing into my life. Alright, so let me compare these two guys. The first guy that found the treasure in an open field, and the second guy that was actually looking out for it. I describe them in two words, the disruptionalist and the intentionalist. The disruptionalist and the intentionalist. In the sense that, and I think if you ask me, if I assess my life backwards, I can say I fall into the disruptionalist. In the sense that there are many things I stumbled into that I wasn't even prepared for, including what I'm doing right now. Like tracing my father's genealogy, my mother's side, there is no trace of anybody that is doing what I'm doing right now. So if I have to look at my home, I don't have a model. I don't have a model. And this speaks a lot to the special thing about what potential is. Potential is not necessarily transferable by DNA. That's why I started by telling you that your potential and your purpose is of divine essence. Is of divine essence. Your parents have done what they can do to provide a container. What God does is to fill that container with something that obviously they could not carry. And so that's the reason why you must, as much as possible, have a better outlook in life. Because what your life is here to answer, a lot of times, is different from what your parents were. For most of us, what really stands out for you in life and destiny is not how much of plan that you have. In fact, as a matter of fact, destiny rolls in on certain circumstances that are not planned for. I know there are people that they go through very formal education system, very structured systems where they can actually project. If you see them down, in fact, when they were much younger, you ask them, what do you want to become in future? They can tell you, and exactly that's what they're doing right now. But how many of us really listening to me right now, that when you were 5 years or 7 years or 10 years old, you were asked, what will you become in future? And what you said back then is what you're doing right now. The honest truth, if we want to be honest with ourselves, many of us are not anywhere near what we say we want to become in the future. So you see those days, career days in primary school, where they say, okay, everybody dress like what you want to be in the future. And some people dress like pilots. How many of you are flying the plane right now? Some people dress like doctors. But right now you're into catering. You see, life seems to have flipped certain pages on you that is different from what you thought you actually wanted. Let me tell you the honest truth. Growing up from secondary school, I actually wanted to go into science. I felt like I had a brain for it. I wanted to go into science. But guess what? All attempts to study a science-related course failed. And I was wondering, it took me several attempts in failure with regrets. And later on, I stumbled on mass communication. And I was asking myself, how come nobody saw it? How come nobody told me that you were good at this thing, just go and develop it? In fact, I see a lot of flaw with what we call education in this generation, in the sense that we seem to want to pour into people what they were not built to carry. And we call it education. I strongly believe education should actually be understanding the mold of this person and helping this person find their path along the line in that area. So this is young boy me. From the age of 4, I already started talking. I already started preaching from the age of 4. How come nobody told me just develop this skill and save me several years of wasted money, wasted time? And of course, I lost my self-esteem at some point because I kept having series of failure from one to the other. Meanwhile, there was a fish in the water experience just on the corner waiting for me. So I consider myself a product of disruption. I consider myself that whatever it is that I'm doing right now is a product of disruption. Literally, my life had to be disrupted for me to find what I'm doing right now. And for most of us, you are like that first man whose journey was disrupted just by the glimpse of a value in an open field. His whole journey, whether he was taking a casual stroll or he was going somewhere or coming back from somewhere, his whole journey was disrupted just by a glimpse of a value in an open field. For the most of us listening to me right now, there's an open field in front of you, just waiting to catch your attention. The great general, Moses, as we know in the Bible, the point where his story was changed was not where he was in comfort. Remember I said your treasure is not in your comforts. So for those of us that are disruptionalists, your treasure is not in your comforts. You must constantly look out for what is not comfortable. For what is not comfortable. Because your life want to keep you in comfort and there's no fulfillment in comfort. The best comfort can give to you is satisfaction. And satisfaction is short-lived. But purpose calls you to a deeper water called fulfillment. Like I spoke about Moses being chased from Israel, and from Egypt rather, and this was him right now in a strange land. He was a general in one country. Right now he was a shepherd. Imagine how career just changed. Everything about his career was truncated just by one experience. A disruption happened. And another disruption was going to happen that was going to align him with destiny. And we know the story, how there was a burning bush. And he said, let me step aside. Let me abandon my own projects. Let me for a while take another look. Let me be disrupted for a while. And that was how purpose was born. For some of you right now, there's a burning bush somewhere around you, just waiting for you to turn your eyes off what you've been trying for several years and it's not working, and just to take a glimpse at it and to see whether or not this will produce the all-desired results. You're struggling to have your child, for some parents listening to me right now, you're struggling to have your child in a particular discipline. Meanwhile, the child is showing tendencies in a particular line. The question is, when would you let that disruption really birth a destiny? You're trying to force this child out of alignment with destiny. This man was disrupted, but that was how destiny was formed. That's how destiny was born by him. The intentionalists have their life all planned out. All right? They live their life by schedule. They observe, clear boundaries. They know exactly what they want to do, where they want to do it, how they want to do it, where they want to do it. They know everything about that. But guess what? For disruptionalists, we're not sure what's going to happen next. We're flexible. Because we realize that a whole lot happens when you're not expecting. For a disruptionalist, outcomes are based on a combination of several different happenstances. For an intentionalist, outcomes are based on structured planning. So you ask an intentionalist, what is your life going to be like in the next, in fact, they have it in the next 50 years. They have it figured out. But guess what? Some of us did not have it like that. Some of us did not have it like that. So talking about discovering your purpose, you must come to a point where whether you are a disruptionist or an intentionalist, you must realize that there's certain things that happen, and when they happen, you must be ready to receive them. For somebody listening to me right now, is a child you were not expecting out of wedlock. It happened when it happened, and you felt like it has truncated your life. It just enrolled you alongside the disruptionalist. Destiny still holds something for you along that path. For somebody listening to me right now, you've dropped out of school, but you see, you are not the only one. Do you want to hear all our stories? Do you know how many people have gone through that route and they still made something out of their life? For somebody, your parents were not even able to send you to school. You desired it, but you didn't have the resources for it. Life already disrupted all your dreams. You fall into this category. Destiny will find its way to you by a combination of several different happenstances. For disruptionalists, mistakes could become a new design. But for intentionalists, mistakes can mean weakness. And what they do the SWOT analysis. They find all the way to mitigate all the mistakes and all the weaknesses for intentionalists. But there are people that don't have their lives so structured. But destiny still holds something for you. Your mistake can actually be a design. I actually got this phrase from a friend of mine that is an architect. He said that there are some mistakes that can actually be. Have you even asked yourself, how come about some of the designs, some of the clothes that we wear right now? Do you actually think all of those designs came from somebody sketching a particular design on the paper? Don't you think that there was a time where somebody actually sold something and made a mistake? And while they were querying them, and they were querying, what kind of rubbish did you sew, Seth? But it's fine, no? It actually came out. I'm talking about how a mistake can actually become a new design. For disruptionalists. For disruptionalists, we make discoveries by exploration. We make discoveries, new discoveries, by exploration. But for intentionalists, they experiment before they execute. Now, these are the two categories of people I'm talking about. The first one found it in an open field. He's a disruptionalist. The other one is a merchant that he knew what he was looking for even before he found it. He's an intentionalist. However, what really struck my attention in all of this was not how they found what they found, but what they did with what they found. So I'm bringing this home right now. It's not about what you find. It's not about how you find what you find, but what you do with what you find. The difference between your life and somebody else's will not be eventually about what they have and you don't have. It will be what we do. It will be about what you do with what you have. And for somebody listening to me right now, it looks like you have lost so much out of life. The question I want to ask you, or rather what I want to tell you, is that what will change your life is not about what you have lost. It's about what you have left. Go through history, read through great stories. It's never about what has been lost. It's about what they have left. Today we know about KFC. Read about the story. It wasn't about what he lost. The marriage, the children, the job, his life, literally his lifetime. It was about one thing he had left. Can I put it to you that life will always leave you with that one thing that can change everything? There's something about you that will never leave. You will always have it, because that is where your entire life till you die. Even if you have 5 minutes more in this world, you will still have the opportunity to turn it around with that one thing you have left. With what I just said right now, I just delivered somebody from a victim mentality. Because you spend the past 5 years of your life, 10 years of your life, complaining about who left you, complaining about what happened to you, complain about the job you did not get, complain about the marriage that failed, complain about the child that died, complain about the job you lost, complain about everything, the money you put into investments that did not yield. You complain about all of this. I came to tell you, in the discovery of purpose, it is never about what you've lost, but what you have left. It's about time you go back and look at what is that thing that I have left that can change everything else. Examples of disruptors in the Bible. As a matter of fact, when I just taking a glance through the Bible, I came across several different examples of disruptors in the Bible, and I'm just gonna mention a few of them. Now these are not exhaustive at all, and of course we can relate to several others, that we've seen in our modern day time. Business tycoons, international business owners, and people that have done great things. And I'm sure if we have to look at the story of the owners of this facility and this project right now, there's something about their life that answers to this question of disruption. Somehow, life shook somehow. Things rearranged somehow beyond what they planned. And today they find themselves somewhere where they can say they are fulfilling purpose. We see the story about the woman with the issue of blood. Realized that while Jesus was on his way, he was actually his way to Jairus' house to heal the daughter. But there was a woman, a disruptor along the way. There was a disruptor along the way that will not let this journey go on smoothly. See, I just want you to realize that opportunities will come your way without a notice. Opportunities will come your way without a notice. If this woman had missed that one opportunity, that would have been a Kairos moment. And you get what I'm telling you? That would have been a Kairos moment. For some of you listening to me right now, this is the 4th month of this year. Several Kairos moments have come your way, but you were too lazy. You were too there's what is called analysis paralysis. You are trying to analyze it. The last time I made an investment, it failed. Are you sure if I do this one, it's going to work? The last guy that asked me out was, how sure this one is real? How you were too analytical. You must learn to. The Bible said that great men are not always wise. That word struck me real deep, because there's something about jumping on an opportunity that just gives you an edge. An opportunity has come out now, and you're waiting for other people to do it and come and tell you that it works before you go into it. Can you be the pioneer? Step into it. Step into it. Step into it. We have the story of the blind Bartimaeus. Sorry, like I said from the beginning, I'm using the Bible as a background to really explain some of this. Jesus was not coming to blind Bartimaeus. He was on his way passing, and Bartimaeus heard that Jesus is passing here, and he disrupted the move. I'm talking about disruptionalists. People that will not let things go. Now, for some of us, please listen to me. There are organizations that have disruptionalists in their midst, and they label them as rebels. Disruptionalists are the people that will not let things stay the way they are. They believe that it can. Why do we always have to sit this way? Oh, it's just that I'm trying to behave myself, or else I'm a disruptionalist. I would question, why do we all have to stand behind this? I would question, that is me for you. I got into a meeting, and I was supposed to organize a meeting, and I changed the seating, and then the manager came in and said, no, this is not how we used to sit. I said, why can't we sit this way today? I'm a disruptionalist. I don't like seeing things all the way one pattern. Can we try something else and see what comes out of it? We're talking, the other speaker, the one before, the last speaker, spoke about the inventor of the light bulb, right? Several times, why people said, you failed at this many times? He said, no, I did not fail. I just found out how many ways it doesn't work. I'm talking about disruptionalists. This is the way we think. We don't let things stay the way we met them. So you may have a child like that, and you're wondering, why is this child like this? This child is a disruption. Like, purpose will find him. He will make a discovery that nobody else will ever make in their entire life. So stop trying to rehab somebody that is a disruptionalist. There's a discovery on the other side of their disruption. we see Esau and Jacob, right? Esau was supposed to get the blessing. Jacob intercepted. So every story, there are many stories you have in the Bible. These are how it goes. The instructionalist. And also we have David and Goliath. David and Goliath, very interesting story. He was not even part of the military. He just came in as an errand boy. He was an Uber boy. He was coming to make the delivery, dispatch rider, literally. And in a moment, destiny rang a bell at him. And then destruction got in. This was not the mission, but this is the opportunity. This was not the mission, but this is the opportunity. Can you for a moment take your eyes a bit off your lists? I know you're very organized, and see the opportunities that are coming in front of you right now. Stop living in the past and sharing all the stories of how you were successful back then when the rail project was going on, and when night post was on, you were the manager. Can you just stop all of that? There's opportunities in front of you, provided you're still breathing. There's a reason you are still here, and opportunities are still flipping themselves over you. So I think I'm trying to initiate some people into destructive thinking. Yeah, destructive thinking. Yeah, so we can change the way things are. We can change the way things are. My time is almost up. How many minutes do I have? Just tell me how many minutes. 11. No, I think I received a signal. How many minutes? Tell me. Huh? 2. Did you just say 2? That's like saying, with these few words of mine. Okay, so let me wrap up on this. Whether you are a disruptionalist or an intentionalist, the scripture is clear about it. Time and chance happens to them all. And something, okay, so all right, maybe I should just reserve the rest parts for. Let me honor the opportunity I received, and then let's receive. What's the next guest? So thank you so much for listening to me. I guess I've dropped a few things. I don't want to stretch any further because I still have quite a number of things that I want to really talk about. But let me not stretch any further. I'm going to yield the floor right now to the next speaker, and I'm sure the rest lineup of speakers we have for the rest of this exercise, they have a whole lot to give to us. As we listen, thank you so much. So I'm signing out right now to the next speaker. Thank you. I'm passing the mic to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Nice hearing from you. My name is Mr. Victor Abraham, the president of the Victor and Louis Abraham Foundation. I'll be speaking on drugs, the evils of drugs, the dangers of drugs, and what drugs can do to the lives of teens, youths, and also how parents can have what is called the red flag to avoid drugs. I'm standing here, at times I don't even need to go through ChatGPT to tell you, or to go and Google the message. I'm the message already. Because I started smoking when I was 8 years old. Started taking Indian hemp when I was 8 years old. And by the time I was 14 years, I was already taking cocaine. So I would like you to listen carefully, and I'll be talking to the youth, the parents, to pay attention. And this is a great opportunity. More so that today in our country, the drug issue has become a pandemic and epidemic altogether. It's a global problem. To the extent that the present president of the U.S., that is the president of America, Donald J. Trump, signed an executive order, labeling fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. By the time I was 8 years old, my father said I was very stubborn, and that I should go and live with a family friend in a place called Mushin. In that place we call Mushin was where, at that age, where they were supposed to train me and make me to become, they said the man is a disciplinarian. And that was where the son of the man, we asked me to fall into the back of the yard. I was started experimenting with what we call weed, Igbo. That was 8 years old. By the time I left secondary school, at the age of 15, 16, I went to a co-boss high school. I was already taking cocaine. Cocaine then was 150 kobo for a chunk or a pinch. I've come here to let you know that what the drug can do. By the time I started for my school start, I had 2 F9, and you know the two papers had F9. Can you guess? How do you know? How do you know? You guys are sharp. I got my F9 parallel maths, English, 2 credits, I think history and arts, then 4 passes. Which school will take me? There's no school. Because that was the evil of drugs. That was what drug will do. The drug will destroy your life. It's a destroyer. It's highly demonic, it's highly occultic. My life was wrecked because of drug. And I'm standing here to let you know that there is a way out. For good 7 years, in short, in the joint, my name was Oshadegbe, smoke to stupor. You smoke to stupor. That was my name. And today I've come to let you know that there is a way out. Because today we have a lot of people out there, maybe some of you people would like to know that there is a way out. And I can tell there's a way out. If I can stand and tell you there's a way, I'm happily married today. My wife and my children are here. I got married when I was 27 years, after I left drug at the age of 21. And then my wife is here. My first son's about 31 years, celebrated his birthday just about April 10. We share the same birthday dates. My wife is here, Olasumi Graham. She's also part of she's a director on our NGO. And then I have my daughter here with me, who is also a co-founder of our NGO, the Victor and Lucy Brands Foundation, that we deal on drugs. And I want you to pay attention quickly, you youths in particular, because don't experiment with it. Today we have different types of drugs. When we're smoking, we have only, you can count the drugs. They were very minimal. You can count them. Then what we have then, we have maybe hemp, which is Indian hemp, normal, which we call marijuana. Marijuana. It's a Spanish word. Marijuana. It's not marijuana. And we have then 350 kobo. That was how much we buy them. Then you have what is called Italian brown, cocaine. Then you have Italian white, hashish. That was what we're smoking there. But now, the list is endless. We have ice, meds, we have MDA, you have codeine, you have Colorado. We have 2 types of Colorado. I'm going to explain to you guys. Colorado Vibes and Colorado Cripple. It cripples them, and it won't cripple you. As it cripples them, it won't cripple you. You have what is called loud. You have Arizona. You have Scottish loud. You have Canadian loud. You have, name it. The list is endless. You know those drugs? Now, do you know why I want to pay attention? We have what is called date rape drug. This drug, we call it date rape. Now, if guys want to run train on a lady, they inject your drink, they spike it with this drug. The most annoying aspect of this drug is that it will wipe away your memory. It wipes away your memory. You won't even remember anything. This is what these guys are doing. So if you see somebody giving you 5 alive, you don't know that they will dissolve that drug and they will use syringe to drag it. And they will put it in the drink for you. And you won't know. The drink will be chilled, or they put it in cake, brown cake. Some of you go to party, go to beach. By the time you take it, in a space of 5-10 minutes, you are gone. So you have to be careful what boys are doing. They're outside there, you hear stories of what people are doing about drugs. So I've come to let you know that we are talking about war against drug abuse, substance abuse. Are you with me? We are talking about drug. It destroys life. The guy who introduced me to drug died of tuberculosis. Those days in joints, when we carry drug, we call it chasing of dragon. Can you imagine? We call that drug, Italian brown, chasing of dragon, when we take the pipe. Now, because in the joints, you pass the pipe, saliva will be in the mouth. Then without saliva, how many minutes do I have? So thank you very much. The saliva will be transferred. And the guy, before he was rushed to the hospital, he died of tuberculosis. Some people died of AIDS. A lot of people have died with all manner of diseases because the drug is high. Now let me tell you one thing about one of these deadly drugs. How many have heard about Colorado? You heard it on Colos. You see it on Instagram, you see it on Facebook, you see it everywhere on Colos. The evil of this drug is that you don't even know the components, you don't know the content. Part of the chemicals they use in doing this drug is what they call jig, bleach. They put bleach. And there's this drug we call, there's this thing they use, the mortician used to do the dead body, we call it formalin. Now they add formalin to these drugs. Now, when they take this drug, because drug operates in one, when you take this drug, at times it's a stimulant, it's hallucinogen, and it's a depressant. Alcohol is a depressant, makes you to be drowsy. Codeine makes you be drowsy. Can you get me? Indian hemp, cocaine, heroin, they are more or less stimulants. You are alive. Ice, crystal melt, they are all from them. I was counseling a guy. I was in Port Harcourt, just came back from Port Harcourt. I was counseling a guy on the phone. Without ice, he can't do nada because he's addicted to it. I was addicted to drug. And what aspect of it is that I started taking drug, lining Indian hemp with cocaine. Then, as far back as 1981, some of you know about 1982, 1980, 1981, 82, 83, late 86, that was when I met Christ. It was a turning point. I'll give you some of the series. Now, for you to understand, for you to know, I put it part of my what I'm speaking about paraphernalia. There's what is called drug paraphernalia. If you want to know somebody that is taking drug, there are some signs you need to know. When you see somebody, a guy holding lighter, what is he doing with lighter? One bomb. Thank you very much. If you see somebody, these are things you look at, you want to bomb bush. You see somebody with a Rizla, that's what it's called, Rizla. You know Rizla? You used to line those things. Rizla is used to line all manner of drugs. Indian hemp, you've heard about Indian hemp, Igbo, Abi, or cannabis. You've heard about loud, Arizona, Canadian loud, Ghana loud. Now all these drugs are called synthetic drugs. Synthetic drugs are produced in the lab. They are not like Indian hemp. Indian hemp contains a substance called THC, tetrahydrocarbon. It affects your brain. One thing you have to understand about drugs, it affects your brain. And you know the aspect of it, the worst aspect of it, as at that 8 years I take drug, I look at you, somebody who is as tall as this, my sister. I look at this Morat. Because drug is a stimulant. It's a moral booster. What do I say? It's a moral booster. I look at her and say, look at this, what? Morat. Because I'm looking at you from the lens. You see, there's this binocular. It has two sides. There's a side you use. It will magnify an object. There's another side you use. It will make the object to be small. After I've taken drug, when I look at you, I'm looking at you from the binocular side of small rat. Who are you? If I hold ordinary beaker, it will break because I'm trouble. And apart from that, drug, there's a saying that sow a thought, you reap what? An action. Sow an action, you reap what? You reap an habit. Sow an habit, you reap what? You reap a character. Sow a character, you reap what? You reap a destiny. From one thing or the other, because the drug is an hydra-headed dragon. As at the age of 14, 15, I was already sexually active. Because when you take that drug, it makes you be horny. There's a place in our area we call Empire those days, where Kalakuta Republic of the late Afrobeat king has a shrine there. We go after those prostitutes. Because drug leads to one thing or another. Most of those girls you see that are taking drug, it's easy for them to go to prostitution. I was going after prostitutes. And how much are we having shorthand then? 3 naira, 5 naira. Like I told you, I'm not here to tell you about Google. Can you say anything about Google about what I'm talking about? Or you want to what do you want ChatGPT? What is ChatGPT? This is life. Real testimony. This is true life about me standing here, Victor Oshadegbe. That was my nickname, Sapwanya. That was my nickname. When you smoke to stupor. That is the evil of drug. That is the evil. And we have passion to say no to drug and yes to life. Say after me, say no to drug.
Say no to drug.
Yes to life.
Yes to life.
No to drug.
No to drug.
Yes to education.
Yes to education.
Start burning your life. My life was useless. I had to rewrite my GC at the age of 40. I've gotten married at the age of 27. My wife will tell me, Mr. Motivator. As at that time, we got to know Mr. Ogun. Say, Mr. Motivator, won't you go back to school? You motivate, but you not get school start. My son was writing his GCE. I was also writing my GCE. And by the time I wrote my GCE at the age of 40, to encourage you that you need to learn to say you can make it. God gave us 10 commandments. I'm here to tell you about 11th commandment. The 11th commandment is what? Thou shalt not give us. Say after me. That is the 11th commandment. And by the time I wrote my wife then, those subjects had F9. Mathematics, A1. English, A3. Because I was focused. Drug will destroy your focus. That is what you have to understand about drug. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Drug will destroy your focus. It will render you useless. It's a leveler. I've been in this business for the past 40 years. And I can tell you, there's nothing to tell me. I thank God for the last speaker that handed over to me. The young man, thank God, a lot of people, they will tell you what is a cure. The only cure for drug is what I call Jesus machine. I tell them in the joint. There's no joint I don't go in Lagos. They know me all over Lagos State. There's no joint. Oju, no, Agarawu, Shita, Medude, Akala. These are the joints. And the only cure for drug is Jesus machine. In the book of Daniel chapter 1 verse 8 says, Daniel proposed in his heart not to do what? Defile himself. You must resolve. When they come, yes, as at Sunday, they pick up a mother called, a pastor from Foursquare called me about this young guy working with, I won't mention him, working on the road safety, making good money, and yet he cannot save a dime because of drug. He's the only son of the father and mother, and drug is destroying his life. Apart from being a drug addict, it's also a pedophile, raping children, a great gambler. You see, this drug comes with a lot of things. It comes with a big package. It's an identity drug. Like I told you, I was going after prostitutes. On many occasions, I will carry gonorrhea. I know you don't want to hear that one. It's part of it. Because when you are normal, there are things you can't do. And then when you are not normal, there are things you go into. And the moment I take that drug, there are things I do. And the drug is highly suicidal. I was high one day in the ship. I take also alcohol. Alcohol, we use that one to step down. We use those ones to step down. I was high one day, listen to me. I was in the ship, aboard the ship. Because when you are high, you hear what is called strange voices. You hallucinate. I had a voice, the voice asked me to look back. I look back. He said I should look at the electric bulb. I look. He said I should remove it. I remove it. He said I should put mine in the fire. It's like, remove this. I did. Remove the electric bulb. I did. He said, put your hand. I did my hand. And the thing shocked me. Now God not kill me. What is that? Demon of suicide. It comes with suicides. It comes with suicide. Many people you know have committed suicide because of drug. Homes are destroyed. Finances are destroyed. So there is nothing glorious in drugs. That's why we have to avoid it. And that's why by God's grace, come June 27, 26 is the World Drug Day. We have our World Drug Day also. We'll be having it and we'll be inviting you people by God's grace. And we are doing a good job. And we are here to let them know as part of this program that drug is a no-go area. It's a no-no. What do I say? No-no. Do you know why people go into drug? There is what is called dopamine. in drug, there's what is called dopamine. Even in sex, when you take drug, in everything you do, even in sport, there's what is called dopamine. There is this drug called ice. How many of you have heard about the drug called ice? Meth. No, not moly this time around. Ice. We call it crystal melt. Crystal melt has the highest. Please listen carefully. When you take crystal melt, it releases the highest dopamine. You can Google it. It has 1,250. When other drugs like heroin, cocaine, 300 units. But ice releases 1,250. You can check and see what I'm telling you. It releases high dopamine. And that is why, and that's what is called the first cause. You see, when they tell you highness, there is one thing they are chasing. The first cloud nine, they hit. You can't hit it again. And that's what they are still chasing. And they can't come. That is the first euphoria. The first excitement. They feel good, like I'm on cloud nine. I feel good, I feel happy. Fine, it's good. But after the drug wears out, now you go know say you never pay house rent. You feel there? Now you know say your carry over for school, you dey there. Two of us. When you don high, go. No wahala, you can high, go high as you want to high, you make your head burst. But at the end of the day, you will come back, it will come down. What goes up was what? Gravity. Yeah? It must come down. And when it comes down, now we call akaka susu. Money finish, eye clear. Money finish wetin? Eye clear. Eye must clear. So you need to understand this. And for most of you are here, these drugs are real. The drug is called moly. Like somebody talked about moly. Moly is one of the drugs that most of these musicians they use. All these video you see them. Moly, when you take it, it makes you feel happy. You can give out all your money in your pockets. That's what it is. If you see them dancing, it's not ordinary. They are high. What are they dancing to? Ask yourself, what is the meaning of this song? Kala, Foloji, Kinekon. And you see them dancing. They are not normal. Jazzu. I mean, then when I ask myself, I said, what is the meaning of this song? Are we on the same page? You ask yourself, what is it? It's not ordinary because you are high. There are street drugs. So you need to understand that you don't need to go into it. Don't experiment it. Don't near it, don't touch it. Because you meant to experiment. There's a Yoruba proverb that says that what you will not take, don't bring it to your nose. Don't do what? Bring it, don't, because the moment it's closer, it's here, you want to put it to your mouth. So this hour, I want you to know, and for our listeners out there, that there is nothing good in drugs. Many homes has been destroyed. There are drug comes with health issues. Do you know that? Kidney, heart failure. It comes with accidents. When you are high, you can drive anyhow. Like the example I gave to you about when I was high, removing the electric bulb and putting my hand. That is, many people have jumped. You know the funniest part? When they take that drug, not you, when they take that drug, because I know none of them is happy, they are not safe. When they take that drug, they hear, there's a man after taking the drug, he said he saw a rabbit, he carried the gun, and he fired the rabbit, because his daughter was killing. The daughter said, I saw a rat, look at the rat. Busa, was the daughter. Because the drug with your brain, the drug affects your brain, prefrontal cortex, your medulla, all your part of your brain are affected with drugs. That's why you don't have to experiment with drugs. It affects you, and once the brain is messed up, there's a saying by Victor Allen says, as a man thinketh. So you see, there's a book written by Victor Frankl, rather, sorry. See, as a man thinketh. How many more minutes? I should continue. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I should fire on. I didn't know. It comes with family problems. It comes with work issue. I lost my job when I was working. I started working with Texaco. without my 2 F9, my 2 credits, and my 4 passes. Because the former Minister of Petroleum, Dr. Kachiko, was my uncle. And he was then the Chief Counsel of Tesaco Nigeria and Tesaco Overseas. So with ordinary, you know, those days, there was job. With ordinary paper, you can get job. But the job will not make me to be focused on my job. I lost my job. Until I gave my life to Christ and the job came back. And it was on that job, when I embraced Christ, I made a covenant before the age of 40, I would be a multi-millionaire. By the time I was 39 years old, I became a multi-millionaire. And I can tell you that when you are focused, there is nothing you cannot do. Most of my men died. Because of drugs, we also see rape girls. Most of them know they hear, we want chop shawarma. We go run train on you. We run train on them. Those things, they know they hear what. Like we talk now, some of them won't go see, experiment them, or those who are listening to us. You better be careful. There is nothing in drug. Drug na yawa. Drug is a bastard. It's a leveler. There's nothing. Can somebody tell me something gross in drugs? I ask them, I say, what vitamin does drug gives you? Vitamin what? Vitamin Z. Vitamin what? What do you get from it? What do you get from it? All I got from drug was just a useless life. Until I made up my mind and said, enough is enough. Am I communicating? Even if you go to rehab, I was telling them that there is no cure for drug. You know there is no cure for drug. That's why you don't have to try it. I stopped. What we now do is awareness. We are creating awareness in schools. Because once a junkie is always a junkie. I can tell you, many of them go to rehab just to go and clean up. When they come, except they made up their mind and say, I know I don't want to continue. I'm not going to maybe your friend on the streets. Once, don't start it. It's a game we call unfinished game. We call it discussion continues. Not the end of discussion. Discussion what? It's not the end. Ghana can end. Oja can end. Cocoa can end. So you must let them know. And that is why we are here at this period, telling the whole world that there is nothing glorious in drug. Drug is a spoiler. It's an invention of Satan. It's a satanic invention to destroy lives, destiny. If you want to become great in life, you need to avoid drugs. Tell the teens, tell the parents. There are some parents who take alcohol. You see them. I was in one of the schools some time ago, one of these schools, and they were asking me to be soft on the students. I said, soft on which children? On which students? These students, when they are papa and then they carry the drug, they come inside this country. The teacher or this thing came to pass and said, I say, don't do that. Never in your life come to me and tell me such a bullshit. Why should you tell me such a thing when I'm talking? That I should be soft on them. Soft on them for what? They are parents that know that poor man they smoke drug. Not only they say they buy drugs. Poor people smoke drugs, fine. But those who are really taking dope, who are really the real junkie, I can tell, I won't mention him here. Those big names you see, they are showing that most of them are in big rehab where they are collecting in a month 3 million naira. I can tell you, I meet them on the streets. The evil of drug. I come tell you about the world, the evils and the dangers of drug. It will separate you from the good things of life, and it will leave you empty. It will turn a king to be walking on the floor and a servant to be on. That was why Bible said in the book of in Ecclesiastes. Have you ever seen king on a servant? Yes, because when kings are already destroyed, their destiny and life are destroyed by drug. Now a servant go there on top of us like the waka. And that's what we are seeing today. You need to sit down and know that drug is not good. Which one do I focus on for you today? Which one would you like me to talk about the drug? Which of the drugs? Is it Colorado? Is it hemp? Is it lab? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, stop taking drugs, yeah. Thank you. There are the evil, that is, the drugs are destroy his internal organs, the kidneys, the heart, and the liver. When you are taking a drug that the potency is too high for your heart, like I've said, some of these drugs, they put jig, bleach, to mix some of these drugs. And some of these drugs, when they are off, you know the prescription? Some of these drugs called tramadol that they take, they are painkillers. And there's if you go to a qualified doctor, he will tell you, take half of this. Is that not so? You take this. No, it's not like that. Those days that I was smoking, can you imagine? I will line, how can you take Igbo and cocaine together? We line it. We call it pepperina. Or you put the cocaine inside cigarettes. You load it. We call it shotgun. You know what is called shotgun? A shotgun is a gun that you can use. Some of them carry about 12 rounds. And then when you load that cocaine that time, the cocaine is not treated. It's we call it on touch. Not treated. When you hear what is called banner, the slang called banner come out from that drug that is high. Then I will now line that you remove the cigarette. My favorite was Rotmans, the best tobacco money can buy. That was their unique selling point. Their unique selling point. The best tobacco money can buy. Don't mind them. It's baked. And that's why you have to avoid anybody who can smoke cigarette will smoke Igbo. Because we call that one gateway drugs. There are gateway drugs. If you can take Igbo and you can smoke cigarettes, it's very, very easy because cigarette contains what is called nicotine. Nicotine is a highly addictive substance in the drug. And that is why you graduate. When I started smoking, I can take maybe one. I graduated to taking about 1 pack. Not to never have rolls. Can you imagine? Have rolls of cigarettes. Some of my friends were merchant navy. And then when they sign it, they give it to me. So have rolls of those drugs, of those tobacco. Then to the extent that if after eating I don't smoke, it's not balanced. Wash those who are smokers. Then if you want to go to toilet, if he does not smoke, nothing can come out. That is it. That's why time when you enter some toilets, you get the odor of cigarettes. That guy is a serious smoker. So you see, on the scale of 1 to 10, if you have to score me in drug, I rate almost 9 over 10. On the scale of alcohol and hard hot drinks, I score 8 over 10, which is excellent. Fine. On the scale of that of prostitute, going after prostitute, Ashewu, I score 10 over 10. Because on a weekly basis, because you know what led me again to drug was because I was a shy person. When my dad would say, I told that babe, I rapped that babe. I'd be asking, how did they rap a babe? How did they toast a babe? The guy would say, I told that girl, my flight is over of the number 10 Downing Street in UK. Why you? How can you say minister house in UK it's like the House of Parliament in America that is your father's house? The guy would say, on a weekly basis, I must sleep with a prostitute 4 in a week. There are many weeks we have in a month. 4 times 4. On a month I must sleep. It's more than that. I'm just giving you. Then 16 times 1 year times 12. 160 what? 150 what? There's somebody a good mathematician now. 16 times 14 times 16 times 12. Over. In a year. One what? Then for 7 years that I was in the wilderness. How many is that one? Do you know how many demons were staying in me, living in me? All those prostitutes. That Babalawo will come and sleep with, I will sleep with that Babalawo. Because they talk about transference of demons. Do you know how many? If an arm robber sleep with that girl, I will now come. How much? 3 naira. We will take 5 naira. You not bring 3 naira, we give her. Till they break. What should I say to one that they do? 10 naira, we pay. We don't go inside, come back. By the day Christ delivered me, all those demons ran away. By the power of the living word of God. This is me today. Clean. Clean. That's why I said, you see, the greatest cure is what is called Jesus machine. If there's only one thing you are going with them, tell them, when you give life to Christ, because from one drug, they tell you, oh, it's good to go to rehab. And then you also have what is called your willpower. What do I say? Choices you made has consequences. The Bible says, be not deceived. God's not more. What you sow, you reap. When you sow to drug, you must reap the consequences. And that's why you don't have to go into it. In everything you are doing. You know, you have this thing. Even when this man was about to hand over this thing to me, somehow I have what is called stage fright. But by the time I start to speak, it's natural. It becomes what? Natural. It becomes second nature, because what I'm speaking is not what I cram. It's my nature. It comes live. Am I communicating to everybody? I'm speaking testimony. All this I'm saying, I'm talking, all I've been saying is I'm thinking about myself. Did I mention anybody outside there? No. Wherever I go, I take you back myself. It's myself. I was in a program, an SOS program. I think I was in list that was not having big degree, PhD here, doctor there, one SOS this thing. By the time I finish talking, the man from Firo, the doctor from Firo said, "Sir, I have a question for you, sir." I said, "Fine, go ahead." He said, "I want to ask a question. What is the secret of your youthfulness? That you are." I told him that at that time I was 60 years. I was 60 years. In the next 2 weeks from here, no, in the next 10 days, I'll be 61. You know, ask me, what is the secret of your energy? Because I was not confided like this. You have to abide by there is a protocol. You must stand here so that they can. No, I was all over the stage, jumping from one corner to the other. After I finished speaking, the young man came and said, "What?" I said, the secret is that by God's grace, I left also smoking and drinking. Many of you today, some of you are big men now. When you go to a party, you drink, you look at the alcohol. It has alcoholic content, 12%, 14%. They are all destroyer. Alcohol is a depressant. It affects you, it affects your brain. When there are things you will do that you know, there are things you will do when you are high, and there are things you will not even want to do. Because when you are high with alcohol, you are not your senses again. Your brains are numb. You start misbehaving. Any man can touch you, any woman can touch you. So that is why you have to avoid it. Even today, people drink with them, they drink champagne. I was in Port Harcourt, I saw one of these whiskey. They say it's 42 years old. 1.5 million. 1.5 million, the whiskey. 1.5. One tequila, 500,000. And some of you will say, yes, when you go to the listen, yeah, you want to form big. Which big you form? When they spike and I go clear. Some years ago, I used to do kabu after close of work. The guy told me, he asked me to carry. I carried him from Maryland to Fade. Getting to Fade, I stopped. Said he wants to carry me. I didn't know that they want to steal my car. It was a new car then. He brought a Ribena. So Lucozade boost. You know, it's easy for them to, I didn't know, they spike it. They use a syringe to spike it. And then they brought a fried meat. I prayed on the fried meat and see I say yes. The moment I finished drinking I was able to see drinking. It's as if night, less than 3 minutes. I told the guy, this is not how I came here. I quickly left, I entered my car. I was driving, I said, I already have that I will buy fuel at Barracks. There's this is Barracks police station. There's a fuel station, corn oil. I'll buy fuel there. The day I came out from my car, I collapsed. I spent 3 days in the hospital for that Lucozade boost that was spiked. Only God. That was 1990. My wife was pregnant of our first son. 1994. So this drug has been around for long. They spiked that this thing. So that's why you have to be careful. Some of you will go, you go, you want to eat everything they give you, you go to party. It's not every party you go to, you drink. It's not every party, because the way the drugs are, if a guy is eyeing you, you know how to plan for you nowadays. It's not all this thing. All those that they're using for ritual killing, they will put them on drugs. And they kill them. Can you imagine the kind of pain that person goes through because of carelessness? Now we are warning people, nobody's listening. Let me tell you, the rate of drug addiction in this country is high now. Because our brothers are porous. The drugs start coming in. The list is endless. Everywhere when I go to the joint, you hear this is Swinol, this is that. I say, waiting they happen. Now I want to kill somebody. This is monkey tail. I'm not heard about monkey tail. Eh? Scoosh, some of you, I'm not heard about what they call scooshes. And one this lady now, when they go to party, that the big lady, shisha. I'm not don't share the shisha for you. Then shisha. And shisha life me, and shisha destiny me. And because then shani, if I shakara, and para in me, you are killing yourself. Shisha. You see them taking all these things as if they are big. They are not big, they are empty. Am I communicating to somebody? They are very empty. They have nothing with it. Because what makes you great is ability to discipline yourself. Self-discipline, self-control. To say no. Because when you are okay, no boy can rape you. When you are okay, your education, you will be on top of your class. Those that are first class, do they have 2 F's? Is their brain red, yellow? The brain has the same weight. The brain has the same color. The brain has the same thing. Please, what is my time? I should continue. Oh, thank you very much. That is to say you are enjoying it, sir? Oh, thank you very much. Now, let me move. There is what is called, you will have problems at school. There are problems people have at school. Now, MDA, marijuana, heroin, cannabis, inhalants is a no-go area. Now, it's a Peter, I didn't know I should have found some of the, maybe I'll come again tomorrow. Maybe I'll come again tomorrow. I'll come with samples of the drugs. Now, in Europe and America, on the pack of the drugs, of the cigarettes, they now put it that it's no longer that cigarette smokers are liable to die young. They're not they die young again, no. They die instantly. Now on the drug, on the pack, if you look at it, they will now write it kills, cigarette smoking kills. They will now write the diseases, because they were taken to court in Europe and they won, that they didn't warn us. Now they are warning you. When they carry those packets, them carry, is there, it can give you cancer, breast cancer, this cancer, that cancer. So by the time you want to go and sue anybody, you can't sue anybody again, because the warning is on the pack, and it's your own carelessness. The worst enemy of man is ignorance. The highest mountain in life is the mountain of ignorance. The what separates me from you is information. To be informed is to be transformed. To lack information is to be deformed. Otherwise, I repeat, to lack information is to be deformed. To have information is to be transformed. The information I've come to share with you is free, about knowing the evils and the dangers of drug. If you want to become somebody in this life, you need to say no to drug and yes to life. Life is life is sweet without drugs. It's not life is so sweet. You don't need to have drugs. You don't need to do drugs. You don't need to be a prostitute. You don't need all those things. Like I told you, I became a multi-millionaire at the age of 39 because I was focused. How do you may ask me how do there's a what is called Obuabu, a lion killer. How many lions does he have to keep before they call a lion killer? How many lions? Wow, thank you, Oga. But I was even telling them they paid me millions. I work with a company. When I was even multinational, they paid me millions. I became a multi-millionaire. Now all those banners, all those ones that are criminals who don't know their source today in this country. We see we have criminals who are bringing in drugs to destroy life and destiny. Go out, let us be on this same crusade and let us fight drugs. Now, drug is hallucinogen, which simply means affect your senses and changes the way you see things and you hear things. It affects your thinking, your hearing, all the 5 senses. The taste, some of them will not be able to eat, because some of these drugs will not have appetite. Like it's drugs like Indian hemp gives appetite. It has again, is what is called mood changer. Now, if some people they take drug, they be quiet. You think say that guy is right, it's a lie. In the campus, they say, that guy quiet, oh, now lie. Now something make him quiet. Some guys will be high, they will be hyperactive, like me. Everywhere. Now lie. You know this one, no small way they do. Condemn, why condemn? Condemn, I don't condemn. They are high on codeine. They are high on drugs. And that's what they can do what they are doing. Can you be pulling that thing from morning till evening? You will be tired. You see them are doing, carrying those. They are high on drugs. It affects the way you see things. The way you reason. When we are talking right, you are talking left. You look at some people when we are talking left, they are talking right. When we are saying let's go, they say for where? Why should we? They become outlaw. They say why we go this way? You see the way they reason because their brain has been disrupted. So you have to understand that this drug is a no-go area. Go to the kids. I was in the church, I was invited to come and speak. Children were already taking the drugs. Schools. Now the drug is so cheap that there's the one you can use your mouth to cut. Fenuja. Hope some of the distillers will not be angry with Misha by exposing them. You don't need them. You don't need all these drugs because it will affect you. But today, thank God, things I was doing when I was a drug addict, I won't do it when I was normal. I'll go to a prostitute and we'll be doing 360. Do you know what is called 360? Turn around. A public toilet, I'll be sucking the public toilet. Because I was not normal. I was not normal. I was a beast. I was a beast. I was not a normal human being. Somebody, you can't hear that somewhere else now. Some people are so refined, but I'm not refined, I'm crude. Am I communicating? Because I want to go and leave it. Because if you don't leave drugs, you become beast like me. That's what I'm telling you the truth. You'll be worse than me. Where about 3 boys will be sleeping with you. Where about 4 will be sleeping with you because of drugs. I was a beast. I was not a normal human being. But today, this is me. This is Victor Abraham. Tell you that you need to say no to drugs. This is Victor Abraham, the president of the Victor Abraham Foundation. This is Victor Abraham, popularly known before as Oshadi Egbe. Do you know the meaning of Oshadi Egbe? Smoke to stupor. This is Victor Abraham, known as Sapwanya. Enjoy when you are high. You say, Sapwanya, open your eyes. Because I was not normal. I don't know that you have really gained anything from what I've been saying since. I don't know that you have substance. I don't know that you are getting anything at all. But as you live here, you have a bright future, I can tell you. Your destiny is glorious. Don't gamble with it, because drug is a destroyer. It will wreck you. It will destroy that person. Now, I don't know if my time is up, but as I conclude, I want to seize the opportunity to invite you for our forthcoming program. We have a forthcoming program that is coming. It's a World Drug Day. We are doing this program in conjunction with Foursquare Gospel Church. It's here, hopefully on the 27th of June. You will come and hear story. One of the speakers there is K. Jamilton. K. Jamilton is my son-in-law. K. Jamilton is my son-in-law. He gave his life under my ministry because I also operated among prostitutes. 1994. He was in my ministry. You'll be hearing somebody also will be coming, will be speaking next to me now again. And then you'll be hearing a lot of things. This is just a teaser. Thank you very much. God bless you all. As I also hand over to
My name is Ebenezer. Thank you. My name is Ebenezer Bamishe. The Bamishe is S-H-E. B-A-M-I-S-H-E, not S-E. Thank you. The General Overseer of Saul Foundation Church. Okay. This is great. I want to really appreciate this opportunity given to me by the organizers of this program. I really appreciate what you have done. It's great, and I pray that you just continue in this good work, and God will grant you more grace in Jesus' name. Well, let me just start by saying that the topic before me is actually on child of glory. Child of glory. I want to talk about the transformation process that one has gone through after the experience of drug taking. Is so wonderful. It's so glorious. God is a merciful God. And I want you to know that I'm a pyramid of the picture of what I want to say to you today. And I know that it will really blow your mind and it will help you. I started taking drugs at the age of 11 years. Then I never realized what I was into, because I started with a big brother. I would send me to the joint to go and buy drug for him. He would tell me to put on this, agbada kind of, and I should hide it under it. Go and come back. That's how I started. And while I was doing it, I started looking for a way to taste it. Let me taste what this man has been sending me to go and fulfill. So that's how I got into it. Well, with time I realized that this thing is terrible and there is no way I can come out of it. I went on and on with it. I started graduating from one level till I got to secondary school. I don't want to mention the name of the secondary school I attended. One of the best secondary school in West Africa. One of the best secondary school. I had that opportunity, and I almost, forfeited it, all because of drug. All because of drug. Well, in my own experience, taking drugs always lead me to violence. I was so violent, so rascal, so terrible. I fight with weapons. You dare not come my way. You dare not try me, no matter how big you are. The only people I respect are the people that are in my levels. People that I know that, yeah. So I started like that. But I want you to understand that the hundreds of people you see on the streets, there's one thing peculiar about them. They are destiny carriers. I want you to know that. Those wasted lives you see under the bridge of, what do you call it, Obalinde, those guys sleeping there, they are treasures. They are treasures. In fact, to this nation, we are losing so much. I can use my own life as an example. Today, I thank God. I'm not going to talk so much about myself. But I want you to know that at a point, I got deep down into the pit of life. I could not even think of any other life anywhere again than the one I was having, that drug has destroyed. If you want to look at the mortuary today, you want to look at the cemetery today, I want you to understand that those that have lived unfulfilled lives, those that have lived wayward lives, through drugs are great people that have passed through this channel of life, through these streets of life, without any fulfillment. Drug is a very dangerous thing. Please, don't go into it. I'm begging you. Don't even experiment it. Don't try it. It's not good for you. Because if you get into it, to get out of it will always be difficult. It will take only God, only Jesus Christ to help you out. It will take only Jesus to help you out. My life was messed up, totally messed up, that I could not think of any other thing in life than to take drug and fight, take drug and fight, you know. And another worst thing about it is, you see, you don't think of greatness when you are into drugs. You don't think of greatness. You don't think of becoming somebody in life. You don't think of career in life. You don't think of how you're going to make it in life. You don't think of that. You live in your secluded world. You are caged. You are just there. And you're enjoying it. And you know, such an enjoyment is just a fake enjoyment. It's a deception. It's a deception. And this came to my life. I never knew, you know, that there is something about my life that God himself is bringing out. I was messed up. No, there was a time at the age of 12. Yes, at the age of 12. A lady called me into her room. A senior lady. She should be older than me with about 11 years. This is a setup. This is satanic. And she just messed me up. She abused me. And that was just to help me aggravate, improve, expound on that drug that I've been taking. So it added to my life. In a way, it added to my life. And I was busy about going after girls at that age. Because whenever I take the drug, it's either I fight. Now, it has added more to me. I go after ladies at that age. Now, let me tell you something. And I want you to take it seriously. See, we are human beings. We live in a spiritual world, unseen world. We live there in an unseen world, a world that you don't see with your physical eyes. Even the English language made it clear. It talks about the abstract now. You will say it, but you don't belong there physically. But you are there spiritually. They are abstract to us. Now, the second word is the social world. The social world are experimental. We can do one or two things. Even when we are not there physically, we know we are there because we know that it is a social world, a world in which we have agreements to set up certain projects and do it together. That is the social world. Then the third one is the physical world, where we touch ourselves, we reach out. It's a concrete world. Now, that is the extent to which human beings exist. The spiritual world, the social world, and the physical world. We cannot escape it. We have contact with these three worlds. Now, when you begin to go into drugs, the first thing you know is this, that there is a world after this world. There is a place in the Bible says, in the book of Hebrews chapter 11, I think verse 2 or so, It says, by faith, we believe that we understand that the words, plural, the words were framed by the word of God. Multiple words in existence. Lives that you cannot think of, that you cannot even touch are there. See, but you see, one thing about the disciplines we have in our educational system is this. And I think we need to really understand ourselves and break down this issue. Do a good analysis on the existing words that are very, very close and possible for men or for humanity to touch, to reach, to have contact with. Especially when it comes to these registered languages. The scientists want to believe that the only word that exists is the science word. And that's not true. The medical doctor comes in with his registered language and tells you this and this, any other thing is not ready to accept. So what do you really call literacy? What do you call literacy? Ability to write, read, and speak. Is it only English? No. You are just an illiterate when it comes to the language that you cannot speak, you cannot read, and you cannot write. Whether it is the Calabarish language, you are just an illiterate in that. If it's French, you are just an illiterate in that too. It's not only English. And I think to buttress what I'm trying to say, see, collectively, when you look at languages, when you look at methodologies, when you look at the strategies that we want to apply in making or building our lives, you see, you don't need to be in a particular world before you know that that world is existing. You don't need. I want to be raw. What I want to say to you today, I want to be raw. I'm only just introducing this to you. I want to be very, very raw. I want to go back to the local language. I want to go back to the original language. Look, he was making references, to the way you will speak to a drug addict. You will speak to a drug addict that he would need to listen to you and understand you. You have to speak his language. Yes, you have to speak his language. If you want to talk to a drug addict, and you are speaking grammar, speaking phonetics, they just look at you, who is this? Because he's living in another world. And because you are not in that world, does not mean that that world is not in existence. Because you don't have a biological name, or you don't have a medical name for a particular disease, does not mean that that disease is not existing. And that is the problem we have here, especially when it comes to nation building. Because we don't speak that language, we don't understand that language, we find it difficult to dive into research to understand what that language is and from where that language is being spoken from. That is the problem. You see, I'm not accepted because I am not in this world. Because you don't want to believe that that world exists. That's why you see a medical doctor will tell you, my society never taught me what you are saying. I don't believe in it. That's why some don't believe in miracles. But the fact that you don't believe in miracles does not mean that miracles is not existing. Hello? For the fact that you have never heard of such breakthrough before does not mean that such breakthrough does not exist. And that is what we need to do now, to have a collective agreement on what language is supposed to be. Language is what we call it. Language is what we make it. Language is what we spell it to be. Hello, somebody. So, see, we are talking about a people that have experienced some dramatic display in their own said in their own understanding, in their own experience. See, there is no way we can collectively sit and say we accept the totality of the experience of humanity in one direction. The worlds are in different existence. Worlds that we see, the ones we don't see, are existing. Because you have not been there does not mean it's not existing. This drug thing is existing and is absolutely true. Because you have not been there does not mean we may look at it as a drama. Oh, he's speaking. Don't pray to get into it. Don't ever try that. It's a terrible word. It's a word on its own. It's in existence. So, you see, I look at my life and say, God, what is this? Remember I said, we have spiritual world, social world, and physical world. We all exist in contact with all these worlds. Whether you have a dream, some people, they don't believe in dream. Some people believe in dream. But whether you believe it or not, you are in contact with a world. You are in contact with a world of existence. I want to be very raw. Because all we have been taught is just the periphery of knowledge through our education. And education is good. I'm not condemning education. They've made everything so simple for us that we don't even understand where we are coming from, and where we are going. It will take a complete man, I say, to do that. Before you can really be successful in life, you must know where you are coming from. You must know where you are going. And you must know where you are now. That is why I always call for self-discovery. Self-discovery. A man that is into drug is totally lost. Don't try it. He's totally lost. You are condemned. You are not in the place where you ought to be. Drug will derail everything about you. It will change your passion, your perception, and change the angle you reason from. I know what I'm saying. I've been there. Look, when I was in school, one of the best schools in West Africa, I don't want to mention the name because my colleagues will not like it. But you will not believe that school will admit somebody like me. You will never believe. Because if you talk of the school, you talk of great names. Even today, they are shakers, makers, movers of the society in this country. But because of the power of drug, the negative power of drug, I was completely at the zero level. I don't know anything in school. Why? I don't read. I take drugs. If I don't take drugs in the morning before going to class, I don't know the drugs. And when I'm going to the class, I'll be seriously loaded. I don't even listen to what the teacher is saying. Just sit down. And you dare not look for my trouble. You dare not. That is the power of trust. I was completely at the zero level until I was struck by the love of God. That was the beginning of the transformation process in my life. The beginning of the transformation. Look, it took God. I told my wife, I said, look here, if you know what God has done, if you want to convert it into dollars or into naira or into pounds or whatever, the money God has spent on me, on this body alone, that is to be so great. Because I look at it, I say, God, I'm no more a human being. I'm gone. I'm gone. No education, even though I was in school. Nothing. Nothing. I realized that. I just said, oh, take control. Do you know what's happened to me? At the point, my eyes of understanding were open. I was just looking at, oh, this school. I had to sit down and recover, or I discovered myself. It was in the process of self-discovery that I got this restoration. I had to sit down. I had to teach myself. I have to, look, I have many things that I've done now, many things that I've accomplished now. Without the school, I was taught that it's not the school that makes a man, it is the student that makes the school. The student. Which school are you from? The quality of what you have to offer is what defines the kind of school you have from. And I'm not just talking about the four corners of the world when it comes to school now. The school of life. What do you have to offer to your generation? Most of these students, most of these boys you see on the streets, they have a lot to offer, but drugs have shattered everything. So please, when you are hearing all this information about drugs, about the names of, don't be carried away. I remember one day we were just going, and for the first time in my life, I heard about homosexuality. Do you know that what really stirred me up was the practice? Let me just go and experiment it and see how it is. And I went into it. I went into it for years. At first, I was carried away with the fragment of imagination of it. It's a lie. I was enjoying it. The euphoria was just there at first. Until I got to the point, I said, this thing is horrible. This thing is horrible. You see, that is the power of drugs. Drugs will connect you to anything. Yes, it will connect you. It connected me to many things. Many things that I will not even want to say because it's not inspiring. It's absolutely disgusting. Don't go into it. Don't dare it. It's better you stay off. It's not a friend, it's an enemy. It is an enemy. It's out to destroy you. Just get that. So if you dare venture into it, you take God. Because the one thing about most youth is that, look, I want to go out on adventure. This thing this guy is saying, let me just try it. You better don't try it. No matter how you laugh about it or you get excited over it, you better don't try it. It's dangerous. It's as dangerous. I'm not just trying to incite fear into you. I want you to know that it's dangerous. It's not good. Don't go into it. No, Bible says the life of the flesh is in the blood. The life of the flesh is in the blood. When you look at yourself, you need to understand that the two paramount aspects of your life. Number one, the brain and the blood. The brain is what controls all the five senses because it gives signal. Even you can even try it. Your eyes at times, you don't have a signal from your brain. The eye cells in the afternoon, in the broad daylight, you fall into the pit, and your eyes are open. Why? Because the signal was not just. It's not just there. Hello. So you need to understand this. Your blood, your brain. Your blood, your brain. When you take drugs, these two areas are connected directly. Your blood, your brain. And that's where the control room is. If you don't have blood, you cannot live. If the blood is not flowing, the brain cannot give you any signal. That is it. And when you take drug, these are the two areas. It dries your blood. Dries your blood. No matter how good you are, no matter how rich you are, when you take drugs, you are dried. It dries you up. Bam. And you just do whatever you are doing as if, at times, you look at somebody who is into drug and you easily know that this one is into drugs. When it's coming, when it's moving, you look at it. What? Because the drug gets direct contact into the blood and into the brain. It dries your blood off. So it's your enemy. It's your enemy. Your number one enemy is drug. See, the Bible says that the prince of the power of the air directs the affairs of those that are rebellious against God's word. Okay? It is the air. Everything you get in your brain, as long as you inhale, you breathe in and breathe out, it affects your feelings. And because you have blood in your system, there is life in your system. You interpret your feelings. Are you getting what I'm saying? You interpret what? Your feelings. When your feeling gets the interpretation, it becomes thoughts in your mind. It becomes thoughts in your mind. It is through the feeling that you get the words that you speak in your mind. And it is enhanced through your blood. That is why they tell you that the idle mind is what? It's devil's workshop. When there is nothing positive coming into the brain, what will come up? Negative things. No, I don't know whether you are getting what I'm saying. When you don't have positive thoughts, you don't have positive thinking, you have negative thinking. And when you get stuck, you know what? The emotion. Just look at the word emotion. Remove the he. You have what? Emotion. That is what carries the body into action. As strong as the breeze is, the air. You know that the air is naturally built up in that level to blow. You feel the breeze, okay? But let me tell you something. It's not emotion, because when it gets into motion, it becomes the wind. Hello? When the air gets into motion, it becomes the wind. And there's a difference between the wind and the what? And the air. But it is the air that is transformed into the wind, but it can never get transformed into wind until it is in motion. That is exactly what happens when you see somebody in violence, when you see somebody in arrogancy, when you see somebody how do I put it? In turbulence, when you see somebody raging, fighting. See, look, let me tell you something. I am not a lover of politics. I did politics. And in fact, I did political science in school. But because of the pulpit, I don't go to politics. I stopped being a politician because of the pulpit. See, let me tell you something. There is no way. When you are into drugs, the first thing you think about is the dryness of your brain. Your brain is dried of positive thinking. That is it. You are totally out of that range. See, let me tell you something. I tried something on myself. I'm a product of self-discovery. I practicalize most of my discoveries by using myself. If you want to sleep now, or if you are sleeping, and you eventually place your head on one of the nerves, the veins of your body, let me tell you something. Do you know what will happen? The flow of blood will not be as perfect as it ought to be. At that point in time, you go and try it, you begin to have bad dreams. Bad dreams, even if it's just one finger, place your head on it for a very long time. You will see how bad the flashes of thought that comes into your mind. So when you are into drug, the first thing that happens to you is the flow of the blood in your system. It will not be normal. You can never have a normal flow of blood. You can never have it. When you sit down, that's why you easily fall into hallucination. Yes, you fall into hallucination, but it's because of the lack of the flow of blood. It's not a magic, or it's not the devil's doing. That one is natural. When you are hungry, you know that definitely you will be short of blood. That's why some of them, go and look at the choices they make. Some of them don't have belts in it. They will fold it, and the thing will drop. You will think that they are sagging. They are not sagging. It's hunger. Lack of blood. The flow of blood in their system is so low, it's so slow, that they cannot hold themselves together again. And you see them the way they walk. Some of them will bend like crayfish, like this. You see their chest, the bones, everything. If they show them their shorts, you will see the way they will look like. It's the blood. The first thing the intake of drugs does is to sap the blood. When you sap the blood, the brain will be affected. The brain can never operate or run without what? Blood. And that is why their taking is so low. I had a friend, I tried to reach out to him. I tried a lawyer, a brilliant lawyer. Wow, I'll never forget him. Really. I tried all I could do just to rescue him. To get him out of drugs. No. He could not go to court again. He could not. He lost his confidence. Everything was shattered. He could not even stand before the judge. Why? Because internally, mentally, physically, he has been struck dead. You see, when you have, look, let me tell you something. Every psychological strength you have is first and foremost based on your body system. Body system. You don't have enough blood. You don't have enough food in your system. You cannot do anything. Just like a preacher that went into marathon fasting, and he was there to have a crusade in the evening. He just came and said, "In Jesus' name." He went out. They had to carry him from the crusade now. Just what does that mean? He was not on drugs, right? But if you are on drugs, that's the first thing. Oh. Thank you. The first thing that will affect you, the first thing the drug will attack is this blood and the brain. Because the brain is connected to every part of your body. The brain tells the hand what the hands should do, cannot do. The brain tells the leg how to move. Hallelujah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just have to adjust myself to stay glued to this mic. I'm used to, I'm a preacher. Okay? So you can't take it out of proportion. If you take drugs will dry you up. That's why I see some of them. Whenever it gets to a point where there is no drug, they find it difficult to do any other thing than to go and steal. They have to steal. You can't tell me that somebody is into drug, a drug addict will not steal. Because the deception is that if you don't take this drug, I cannot do anything. Why? Because, see, it is very, very important to know. He will continue to live in that realm of defeat, that realm of failure. He will continue to manage himself in that realm of failure in as much as that drug is there. It's a realm of failure, total failure. He wants to be there because he has been deceived that there is no other thing that can help him out. So if he's not getting the kind of thoughts that he's getting, if he's not getting the kind of thought that is flashing through his mind, if he's not getting the kind of thing that will make him to be high, it means that thing is not relevant to him. And that is how his life will continue to be. He's living in that realm perpetually. So, you see, there is nothing. Everything in life has its own glory. When I mean glory now, let me just use the word dignity. Every human being is built up in dignity, in glory. There's no way we can deny that fact. But when it comes to manifesting, showing forth such dignity, and one eventually gets into drug, forget about it. There is no dignity in drug. There is no dignity in drug. We need to understand this. We need to appreciate this. No matter the names that we have for them or that they are called, there is no dignity in it. Drug is out to destroy your life. See, I see people, when they hear about drugs, they say, they want to hear more. But do you know that it's highly tempting Yes, it's highly tempting. It's a temptation on its own for you to try and know what it is and what is in it. Can pull anybody down. The gravity is so strong. I remember when we go out to rescue some of them, you sit down with them, they will be smoking, they will be puffing it. You that is sitting down, not puffing with them, not smoking, not sniffing with them. You are the one that is really taking it. And you'll be feeling the urge to take it. I'm telling you, you'll be feeling the urge to take it. But because, maybe because God is there, the grace of God is there, and we have taken it before, we know what it is, we just snub it. But I'm telling you the fact that you don't even try and sit down with the people that are taking it. Don't let them be your friends. Don't go out with them. Let us just go out there, and play and enjoy ourselves. You now sit down in their midst. Look, if you sit down in their midst, you have already joined them. Because that thing is like a spirit. It will not leave you. So don't even go close to it. The best way to maintain your life is to live a natural, a spiritual, and a social life. It will take you to a great heights in life. It will help you to become whatsoever you want to become in life. You don't need anything to stimulate you. You don't need anything. You can live your natural, spiritual, social life without anything coming in to help you. I remember in those days, I take a lot of alcohol. I would drink and drink and drink and drink and drink. But at the end of the day, I'll go back and start from scratch. It's a terrible thing. Please, I want you to help yourself. Process of transformation began to take its effort in my life at a point. When I gave my life to Jesus Christ, that was when new things started happening to me. I started finding it very tough at that time. I find it very tough, especially to stand up and do certain things in the society. Why? Because I was not used to it. Hello? I was not what? Used to them. I would just, they were so strange to me. It took God a lot of grace to work on my system, on my mental assent. It took God a lot of grace to work on my desires. Because those things that I used to believe in, that they are my desires, were just things that are set up for my destruction. So I have to change all these things. I have to change them. For ladies, I have to change them. Honestly, I was the type that I would meet a prostitute in those days, and the prostitute would say, man, you this small boy, where did you get this kind of thing? Yes, a prostitute would say that to me. This is too much, yeah. And she would want me to come the next day. I got addicted to it through drug, because there is no way you can be in drug and don't go after negative things. You don't have any positive thing to think about. It is all negative. When I enter into a street, I can tell you, don't go through this street again. Never again in your life pass through this place. And that is my law, and that's all. And if you think that it's just a joke, Was I operating as a normal human being? No. All because of the influence of drug. There's nothing positive about drug, please. Don't go into it. And I want you to, please, accept my conclusion in this direction. Number one, you are a child of glory. You are created with dignity. You are created with what? With dignity. Don't allow your dignity to be messed up because of drug. Drug will mess up your dignity and it will make you very, very irrelevant to your society. So please, take note of this. Thank you, and God bless you. Let me answer. Is that? That's what I want to do. Thank you.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's a very explicit one from him. That's a very explicit one. I think from the two speakers that's even spoken before me, I would like to building on. Let me start with building on that foundation because it's quite similar to what I want to talk about. And what I want to talk about, I do believe if this is even addressed properly, there will not be need for that actually. But before I do, I would like to share this story because this is what actually led to this topic. I could still remember when I was in. Good. When I continue, okay. When I was in XS2, I remember having this discussion with my seat partner, and she said something that stick with me even till date, and that's the word that she said: we don't have house. I mean, we don't have home currently in the world. We have house. At first, when she said that word, I could not really grasp what she was saying. Then I moved closer again. I asked her, "What do you really mean? I don't get what you're saying." He said, "We don't have home. We have what? We have house." When she said the word, I don't understand because then I was not really, and even till now, I don't really watch movie that much. So she was now giving me some instance, but still, I did not still get what she was actually saying. Then later, I think when I was in my finals, I read a book, the biography of Steve Jobs. The book was written by, is he written now? Yeah, Walter Isaacson. Yeah, he said something in that book when he was actually while he interviewed Steve Jobs. Let me just give you the word the same way Steve Jobs actually said the word. When Steve Jobs was actually describing his parents, he described them with two words, and I want you to take note of these words. I really want you to take note of the word. He said they are just, that his biological parents now. He said they are just my egg and sperm bank. Please get that. He said he was not being harsh. That's just who they are. They are just his egg and sperm bank. I want you to write it. You have to write this somewhere. Even if you're a child, you're listening to what I'm saying. You're a young adult here listening, your parents listening. Because this is actually a pain in my heart. And today I've not come to motivate anyone. I've come to transform each and every one of us. And if you really be transformed, you have to take down something. Active action, maybe changing your mind, being intentional about your understanding of what I'm saying now. And now to the people that really parented him, that's the people that adopted him, he said they are 1000%, not 100%. 1000% his parents. And that led me to saying the most important part of parenting is not the birth, it's the parenting. The most important part of parenthood is not birthing the child, it's parenting. Because there are children that don't know their mother. They've not seen their mother before, they've not seen their father before, but they are living. They are living and they are doing the best. They are not just living, but they are even one of the best in wherever they found themselves. And that's why today I'll be talking about the topic which says more than just a house, making a home. Because that's the key important thing. If you understand this as a teen, you will not, if you understand this now that some of us are still quite young, you will not raise the same family you don't want to see. You will not raise family from the place of pain, but from the place of lesson. Sometimes when our parents beat you, they say, "This is what my parents did for me." And I'm not blaming them, but I do believe there's a better way things can be done, right? There's a better way things can be done. So even if your parents say these are things you have to really adopt, there's difference between house and home. And I don't mean and the truth is the two is needed actually. The two is needed, but you really have to understand the concept so you don't shortchange one for the other. So you might want to ask, what's house and what's home? Looking at I had to go back and do a background study of the word itself, and I realized when you talk about house is actually from the word us, just H-U-S, us. And what did us means? Us means shelter, building, a physical building, shelter. Just what we have here. But when you talk about home is the word arm, H-A-M now, arm. It means a place of belonging. It's not physical building, no. A place of belonging. So there are two different things. It means there can be food in the kitchen, right? There can be food in the kitchen. You might have paid the children's school fees, but there's no intimacy, there's no connection. You've made everything available, but you're not available. So understanding that that in a house, you find what needs are being met, right? Needs are met. But in a house, in a home, what is being met? Art is being met. They are different things. In your normal house, what is being met? You meet the needs of the children. You meet the needs of the family. But in a home now, beyond the needs, you're also meeting their hearts. So your physical presence is more important even than your financial presence. It's more important. It's more important. And you being able to distinct each other, you not shortchange any for any. You not say, well, I've been paying your school fees and I don't have to be physically present. No, it's not the same thing. So again, I say there's a difference between house and home. And you have to write this question. Are you really living in a house or in a home? Or what's your perception, or what kind of family are you imagining to build? Is it a place of belonging or just a place of living? You have to really have this definition. Do you really want to have the two, or you just want to have one? Because you can make all the billions, but if you don't have a place of belonging, then you really made a loss. So this is quite important. So you have to really understand, okay, as a person, even as you're growing, as you imagine, okay, I want to have a good family, I want to have good this, you must know where your responsibility as a parent is needed. And you must know when your resources is needed. And don't shortchange any for any. Don't say, okay, I will just use my resources to actually cater for this. When you have to be physically present, don't shortchange it with material things. And that leads me to what I call, steps of building a home. Step of building what? A home. Not just house. What are those things I have to really know if I will really build a home? What are the things I have to know? The first thing is what? Create emotional security. Create emotional. Sometimes if you don't decide to do some things, you will not do them. You have to be intentional. Create emotional security. You have to understand before you can actually say you want to instill discipline in a child, let the child feel a sense of safety in your hand. A sense of safety. I was teaching a child while I was in school, and I thought whenever I want the child to really see the parent in a good perspective, because he'll be like, my parents don't like me, they're always saying I'm stupid, I'm mad, I'm this, I'm that. And I said, look, just sit down. There's a place of love. There's a love that even me as your teacher, I can't gainsay it that your parents are for you. But to an extent, the boy is not seeing the love being expressed. Do you get the point? He's not seeing the expression of the love. So what he sees anytime he's doing something wrong or something bad, you just shout at the boy. And over time, you think you're not doing something, but subconsciously he's interpreting something in the mind of the boy. And I have to just see this boy down and be telling him, no, your parents love. I have to now start seeing, intentionally making him see some things for him to really see, okay, my parents love me. And this is what he cannot even discuss with them. He can't. Imagine your child moving up and say, Daddy. He can't. But imagine he was actually even speaking with the wrong person, or me to have a wrong perception of the father, perception of the mother. So that becomes chaotic. So I could make him see that no, there is a place of love these people have for you. But you know, so that's why you have to really understand something. The goal is to discipline the child, right? So in disciplining this child, you first of all differentiate between emotion. There should be difference between emotion and discipline. Don't mix the two. Don't mix the two. Oh, I understand. Just like, sometimes when you're a child, you can just mistake. It's not intentional. Probably you're washing plates, or you have to go and break something in the kitchen, and one of your mom's most precious plates, you just, your mom might not even be in the kitchen, but she's slamming your name from where screaming your name from where he or she is. It's placing something in your mind. That's fear. It's fear. The mother is not there, but the mother know he actually sent the son to the kitchen, and the son just broke something, and just the noise she heard, she just screamed your name. I want you to understand that screaming has not done anything. Hasn't done anything. And there's a place people just, even the boy already feel, because me breaking that plate at that moment, there's a level of fear already in my heart. But you not adding. So this, I'm not trying to say there shouldn't be a place of discipline, but understand the goal is to make the child pick the lesson, not the pain. Over time, some children they pick the pain over time. But they don't even want to be at home again. When it's so many bodies with it, I don't just want to go home. Is it a way they won't even be break? They don't just want to. So the first thing you should let them feel a sense of safety. A sense of safety. Understanding their home is not a place they should run away from. They should run towards even when they are wrong. Why? Because you're making them see love first. You're making them see security first. Even before now they cannot see themselves from the right perspective. Understanding that, there's a way someone loves you even when the person is correcting you. Understanding the person is correcting you in love will even make you do it. But when you have a wrong perception of the way the person perceives you, there's no amount of thing the person will even do afterwards. But because of that way of correcting you, or that you'll be angry at first. You even be angry, you don't even want to take on the correction. So the first step, in creating that emotional securities, all begins where people feel safe to be themselves. So let that child see a sense of safety. A sense of safety, not constant fear, not harsh judgment, not emotional not emotional trauma. And this can actually be done in a very practical way. Just in the kitchen now, you ask me to get a plate, and the plate just unconsciously, no, let me say mistakenly, the plate just fell from my hand. And now what will I do? You as a parent, you're not there, you just ask the son to go get it. Don't scream from where you are. Don't scream from where you are. But that doesn't mean the child will not come to you. You cannot give the child punishment or find a way of punishing it, but don't scream. Don't tell the child you are stupid, you are mad. That's how you always do. I think there's a better way of communicating things. You don't have to say you are mad, you are stupid, you are crazy, you are this. No. There's a better way. The first thing, you can even try to even ask the boy, why? How did it really happen? How did this really happen? And the boy say, oh, mommy, I was actually running to the kitchen. The first thing you're not supposed to what? Run. That way you not actually address symptoms, you address the cause. Another time when you keep addressing symptoms, the cause is still there. So the child will still keep repeating the same mistake. So this is actually a burning in my heart, and I do believe if we can get it right, then our generation is safe. You understand? They can be actually even that some people can say, okay, I can't really adopt this again. I'm not trying to say there shouldn't be discipline. Discipline is key, but there should be a way. You shouldn't confuse the method for the mission. If a method has not been working, then let's think of something else. Because we end up realizing that even those kind of child, they have a certain way they just perceive judgment. When they seek in, they have a certain fear that you just tell in their heart. And sometimes it will not happen that, there are some children, I could still remember when I was while in NYC camp, and I put in for public speaking, and the man began to tell us that he has actually built a family that even his child, they are not how would I put it, they are not afraid to tell him the truth. Why? Because he didn't create an atmosphere whereby telling the truth to be punishment. I don't know if you're getting me. He actually allowed the children to have a place of free expression. That okay, you've done something wrong, you can still face your parents and tell them that this is what I've done. That's why some people end up lying, because they know that the shouting alone, the cursing alone, even some children are not even afraid of the kid. Is the shouting, the cursing, because that's what will stay glued to the children. They still remember your words when you are angry. You may not even remember, oh, did I really say that? But the child still remember those words. So instead, that's why sometimes you may have to just chill first. If you know you are too angry and you're just being too emotional, even over time, our parents will realize they're just being too emotional. Because even you, it can happen. You can just be in the kitchen, you're the one cooking or you're the one doing something, and you just mistakenly break the plates too. So sometimes we have to be thinking, what if I'm even the one? So that way you correct the child rightly. That way you know okay, this is really the lesson here, this is really the cause here, then let's address the cause and not the symptom. And that way you realize something. The children will not speak in fear. Your correction will not be rejection to them. There's a way you can be angry and you correct the child wrongly. Just take time, cool first. Just take time. If you think they are being too emotional, just relax. Because at the long run, you don't want to raise a child that later the child will have a wrong perception of who he or she is, because over time you tell the child they are too stupid. Any small thing, you just scatter everywhere. Any small thing, you just destroy things. All of these things is causing something. Because even you as an adult, imagine someone telling you in the working place that you just do things anyhow. This is how you feel. This is how you feel as an adult. Now imagine telling a child. And sometimes you don't think of all of these things. And that's why over time, even when the child is having issue, the child will not come to you, because over time you've already said the child is stupid. You've already said the child is, it's not serious. So let's create that atmosphere, where they will feel emotionally safe. Emotionally safe. And I say you can, listen without interrupting them. Correction without insulting them. Respond without shouting. This is very important. There's a way someone will correct you and you'll be like, you wouldn't have shouted. I know you're correct, but you're shouting at me. You're shouting at me. And even that way, even if the child has some things to tell you, because you're shouting, the child will not be confident to express his or herself. So all of these are important. Yes, I know you want to instill discipline in the child, but there should be a better way of doing that. Which leads me to the second step. Build intentional communication. Don't assume. No. Don't assume they know, or don't assume they understand what you are doing. Build intentional communication. Be intentional. You have to state something. Tell them some things. Don't say, I think you should know now. Your common sense should have. No. Communicate things. Don't assume. Yes, now, but you've seen this yet. No, don't assume. Just communicate it. Because you have your perception to things, right? I have my own perspective too about things. It's a thing. So sometimes I think, okay, this is what you mean, and you meant something else. So you have to express it. Let them know, okay, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do. You have to be clear. And to have a right communication, it means both audience must understand each other. Understand the child. And while understanding the child should also understand you as a parent. You have to be intentional. Listen sometimes. Listen. Oh, let the child know, okay, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do. So home is built, like building a home now. Not just with your material things, not just with your provision, but with right communication. This is where you should go, this is where you should not go, these are the things you should do, these are the things you should not do. So don't assume, okay, I believe the boy knows what he should do now, at least he has been seeing me. Yes, I know he has been seeing you doing that thing, but also communicate it. So that way you create a legal ground that, okay, but but intentionally, I told you before leaving the house, you should do this thing. I told you should not do this again. Then that way you cannot say, okay, you seen that now I've corrected you first time, I've corrected you second time. Okay, now what should I do to you? Even that way, the boy will not know that, okay, things means I shouldn't really do this. That way the boy can even now tell you that, okay, mommy, I really want to do it, but whenever I want to do this thing, this is what and that way you know, okay, then let's see how can we really resolve that. And you can even now know, probably it's even a friend in school, a teacher that is telling the boy something. The boy will tell you the why, because he's feeling safe in your end. You're not just telling him you are safe here, I love you. No. The boy knows really that, oh, I'm safe with my mom, I'm safe with my dad. So communicate it, let them know. Don't assume they know it. Let them know, okay, this thing you should do, this thing you shouldn't do. Now the next one I'm having here is, which is my third step to building that. Practical expression of love. Yes, practical expression of love. Express your love for them. Let them see it. And when I mean express, sometimes you may just have to tell them, I love you. You know, so let me I think I have to say this. I could still remember attending one of the funeral of one of my uncle. And the daughters, I actually have about 4 girls. And one of the daughters said something that sticks to me till now. She said, there is no word a man can tell me that my father has not told me. There is no word. You know, that's why some ladies are easily being swayed. Just seeing a guy telling you are the cocoa, she might this, you are the this. They are easily being swayed because they've not seen someone. You know, as my auntie was actually telling me of a family friend who's that, you know what the man actually do for his, daughters during, Valentine or something. Literally, the man will buy something and send to them. As a father, making them have a right perspective. Not just telling them that I love you, but expressing the love to them. So no matter what the guy will buy, they will not even because of shawarma, just give themselves cheap like that. Why? Because they have a right perception of who they are. They've seen love being expressed to them over time. So you're not the first person, it's normal to them. So express your love. It might be just words. Oh, I love you. Let it be normal in your house, telling your child I love you. It's not as a man telling your son or telling your daughter I love you. You're not bringing out your masculine power. No. You're not bringing it down. Let it be normal. Let it be sweet in your mouth, telling your child, your son, oh, I love you. I love you. So express it. Let them see it, even in your action, in your behavior, buying things for them. Let them really see love being expressed, beyond love being taught, love being said or something. Let them really see, let them really feel it. Let them experience your love. That's really a whole lot. It's really a lot because you're doing something to their mind. So before someone else come and, just bring something and make them feel as if they're on top of the world just because of a gift or something, you've even done much more than that for them. And that alone is a whole lot. It's a whole lot. So express your love even more than you vocalize. Express it to them. You express in your action, in your decision, and even reward love. Celebrate it. When the younger brother is showing love to this, celebrate it. Let them see it, because sometimes when children see, oh, my daddy really value this thing, they know how they know the they know the value of it. They see it from the right perspective that this thing is really normal. So even when they get to classroom and they are not being loved by their teacher, they understand then it means the teacher is missing something somewhere. So they don't take the wrong perception. Imagine a child now having the wrong perspective. Some people, they will, some children actually, they will feel like, oh, I don't love my parents, I don't love my dad, I don't love my mom. Why? Because somehow there's a kind of perception the mother or the father has mirrored over time. Through behavior, through action. You just believe, oh, my mom and my dad is just this ash. They won't be able to tell you. But let them really see that, oh, my daddy really loves me, my mommy really loves me. Tell them. Say it to them. Express it to them. And the fourth one I'll be talking about is establish value and model them. Establish values. Okay, respect, discipline, honor, forgiveness. Beyond saying all of these things, express it to them. Express it to them. Because You have to really understand, children really learn even beyond saying, beyond, stating the law, giving instruction. They learn much more by doing. Seeing you actually acting out the action, living out the values, they emulate it easily. Imagine you lying and telling the child not to lie. So you're just deceiving yourself. You're lying and you're telling the child don't lie, and you're just and you're lying in the presence of the child. So live out the values. Live it out. So even beyond teaching, beyond instructing, giving instruction, live out the values. Don't just talk about it, don't just say it, but live out the values. And even when you wrong them, be the first to apologize. There are some people, they can't really apologize. They can't tell you sorry. I've met a friend like that. He said, I can't say sorry. He's wrong. He will just come to you and say, I know what I did is wrong, but sorry, I can't say sorry. There are people like that. The Bible will tell you, okay, I grew up in what did he call it again? Barracks. So I'm not trained to say sorry. I can't say sorry. And there are even some ladies like that, they can't say sorry. They know they are wrong, but they'll express it in other way. They might buy something for you, but they can't just open their mouth and say sorry. But imagine their mother and their parent has really, it's normal in their house, and mommy will say, sorry. Or daddy is saying, oh, sorry, I know what I did really ought to, just sorry. So start it. Don't just tell your brother sorry, tell your sister. Don't just do it. And even subconsciously, you see them now doing it over time. You see some kids that they just behave the way their parents behave, the way their dad behave. So do it. Just find it. It won't take anything from you. It won't reduce your masculinity as a man that, okay, I'm the head of the family. I would like now be telling my son sorry. It won't change anything. You're even making the child have the right perspective of who a father is. You're not, oh wow, my daddy can tell me sorry. That's a whole lot. My mom can tell me sorry. That's a whole lot. So don't just say it. Don't just have it as law, as 10 commandments in the house. Respect, greet, honor. Say it to them. Express honor to them at their own level. Express it to them at their own level. That's like if someone now even over honor them outside, they will know, oh, that one you are doing is too much. They will know because they have the right perspective of what honor should be. They will know when someone is saying that the honor is now me, lifting your bag when even I'm carrying something. It's wrong. You see the child is carrying and the two man, there's some things and you see a man, sometimes you want to, and you are helping the person, and the person is not carrying anything, and you have at the back, you have at the two hands. So sometimes you have to really understand all of these things. Now the child is killing his or herself. He's killing his or herself. It's not convenient, but he has to do it. You can tell, oh, I see what you are carrying now. Okay, let me just carry. You see, you are carrying things already. I understand. Let him have the right perspective of what honor is. Let him have the right perspective. Because when identity is already defined from the family, it won't become chaotic outside. Trying to define yourself by comments somebody put under your picture that, okay, you are not looking good. Is this all? And you start thinking, but imagine your parent has even told you are the best thing that ever happened to them, you are the best girl in the whole world. You might not think this thing matters, but it do matters. It do matters. Having a right perspective. So don't just tell them, do this, do that. Express it, leave it out. Leave it out. And the future I'm saying here, create shared moments, like have shared experience together. Have days you people are just together on the table discussing. Have days you go out for outing or something. Have that shared moment. Children can look back and say, well, I remember so day, me and my dad was here, me and my mom. Have that experience with them. I've listened to great people, like I won't be mentioning them, like some of the great leadership coach both in Nigeria and all over the world, like some greatly successful people in career and in family. And one of the key things they say is, from the beginning of the year, the same way they struck out in their calendar, all the seminars, all the whatever they'll be having, they also have block days that nothing will happen to that day. They must be with their family. It's clearly stated already, even before the year commences. So if you are calling them and saying, I want you to really show up in my, they will tell you that days has already been booked already. They have to be with their family. So no matter what you say, they must be with their family on that day. So you can't come in and what time we subconsciously say, or let me say, okay, we consciously say we prioritize our family. But when it's really arise, you will know truly if you really prioritize your family. Imagine you're supposed to be picking your son by 4 p.m. and you're just called, and your work, you close from work by 3 p.m., which means by from anything from 3:30 you're already at home, then you can go pick the child. And now you're at home already, oh, it's almost 3:30, time to go pick the child, and you receive another call that come and meet me so place by a friend. At that moment, you have to really now define what is really your priority. Is it to go pick the child or to go see your friend? And over time, we don't really just, okay, let the gateman or let the driver just go, or let me call someone to go and pick the child. And this is a child that you've not seen since morning. It's only that moment. So once you come back now, you go to the kitchen, the child is the one only doing the assignments. Just a few moments, you'll be with the child in the car. That child can even say, oh, mommy, this is what somebody did to me today. And this is what I actually faced in school today. Or this is the challenge I have. You just, okay, anybody can go and pick the child. And unlucky for you, even the driver did not go on time. Unlucky for you, the driver also has some other engagement. The driver say, madam, I just have to do 1 or 2 things too, and maybe by 6 or 7, that's when they went to pick your child. What's really your priority? And the friend you went to meet is not something important. And even if it's important, let your friend know, okay, so time I'm supposed to go and pick this child. Maybe when I come back and then I can now see you. Let them really know, because your family is also key. It's key. So just clearly say something. This is how this thing must actually be done. This is what I want to do, and nothing is coming into that time. State it. That way, even your children, and that one thing they're also building is trust. You know, there's a feeling, you know, that is my dad that will come and pick me. You're so sure. And over time, you build trust. You know, some people they cannot trust you. They can't trust because they have their own perception of trust, even from their family. Their parents, their mom, their daddy will say, "Oh, you know what? Today is your PTA meeting. I'll show up." And it's a lie. From primary to secondary school, he has never showed up before. Even some family is so worse that even both parents will not show up. It's a friend parents that will, represent. Some are so bad like that. And there's something that happening to that child. You won't know. You won't know. So all of this, if you don't plan to do something, you will never do it. Put it in your children are important. It should be part of the plan. It should be part of it. So create time as you're creating, this is my yearly goal, this put it there. Let it be part of the calendar. That alone even shows that sincerely you're intentional about it. Sincerely you prioritize your family. Sincerely you prioritize your kids. So create time for it. And the next thing I'll be talking about is effect of growing up in house without home. There's what it does. Like growing up just in a building without home. I remember this story one of my teachers shared when I was in, I think SS2, SS1, I can't really remember the class to be precise. And she was talking about, she actually, I think, okay, it's Mr. Moshid, okay, he's a man now. One of the male teachers actually shared this with us. He said there is a boy, not in Nigeria, and I will not be stating the country because, this actually a global, platform, so I won't be stating the country. So there is this country, every morning, the parent actually leave nothing less than about $500 notes on the table every morning, constant. So, and once they just drop it, the father is out, the mother is out, the boy will have to wake up later and dress up for school. Come back in the evening, the parents are not back, go to bed. So, I don't know, do you get the routine now? Which means daily does not even see the parents. And that happened consistently, even till the point the boy was thinking of suicidal thoughts, and he actually did it. He committed the suicidal thought, and that was how I heard the news. Because that morning it was being shared on the assembly ground. That's how I heard the news. Later now the parents will not even know what led to that. Maybe over time he even wanted to share those things with them that, oh mommy, I'm passing through that. But over time he didn't even see them. He only see money every morning. But there is very little your material resources can do. There is very, very little it can. Very little. It can't really subchange for your present. It can't subchange for your contribution. One key thing you have to understand about house and home is house can be built for you, right? Someone can come in and assist you in that. But when it comes to home, you have to really plan and build it yourself. You have to plan and build it yourself. Someone else cannot become the architect. No, you have to plan and build it yourself. So the boy over time, since there's nobody, he ended up committing suicide, and there was nobody to even say, oh, why are you taking? Nobody even noticed it. Because I believe before you can actually get to that stage, there will be signs. But since there is nobody at home, how will they know? So this thing is key. And the first effect of it is what? Emotional emptiness. Emotional emptiness. The person will have gone, okay, just because someone behaves somehow, you're already reading something else. Why? Because over time you've seen that behavior, and that's what you've always defined it as. First person, oh, probably the person did not reply to your message on time. You're looking, oh, is this person just ignoring me? Or the person did not even know my value. You start defining what other people are not saying, because even from your family, your first the first social influence you have was actually built in the wrong way. You start defining what people are not saying. Why? Because you have wrong perception about people. You have wrong perception about relationship. You can't even build trust. You hear some people, they will tell you barely that I don't trust anybody. I do, like, literally. I think I've heard it over time. Someone telling me I don't trust it. I said, you don't trust anybody, seriously. And when I really dig down, I really realized that it was because of experience over time, that oh, this person did that. So all of this, the person will just emotional emptiness. And the second thing is identity confusion. Because over time, you've been told you're mad, you've been told you're not enough, you can't do it, you just destroy things, you are this, you are that. And you have, wrong perception about yourself. And now coupled with the fact that even probably you're not being employed in a place and you're really behaving that way somehow. And the person too is not saying the same thing. You go home and think, is this thing really true? My mommy also said this, my dad also said this. Is this really who I am? So you start defining yourself with the wrong perception. There's also this word, I think it's John Rack now that said it. I can't really remember this name. It's one philosopher that said it, that human is what a tabular rasa, right? Like over time, whatever you put there, the person, yes, John Locke, right? Thank you. A tabular rasa, that over time, whatever whatever you actually put there is what they will have over time. The person will go back and really think it's does he really mean what my mommy said that time, what my daddy said that time is really working against me now in my working place? So let them have a right understanding of their identity. Let them really know who they are. Oh, you're not small. Their families are their affirmation alone. The child cannot think small. The child cannot get to school and think, okay, I want to be second put. No, because of the kind of affirmation the parents are, intentionally asking the child to recite every morning. Their family like that. The child, I'm the head. I'm not the tail. I am above only. I see possibility in all things. That child, even when he's having issue with calculation, he will remember, I see possibility in all things. I see possibility in all things. I can't be small. I think there's this interview I always watch, and while interviewing the woman, and one of the key questions is, they said over time that the teachers, was it teacher now? The teacher were like, over time, there's something they realize that the same family, they have 3 boys, and all the 3 sons actually became head boy when they were in SS3. And the mother was like, I didn't even realize. And the teacher was not telling the mother, but we understand, that should tell you, it's not favoritism. The children just add that intrinsic ability. And later when you're asking that same child, they're actually the sons of celebrity, and most of them, they travel out for their university, right? So while living the SS3 celebration, I heard that one of the boys, when they are giving, exchanging gifts, a friend of his actually gave him Nigerian flag. Why? Because the boy said that he can see the boy as patriotic. That what he really love. I'm telling you that the parent has instilled the love of the nation in the child, even as a child. Where some people are there saying Nigeria is this, Nigeria, so a parent is actually instilling the love of the nation. And later you ask, why is that boy becoming president? Imagine from secondary school, your classmates notice you love your nation. I don't know, that's a lot. From secondary school, a classmate knows that the best thing he can give is a flag of your country. That's a lot. That's a lot. And the person actually sees that the best gifts I can give this person, that I'll really touch a place in his heart, is giving him the Nigerian flag. And you'll be there later, you now say, why is all these people, they are still the one at the top. Be there. It takes a love to see something, some solution in a relationship. If you don't love someone, you can't see what the person is doing wrong and say, okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. You don't love the nation, so how do you think solution about the nation should actually be unveiled to you? It won't. Because what you can really see is bad. Okay, the nation is bad, yes. So it takes a level of, it means the parent intentionally has instilled love for the nation into the child. So what are you, all of these things, you might look, it's not important. You tell the child, today you are mad, today you are this, tomorrow you are this. you're not enough, you can't do it, you're stupid. And you think one day when the child will not sit his herself down and think, oh, am I really stupid? This one that I'm not even getting the maths. This one I'm not. The child will actually. Well, imagine you're telling the child, you can do it. It's possible. So if the child is not saying it's possible in his results, he will go back and think, well, mommy said I can do this thing. Daddy said it's possible. Then what am I really getting wrong? Or what am I not doing? Or what am I not supposed to be doing? The child will now start seeing himself from the right perspective, understanding that the best definition of himself is what the parent has called him, not what you are calling him, not the comments you give in below the picture you posted online. You know, some people be crying because of comments. It means you are defining yourself by that thing. You're defining yourself by that thing. So the next one I will be stating here, one of the effects is. But am I not getting? Okay, one of the effects is repetition of broken pattern. And what do I mean by that? You know, the reason why we have wounded leader, or the reason why we have leader that you think they are not caring, they are not loved, is because a point in they've seen, how will I put it? There is a point they've been a kind of experience they have over time. And in that experience, they just want to bleed the effects on people. And I'll give an example. Look at someone like Nelson Mandela now. He spent how many years in prison? Who knows? Thank you, 27. Now, imagine someone coming out from the prison with that. It's two things actually. If you have a wrong perception of identity, I think you should be thinking of revenge, or thinking of fighting back. My early life of career, leaving my family, that pain should have come out with pain, but it came out with a lesson, not pain. It dropped the pain. So imagine he wants to now rule the nation with that pain. Yet vengeance. They are giving me the chance. Let me just take vengeance now. So there are some leaders, they just see it as an opportunity to me. Let me now revenge. Yes. Let me do my own back. You're bleeding on the people. So imagine the person has a right perception of family, from the family was proper. Look, just like this young boy I was talking about now. That even from secondary school, the best gift you can give to him is the flag of Nigeria. That kind of person, if he continues like that, he will really love the citizen. He will love the citizen of the nation. Imagine how actually happen later become a president. You don't be like, why is this person just? You don't know where it's coming from. It's actually from the parents. It's not from the position. It's not from the position. So the it has been planted. It has been instilled over time, not even now. So the position is just a platform for expression. And this is really important. And if this problem is properly addressed, there will not even be all these drugs abuse, substance abuse. There won't be that actually. Imagine you have time for the kids. You are the first. You are really the parents, not just biologically. You are really the parents. You're really parenting the child. You know where your child is at every point in time. You have time for the child. If the child is being introduced to drugs, because you give the child of freedom of expression, he's not afraid to share anything with you. When he knows that mommy will just shout first. You know, that alone will not make some children share something. They'll say, my mommy will just shout, or she just say I'm stupid, or she just say I'm mad. And now you've even focused on the method. You've even forgotten the message you want to pass to the child. And because of that, the child will say, okay, it means I don't have to go to her again when I'm having issues. I don't have to go to him again when I'm having issues. Imagine you give them that freedom of expression. That whenever they don't feel like running away, they feel like running towards you, because you know when they actually meet you, you're going to share some things with them. So really making it so there will be issues. We will not even be having some issues in the society. There won't be issues. Why? Because the child is properly what? Trained. Properly what? Raised. And the last one I'll be stating here is what? Social consequences. I think I've even explained that too. Social consequences. You don't have leaders that will bleed on the people and every other thing. Now, what is the importance of building home really? What's the importance of building home? You have emotionally stable people. You have emotionally stable people. There are people that even if they are abusing them, they are having wrong comments on your pictures and everything, it doesn't define you. Even when a guy come and meet you that you are this, you are that, you say, my daddy already told me that even from childhood. You are not surprised. Imagine the first person that ever opened mouth and tell you is a guy that one guy you've not even met before is the first person that tell you, I love you. But imagine, you've never had it before. See, this thing is quite bad. Some people are actually, you may not have the experience, but I tell you, some people are actually passing through this. And you've never been told by their parent that I love you. And it's a whole lot for them. But the parent has not ever said, he or she has not said I love you before, has said you are mad, you are crazy, you are stupid thousands of times. Thousands of times. So I don't really know how much to say this, but it's really a pain in my heart because I do believe if a generation can get it right, then we won't bleed on the next generation. They will see what we've not been seen as normal. They will see it as normal that okay, it means it's how I should be raised. You know, some parents they will say, oh, this is what my mother did for me, I'm going to do it. I remember that I did this, that, this is what my mommy did for me. And they think they are justified, they are being right by doing that same punishment. But the truth is, even for the fact your parent actually did that to you, how much impact has it really made in your life? Why don't you change the method? Still living the message, still living the mission. The mission is discipline. The mission is to raise a child that is good in character, that is disciplined. Why don't you think of a better method of doing that? I only think it's actually a food that we sat down and you actually see the person and explain everything to the person. Okay, this thing you actually did, this is why you shouldn't do it again. This is why you should actually do it. Let the child see from your perspective too. And that way you will not even be able to see from the child's perspective, okay, this is actually what is wrong. I think one of the audience, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday now, was actually sharing something with us, how that, two child were really fighting for what? Orange, right? They were fighting for orange, for those that were here. They were fighting for the same orange. Imagine as a father, as a mother, the next thing just carry your cane and beat it up. Why are you fighting? Always fighting. Always fighting. You imagine just ask them, come, why are you people fighting? Then you realize that one actually needs what? It's one orange that is in the house. And one needs the back of the orange, just the back now, the peel of the orange. And the other one needs the juice in the orange. One needs the back for practical, the other one needs the juice, just to actually do some what? To actually prepare some food. Then you say that then you don't have to fight, just let me peel it for you. You take the back, then he will take the juice. But because the children too, they don't know much, they just believe that sin is one orange and they are fighting over it. But imagine you've actually beat them and you've shouted at them and later you now realize that the reason why they are fighting is you only have one orange in the house and both of them must actually submit their assignments tomorrow and they can't get another orange. That's why they were fighting, because they don't know much to know that okay, since what we are needing is not the same thing, you can still get the juice orange juice and I can still get what? I can still get the back of the orange. That's the peel now. So understand first, try to know what is really happening. Why are you shouting? Why are you fighting? Instead of just beating them and later after beating them, ask, okay, what is happening? Now asking what's happening. So this is key, this is important. I know there been a level of thing that our parents have done rightly. Yes, I'm not trying to undo that, but I'm saying that this one that is not perfect too, we can also work on it. We can work on it. And if you are making the decision now to actually, to see rightly the difference between house and home, you actually know how to do this. Wherever at your own level, you might have some mentees under you, you may just see a boy on the street. Let them really understand this. You just want to correct the boy, oh, you are sagging. Yes, I know the boy is sagging. Why don't you first of all walk to the boy? He's sagging really, you are fine. But you know if you could raise these trousers up, you'll be more beautiful, you'll be more handsome. We will like instead of you looking at the boy, I know now, if we are sagging, don't worry, very soon now you start taking Indian. Very soon now you start taking cocaine. Instead of speaking from negativity or speaking from the place of fear, just look at, you're handsome, but I do believe if you raise these clothes and, set your belt to it, you look more handsome. The boy will look at you and say, hey, do you mean it? Okay now. Even that way, the boy will feel, might not even tell you, but my friends are doing this thing. It will be as if I'm just the only one doing, I'm the only one not sagging. You now explain why the boy should not do it, and why the boy should even go back and correct his friends. But imagine you started by saying, you're already sagging. Very soon now, you start doing your work, very soon you start smoking. Even that way, the child might even end up looking at you in a very bad way, or abusing yourself, because you actually call for it. So this thing, it's important. So in a bit to correct someone, in a bit to, make the person understand that the person must be responsible, pass it in the right way. Do it in the right way. Make the person see the reason beyond the words. Because sometimes if you don't see the reason why someone is doing something, you don't know why he or she is doing it. Let the person see the reason, let the child, because these children too, they might not, they have a myopic mind. So they might not really be seen from your perspective. But when you make them see from your perspective, over time you begin, because just like table that you are training them, and you can actually train them in the right way or in the wrong way. That's why you have to be very, very, very careful. Some child now, they don't even want to make attempts because over time their parents are, shout. Whenever they want to attempt something, they just shout at the child. Am I trying to say you should take away discipline completely? No, but there should be a better way of installing discipline in the child. It should be a better way. Should be a better way. You might okay, let me withdraw this from you, so because they should you might also think of a better way of punishing the child too. Okay, because this one you've done it consistently. Okay, let's think of a better way of punishing you. And the child will now and before the punishment, let the child see the reason first, not after the punishment. After the punishment, no, let the child see the reason first. And sometimes some of our parents will even beat you and they won't even tell you the reason they won't tell you. And not telling you that reason alone, and later they might not really realize that what they actually beat you for, what you are being beaten for, you are not even the one that actually did that thing. And now you've created something in the boy's heart. And later the boy will not be in office one day and the boy will not see it bad as accusing someone else for someone else of. He won't see it bad. So when I was a child too, they did that too for me. And my parents did not even ask me to do it. So all of this thing is important. You might look at it that it's not normal. And that's why over time we've been having adults that, although they are adults, they are wounded already. They are wounded adults. Some parents are wounded. It's not their fault, but that was how they were being raised too. Some parents did not have the right perception of the fatherhood, the right perception of motherhood. That was the way they were raised too. But I do believe we can do better. We can do better. Having this understanding, we can really do better. And the better begins from your space. Don't wait till you become a mother until you become a child. Start the decision. There's something I did with myself, and I thank God I actually did that. From GSS1, I made that decision. I would not curse, I would not abuse. Even at my default state, at my highest range, I won't say you are mad. I won't say it. It can't come out subconsciously because it's over 6 years now. So I know what I'm saying. But I do tell my friend, the future you are building has started already. Over time, staying alone as a core member, I will tell myself, before leaving the hostel, I must, make sure the room is well lit, even as a guy, intentionally, because I don't want to be a wrong father. I don't want to mirror the wrong part of fatherhood. I don't want to be a wrong husband, so I must not be a wrong boy. I shouldn't be a wrong boy. So I'm intentional. After eating, the plate must be washed. I'm intentional. Because you see, sometimes we dream of a kind of family you want to have. When you do not start living it, who will lead the family? Imagine the child is already seeing daddy, and daddy is eating late. Daddy is already in the kitchen watching the plate serve himself. The child will not finish eating, will have the guts or audacity not to wash the plate. So, and daddy, it will not just happen to daddy. It's because daddy has built it over time too. It's not forming it. That's just who he is. It's not forming it. You don't form some things. If it's not you, that's not who you are. That's not who you are. You can't form it. So what time when I'm the only one in the room, I'm intentional because I have a kind of life, I have a kind of family I want to have, and I do believe it begins with me. It starts with me. Imagine a child growing up in a place that he has never had been abused, been caused before. You see the child in school, even when he or she is angry, he can't still abuse you. You say, oh, but what you did is wrong. And this thing is possible, but it begins with you. It begins with you. Making the right decision. I don't want to use these words again. I don't want this thing to be in my environment. And doing it intentionally. Living it out intentionally. So your future is not an infinity tomorrow. It's today becoming tomorrow. It's just a reflection of who you are over time. That's what you reflect in later life. Reflection of who you are over time. So over time, if I'm not the one that abused, you don't expect me to now one day in my life tell my child you are mad. It won't happen because I've not even said that to my friends. It won't happen even at the highest range of anger. It won't happen. Because some parents initially they don't mean it, but somehow they are used to it. They're used to it. So what you don't want your family, what you don't want to use on your kids, then you shouldn't use it on others. You shouldn't use it on others. And it starts with your own friend, your own inner cycle. And when they know, and what I've even come to realize over in life is, if we don't use that word for people, they won't use it for you. They won't. They won't. They won't use it for you. I can count the amount of time I was beaten from GSS1 to SS3. I can count it. Literally. I can count the amount of time I fought just once. Why? Because the boy was even the one fighting me. I was not the one fighting him. And yes, I think I have to say this. And you know what the boy said? I was in GS2 then. He said, my mommy said that anybody that said they don't born me, but I should kill the person. JSS2. Do you get that? My mommy said anybody that say they don't born me where I should. And I could still remember that it's afternoon during break, my teachers were just like, okay, 12 you just go and leave them outside. That was the only time I can remember what I remember that I fought in junior school, because I did my junior and senior school was different schools. That's the only time. And I can still remember the boys' word. That was GS2, for you to know how well that. Yes, anybody that said they don't bomb me, but I should kill the person. I didn't. You know, so anybody that said, I was like, what's happening? And you know, even the funny, that's the only word I can literally still mind, because I couldn't even mind. It's just like, how? Why are you fighting? I said, this is what happened though. So that was what made the boy start fighting it, as since I said, and I didn't say it. So sometimes you have to, and let me tell you, the mother might have said it somehow, maybe subconsciously or somewhere. And the mother, because I do believe there is no responsible parent that will see the child down and say, you know, I really said something like that. But this is the belief the boy has from JSS too. So these things are, it's important. When I look at it as it's not what you should just take fever. It's important. And somehow if you don't engineer something there, if you don't plant something in the heart of that child, someone else will plant something there. So the question is, which seed is really going in the heart, in that boy's child heart, or in that girl's heart? Which seed is going? Is it the one you plant or the one society plants? Is it the one you plant or the one their teacher plants or their house help or whatever? Because this thing is important. Over time, it's building something. Over time. Just like the man, I think one of the speakers that spoke before me now, he said something that at the age of 8 he started smoking. Why? Because of somebody that introduced him to it. So don't shift your responsibility of parenting. Don't shift it to someone else. Don't shift it. 8 years or 8 years. Don't shift it. Try to pass on the responsibility. Yes, at least I have done my best. No. Then if you know you're not ready to train the child, then why birth the child? That's just the truth. Why birth the child? Just leave the child to be there. I think even the society will be safe that way. Because that child at 8 now will also look for another child to influence. It will be normal now. And another thing is, even some people, when they know it's not normal, intentionally they want to do it. Because they said somebody ruined my life too, like this, me try I must do it. Some people are like that, they say intentionally I must also do it to someone. Since someone ruined my life like this, then I should do that too to someone. So all of these things are important. So understand there's key difference between house and home. So irrespective of, you might be thinking, oh, I've done all, the house is good, we are living in the most expensive place in the planet, we have this, there's water, there's money, there's this. If you even want to ride the best car to school, you have the best car. If you want to buy the supermarket, it's available. But what of your presence? Your present for the child. Let the child, beyond saying I love you, let the child experience the love. Let the child feel the love. Let the love be palpable. Don't just say it, let it be palpable. Okay, and the last consequence is, do I still have anyone here? Okay, I think I've stated that important of building a healthy. And lastly, strengthen society. Imagine you have a stable man, you have someone that really understands his identity, someone that really understands who he or she is, understanding the who, the why, and the where, and the what, and even the who's, like, where are you from, who owns you? You know, there's this perception, I'm a child of a king. There's how you're a child of a king, there are things you shouldn't do. Understanding whose you are, that's the word, whose you are. The child of a king, there are things that you know that, oh, it means I can't be doing this kind of thing. Making the child see themselves as who they are really. Who they are really. And that is a whole lot. So we end up having what? A healthy society. Because that's we always say, okay, this country will be, we are expecting a better Nigeria, but that better Nigeria begins from the house. You telling the child that you're a good citizen of your nation, instilling it in that child, making the child understand wherever you go, wherever you find yourself, obeying laws and principles is paramount. Obeying law and principles, but let them know from the house, not that you be saying, oh, this country, it won't be good for the country, this country is this country is that. And even when you get to school, that's how you see same children repeating what their parents have said. Repeating what their parents have said too. But imagine you're painting the right picture before them. And we'll have what? Beyond dreaming of a healthy society, we'll have a better society. We'll experience a better society. So at the long run, you realize that, oh, the better Nigeria, the better society, the better nation, we are all anticipating. It begins from what? Everyone in this room taking on what they have responsibility. You do yours, I'll do mine. Ensuring that we have what? A holistic family. We have a holistic society. We have a perfect society. So at the long run, we are not just building houses and we forget our responsibility in building a stable home. We are not just building big buildings and forget our responsibility in building a place where where everyone can find emotional stability, emotional security, place of belonging, and right understanding of what's identity. So I'm leaving you with this last question. Will you really build a house or a home? So the decision is yours. And it begins with you, starting making intentional action even from today. The decision is yours. The decision is yours. So don't just leave it to society. Intentionally, you may have to, sit down, put your pen to your book and, write down these are the things I really do to build my home. These are the things that will not exist in my house. These are the things that will exist in my house. So if fighting exists in the house, so you expect it also in the society. If they are fighting themselves in the house, there are some children, they love themselves. That even when you are not fighting the brother outside, the senior brother knows what to do. That you're not supposed to be fighting my brother. We're able to stand in for the brother. What did he really do? But imagine they have even at home, their parents there's a level of hatred that has been built. You will see the disparity in school. You see it in school. So all of these things are important, and it starts by the way the parents actually, make these children actually see themselves. The things you're telling them over time, the things you're showing before them over time. All of these are key important things. So this is a decision for you, a decision for me to make. That beyond building a house, you will build a home. A home where your children can be loved, a home where children, beyond shelter, you provide comfort for them. You make them find intimacy. You don't just have structures and building. No. Let them see intimacy there. Let them experience it. There's been a wrong perspective over time of this concept. So be that generation, be that individual that make the next person, the next generation, see what it means to actually have a house, have a home. So beyond building, as I said earlier, also have a home. Have a home. I don't know. Okay, also have a home. So also have what? Also have a home. Okay, let me just share this. Let me share this. John Bolbar once said something. He said children don't just need provision. They need a place of emotional connection. So children, they don't just need provision, but they need a place of emotional connection. And for you to create emotional connection, I think it's also important I say this, that you should know what it requires to build a home. You need joy, peace, and what? I'm not forgetting. And love, yes. Joy, peace, and love. Joy, peace, and love. Express the love for them. Express the love you have for them. Oh, I love you. Express it. Let them feel the joy. Let them come to the house and they've been stressed out in school. But let them come home and feel this joy they can't even express. They can't even explain. And lastly, let them find what's peace. It's not that the parents, the father and mother is always fighting, eating the table. A time will even come, the children will not even answer them, they know that's just how they do. And that already becomes a slap. The mother and the fight is just before the kids. That becomes a slap. So again I say, which part are you and which one will you really build? Will you really build a place where everyone can feel a sense of belonging, or you just build a building where everyone can just be sheltered? So never forget, it's important we don't just build house, but we build what? Home. And right about now, I'd love to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have ladies and gentlemen here? Okay, my name is Engineer Olukorede Kesha. I'm a civil stroke highway engineer. I am here to speak on the business of sustainability, how engineers can lead Nigeria's economic transformation. I will start by telling a little story of myself, how I ventured into engineering. It has not been an easy journey. I've practiced engineering now for about 35 years. And it has been due to a lot of resilience, hard work, and God on our side. We can't put the God factor aside in anybody's life. So it wasn't an easy journey, but just like I said, I was very determined. And whatever I lay my hand to do, I do it with all my heart, just like the Bible encourages. I went into engineering not knowing that I have what it takes to be an engineer to start with. But my late father saw in me what I didn't see in myself. He saw in me a leader, he saw in me an engineer. And he led me, he said, why don't you do engineering? And I said, that's too much for me to do. Why don't you just let me do science lab tech and things like that? And he said, no, you're going to be an engineer. And I ventured into it. And because I didn't want to disappoint him, I had to put my all in it. And here we are today. I'm a leading factor in engineering in Nigeria. I'm the current chairman, before I go ahead, of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, the Lagos branch, the branch in Unilag, the first branch of the society, and the branch to beat, the mother's branch. So I'm the current chairman of it, and I just recently retired as the Federal Controller of Works, Federal Minister of Works in Lagos State. I'm here today to speak on the business of sustainability, how engineers can lead this transformation or economic reformation in sustainable development. You will agree with me that other parts of the world, they are developed. And I think it's only Africa that is still left behind. We are developing nations. And we can't bear that tag or that name forever. Expectations, you understand, are high from the people that colonized us. By now they expect us to be developed. And we cannot develop without infrastructure provision. That's what drives development. You can't say you are developed and you don't have roads, you don't have flyovers, you don't have enduring bridges, you don't have those transformative airports. You understand that Dubai, China, all of them are priding themselves in. And if we must attain development, if we must move from development to development, we must embrace sustainability. What is sustainability? Sustainability is just about embracing a design from conceptualization. You want to build this road, the time you're conceptualizing it, you want to make it a smart one. What does that mean? One that takes care of the environment. Gone are the days where you just want to do provision, just do it. Now you must integrate the people that want to use it with the provision you're making with your environment. We cannot say we're building a nation and then we're destroying the environment. So your design from when you're conceptualizing it now must embrace everything to a structure that is lasting. Gone are those days that you just pour asphalt on the road and then you go. Next year, we're doing the same thing. That has gone to history now. So you see that the works that we did in Lagos while I was at the helms of affair, you see that they are lasting and enduring ones. They are there for people to see. It has not been like that before. So now we're saying, how can engineers lead in this transformative agenda? Because without engineers, we can't have any world. We must note that without engineers, there can't be a world to live in. Because all the provisions that will make humanity a living ecosystem, it's done by engineers. It's engineers that provide that. And now we are going beyond just providing for providing's sake. We're doing now what is resilience. We're doing what is smart. We're now doing what is environmentally friendly, what has less impact on the environment. So how can engineers now lead in this struggle? Like I said before, is by providing infrastructure that has the capacity to unlock economic potentials, by providing infrastructure that makes the environmental impact less on the society, by making infrastructure that is resilient, that can lead to a diversified economy. We do not have to put all our eggs in oil. We can use engineering infrastructure to national development, to grow the economic GDP too of a nation. If when people see good infrastructure, they are ready to pay for it. When they see good infrastructure, people don't mind paying for it. And we can raise money through that to do more roads and then maintain the existing ones. That's what we're talking about. And the benefits of this, when we embrace this as a nation, cannot be overemphasized. I want to take a case study of Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, where I was privy to be part of the team that brought that dream to a reality. It's a 750-kilometer long road, and it spans across about 7 states from Lagos to Calabar. It was in the dream before, in the pipeline. Now it's a reality. It's there for all of us to see, and we can see the benefits when we take advantage of sustainable infrastructure. That one is a typical example of an infrastructure development that is sustainable. It's not something that we are going to go and be looking for. It's just there, staring us in the face. So you see that once that road started, it has unlocked blue economy potentials. You will agree with me that that is possible. And then you will agree with me that it is taking care of connectivity along the coastal highway. Before, you can't connect Calabar from here. It's not possible. You need to go maybe 8-10 hours journey. But now within 4 hours, you're in Calabar. Once this road is delivered, then we see that it is a catalyst to tourism. You see tourists now, we're going to do a lot of development along the coastal line that will bring about tourism in Nigeria. You see now, very soon, people will be coming from Ghana, from everywhere to come to coastal highway. And that will boost our economic and industrial developments. We can't, that axis can never be the same. And it leads to what? Improved quality of life. There's education now is enhanced because people can move from one point to other. Healthcare is revamped too. Unlike before, when people are sick, they can't go to hospital. They have to go by boat. But now you can go by road. From here to Eleko before would take hours. But now Eleko is just near here. When people hear Eleko before, it's like, where is that? You understand? Land there, cost of land there used to be like 1 naira. But now, cost of land there now is enhanced. People are considering doing industries along that line, and that will boost our GDP ultimately. So the Nigerian context now, the benefits of embracing sustainable development. What are the benefits? The benefits are just too many. I've just said few of them. If we embrace sustainability in our provision of engineering infrastructure, in development, the economic benefits, they are so many. And what are the strategies that are needed to drive this change? We're talking about, before we used to do, society is staying alone, environment is staying on their own, economy is staying on their own. Sustainability, now we're talking about embracing the three, marrying the three together in a seamless way that makes life very easy for all of us, and then be proud of the country that we belong to. Why is it that people travel? Why is it that people go to embassies? Just to go and see mostly the development. They take pictures and they are wowed. They are wowed. Look at the roads, look at the bridges. So it will lead to development. It will attract investors. It will attract investors. And it will attract tourism too. Nigeria too will become a tourist destination when all our roads are in a state that they are supposed to be. Then we do more infrastructure. Very soon the federal government is in the process of doing another bridge, Qatar Bridge. It's another one. And that one will be like a cable stage, something bigger than what we see at Ikoyi Link Bridge. That's the first in West Africa. That small thing you see linking Ikoyi to Lekki. So we need more of that. We need more of that so that Nigeria can be a place where we can be proud of. And I want to thank God for the current President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who in his wisdom and intelligence has appointed the NSC in person of the president of NSC now. He has co-opted NSC through the Minister of Education in revamping technical education, so that classroom realities can be married to industry expectations, so that Nigerian engineers, the young ones, can be marketable. Because what we have now is a situation where what is being taught in class is different from the expectation at the industry. And when young engineers graduate and they come to the industry, you need to start all over again to teach them as if they haven't gone to school, because the classroom experience is not taking cognizance of the fact that the industry is expecting, what is industry is expecting from the students is different from what they are teaching them. And that's why the president in his wisdom has done that under the Nigerian education sector revamp initiative, so that the technical curriculum in universities, the NSC will look through and have an input in what should be done to make Nigerian engineers marketable and have global acceptance with their counterparts all over the world. And then is looking into the laboratory too, how we can look into the laboratory. If you go to Unilag now, the laboratories, some of the equipment they are old. And what we have now is new innovations. So if we don't change all that, how can Nigerian engineers be marketable? How can they come out and design something that is smart? How can they come out and design something that is resilient? If a nation must be developed, it is the locals. You must take into consideration the local content. Nigerian engineers, they are very important in developing Nigeria. No other person has the interest of Nigeria at hand like Nigerians. That's the way we should be. And so if we must develop the nation, we must develop engineers who will in turn provide the smart design. You understand? The conceptualization that is needed, the design, the implementation that we need to have an infrastructure that is sustainable. In conclusion, I want to say that engineers were not just builders. we're nation builders. We don't just do roads and bridges. And that's why you see most developed world, if you look at them, most of their presidents are engineers. Most of their presidents are engineers in most of the developed worlds. So, because it takes an engineer who is passionate about the job to conceptualize and then to do a design that is not only long lasting, but that is economical. You understand? We have to do a design that is economical, taking into consideration of what we receive and how we spend it. If it is not an engineer, they will still need to employ an engineer to do the design. But if it is an engineer, he's looking into the design straight and he's saying that in this geopolitical zone, in this geographical zone, I need this, I need that, I need that, I need this transformation. So the work of nation building is the work of an engineer. And so, on this note, I'd like to say that engineers are not just builders, we're nation builders, we're decision makers. We are the ones that can transform Nigeria. We're the ones that can transform our nation to a sustainable level. We must move away from the usual design that I just want to design and then keep maintaining. We're doing a sustainable design that needs minimal maintenance. It is sustainable on its own. You understand? Lagos Calabar now, it needs minimal maintenance. It is sustainable on its own because it takes cognizance of the environment that we are in. It has less environmental impacts. Through that Nigeria is getting carbon credits because it is a design that took into consideration the environmental impacts, and it has less environmental impacts on the society. So those are what makes engineers to lead economic transformation and sustainable environments for the society to live in. So as Nigerians, we need to allow the engineers to do their work. One thing is for engineers to want to do their work. If we do not embrace this sustainability, it will be difficult. Our mindset, everyone seated here, must be changed towards sustainable developments. Not just developments now. Before, not that we're not trying. We're trying, but now we need to do more and do something that is sustainable. That's the difference between infrastructural provision and a sustained one. A sustained one is not an afterthought. It's not the one that after you are finished, then you are thinking it needs solar energy, it needs this instead of fossil fuels. Then it's a smart one is from conceptualization. You're thinking about renewable energy. You understand? Something that has less impact on the society. You're thinking, for instance, we used to use oil-based binding to bind the soil with the asphalt. What's that binder? We used to use oil-based. That means you use kerosene or petrol to mix it and make it fluent to achieve the viscosity that you need to lay it on the road. But now we're designing with sustainability in mind, and we're using emulsion-based. It's water-based now. It has less effect on the environment. So we've discarded that old one that used to use, we use kerosene petrol to be burning that binder. But now it's emulsion-based. So we're doing design now that not only provides resilience and long-lasting infrastructure for the people. We're doing one that takes a cognizance of the environment that we live in. We don't want to pollute the environment. We don't want to increase global warming. We don't want to deplete the ozone layer just because we are designing. And that's why the Honorable Minister in his wisdom now is changing from asphalt to concrete. Concrete has less impact on the environment. And it lasts long. with little or no maintenance. Once we get it right, with a concrete pavement, you can drive on it for 50 years without any maintenance. So, but on asphalt, that is not possible. If it is well done, after 10-15 years, you must go back. It becomes an altar that you must go back to go and put sacrifice on. But with concrete, no altar is left behind. It's just you're left with an infrastructure to enjoy and then to add value to our lives. And on this note, I'd like to hand over the mic to the incoming speaker who is coming to do justice to the topic that he has been given. Thank you,
very much. Thank you very much. Come on, let's give it up for Engineer Bishop. All right. No worries, no worries. You can lift it up and just gently put it back in. We continue to trudge on, right?
Yes, sir.
We continue to trudge on, and as you can see, we are just less than. Please, everyone take your seat. Everyone take your seat. We're just less than. Take your seat, everyone. We're just less than a few seconds away. When we started, it seemed difficult. When we started, we were looking confused. So for the next 5 minutes, I want to just inject a dose of motivational fuel into our minds to remind us that this is not just puffy, fluffy, motivational stuff. This is the hard grind where we roll up our sleeves, get our feet muddied, get our hands dirty. We knuckle up, we buckle up, and we do the work. So effectively, we have hit day, what? 14. The 14th day has been done. We can officially say day 14 is done and dusted. The journey of 1,000 miles must of necessity begin with a single step. But not just a single step, but the right single step. That single step in the right direction. And so, I want to call our minds to how important it is to appreciate little things. Appreciate little things. There is a verse in the Bible that urges us not to despise the days of small beginnings. And that though your beginning may be small, and it is, and it should be. Let's be clear about that. Because we now live in a culture, in a society where everybody wants to begin big. That is an aberration. It is an absolute aberration of man's faulty creation. We created it based on a false premise. You don't begin big. You must start small. And so it is to remind us and to challenge as many as are listening, watching, that what is most important in life is to commence. Wherever you are now, whatever you have in mind, ask yourself, for how long have you been regurgitating it, turning it over again and again and again in your mind? And for how long do you want to continue to remain in that mode? When the world is simply waiting for you to start, to take that first step, to find a way creatively and intentionally to launch out. You may wobble, but so does that little baby at 6 months, 7 months. They wobble. I remember a man by the name Fani Amu, who used to be the coach of the Golden Eaglets, when they won the World Cup, the Under-17 World Cup in 1993. How many of you, where were some of you in 1993? Negotiations were still going on as to whether you will join us in this world. There were still negotiations. Maybe it was still at the proposal phase. In 1993, he won the Under-17 World Cup in Japan. And I think it was 1995, they upgraded him, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know he became the coach of the Under-23 team, soccer team, or the Under-20. And they were not playing as well as the team he coached in 1993. So journalists began to attack him. They managed to get to the quarterfinals. They attacked him that this team is wobbling and fumbling. And during one press conference, Faniamu had to answer that question. He said, don't worry, we will wobble and fumble into the finals. My point here is that when we start, it can be very messy. Sometimes no structure. You have an idea, you have a picture. But those early moments, what you have most times is the conviction, is the belief that I can do this. I have set my mind to do this. I have prepared in some form, in some measure. But then I start to have second thoughts. That starting, that takeoff, the most sensitive, without which nothing ever happens. You can have all of the dreams in the world. You can have some of the finest ideas in the world. But start. I think it was Napoleon Hill that said, begin, and mighty forces will come to your aid. When we began, we've seen so many persons coming to our aid. Friends of the School of Eloquence, alums of the School of Eloquence, the Eloquence Club, including those that are not non-aligned. We've had professional bodies like the NBA, Nigerian Bar Association, the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria. We've had all kinds of allies coming together, banding together around this common national cause. That's the beauty of life. But what if we did not begin? What if we did not begin? We are 6 days away, and the flurry of phone calls, there are people who are calling me no matter what. I must be here. I want to be part of the history. The making of history. I have someone who said, no matter what, even if it is 8 p.m. tonight, I must find my way here because I may not be in town tomorrow. And most times when we make history, it isn't usually noisy. You must remember that. But what matters is to begin. What matters, as long as you have cased out that mission, you have been able to effectively interpret it, design it, describe it, and there is clarity. Do not expect that everything will be in place from the get-go. Find a way with courage and with faith and trusting God. That's okay. I don't have all the cash in the account, but do I have enough to start? And do I have enough also doesn't necessarily mean the material resources, the immaterial resources of courage, conviction, belief, understanding of the terrain. Belief is not enough, alone is not enough, but you must understand what it is that you're getting into. And to have been able to prepare to some extent, that is how we must understand this. And that is the approach that we must apply. And so, I want to encourage us. We have started. There is power in starting. And here we are. We've gone past the existing Guinness World Record. We did that in 5 days, 5.5 days. And I think we have doubled our money on that. And we are not yet satisfied. We want more. One of my mentors back in the day, no, it was not my mentor, it was John L. Mason in his book, An Enemy Called Average. Please read that book. One of the chapters, he said, bite off more than you can chew, and then chew it. Sometimes, strive to be audacious. That's where the magic lies. We've doubled our money. I think we're about to triple our money. My friend Victor Diani was here yesterday as he left after he spoke. He said, look, if these people are not careful, we'll make it 500 hours. Can you see, that did not come from me. We'll give them a round figure. See, as people become part of the dream, they see what is possible. Collective involvement. There is nothing we cannot do when we work together as a team. And that's why, even as a nation, we must stop all these divisions. They are unnecessary. Every one of you here that has worked on this project, did I know you from Adam? No. But look at where we are, how far we've come today. What we've tried to do, we've had to sweat, as Winston Churchill told the Britons during World War II as Prime Minister. He said, look, I don't have much to give you. All I have is sweat, tears, and blood. In other words, he called the entire nation to arms, to believe that the Germans may be pounding us, they may have the superior technology, they may have gobbled up more than half of Europe, heading towards the United Kingdom. But guys, the only way to stand our ground and to live into the next century is through sweat, tears, and blood. In other words, we roll up our sleeves. At 2 a.m., you feel very tired, you sit up because you're part of the audience. At 3 a.m., you feel very tired, but you're next to speak. You dab your hand with some water and swipe your face and say, no, darling, we've got to get this done. You show up. Your brain is failing you. The ideas are not coming. No, you shake your head twice. Let the message, let the content drop. You shake it twice, and you receive a significant reset. The brain gets reset. You continue. And you continue day after day after day 1, day 2, day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you're wondering, are we here? 9 already, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, we are here. And now we can see the horizon. We can see what we have labored for since September last year. It's within touching distance. You can taste it. You can feel it. It's there. That's what the kind of attitude that we've put together testifies to beginning. It's a testimonial launch out. There were so many things I didn't know how they would work out. A lot of the times you will come here for rehearsals, I had no clue. Sometimes I would tell someone like Bidemi, who is very close to me, do you really think I have any clue what I'm doing? What I do know is that this is what we are planning to do. Sometimes it's that way. But you have faith. You have faith. And when you're someone who also has faith in God, God is not going to do certain things for you, by the way, before we pack all of the responsibility and say it's God. No. You will do your bit and then let God do only what only He can do. And in many ways we have been surprised. We've had fantastic weather. We've had fantastic for 14 days. That was one of the concerns. I said, let's just get it going. We can't, if you regard the wind, you will not sow. If you regard the clouds, you will not reap. Let's just do it. We worried about electricity, and in fairness, on a scale of 1 to 10, I think they've done over 60%. And if you enjoy 60% in this current power situation, I'm telling you, that is an A++, if you know what I mean. In the midst of it, Iran, America, Israel, petrol prices, diesel prices have almost doubled. But we are still standing because we started. Imagine if we had postponed again. If we had said, okay, are you sure everything is in place? And we came this close because to postponing by maybe a week. Because right up to a day and even the morning of the 1st, we only signed the contract officially with Guinness World Record the day before. To effect the wire transfers and the issues we had with the banks internationally, all hell was breaking loose. So you can see that the logos arrived so late. This was not the background, this was our practice backdrop. When we produced it, we did not have the Guinness World Record logo on it because they had not yet given us the go-ahead and the licensing to use it. But that's why it's very important that you just start somehow. Because if we had waited to that last minute, maybe we'd be using the old backdrop, School of Eloquence. That would not have been ideal. We just said, do something, let's use it for our rehearsal, let's just keep it going. And the only thing we needed to do, that morning or that afternoon of 1st of April, said, get a sticker somewhere, print out the logo, and we stuck it here. In fact, if I'm not saying it, most of you watching at home from home will not know. This is a sticker. But we're here. What matters is starting, doing it. Don't worry, it's going to be messy. It's going to be messy. That's not the time to start saying I want to package. Leave packaging. Packaging comes after success has been sealed. Then it can be wrapped. At that point, you can wrap it whichever way you want to. And you deliver it, you table it. So, my message as we ring in day 14 completed is to say, start. Just find a way to start. Show your hand that you are there. Understand the landscape, be courageous enough, and just begin. Let me tell you, you think big people don't have problems? If they tell you there are problems. So if you come here when everything looks okay and dandy, it's a battle. You understand that? It's a battle. We fight through. We apply the same principles continually. Nobody ever gets rid. A lot of the people we celebrate today on the covers of publication, they're high up there if you know what they contend with. So please, the lesson is just start. Once you have a clear picture, start. And before we knew it, everything is adding up. This morning we're having a meeting with our adjudicator leader, and she's so excited. We've already started putting our evidence together. And we are looking forward to us completing this so that they can formally hand us a Guinness World Record certificate. But we know we put in the work, night and day. Our camera guys have done well. Our speakers have been sleepless. They have been relentless. They've applied themselves, and you will never be the same after this program. You will have grown in leaps and bounds. And then every member of the team, the registrar, I'm sure as you know, she has been perhaps the most important backbone. You never see her, but you see what she does. Right? You see what she does. That's a superstar. So, and then of course, our young core members, everyone here putting in all the efforts night and day through pain. It's like footballers, sometimes some of the very best players have to play through pain barrier. They feel that niggling pain is almost an injury, but they know this match, we need to win this match. And that's what you've all done. All because we started, and we didn't just do it in isolation, we started together. And we are holding the line. So I admonish you, if there was ever a time, see somebody is having fun there. If there was ever a time where we need to stick together, hold the line, this is the time. Complacency will come in. It will creep in. Oh, we're there. To possibly take anything for granted. No. Just stay disciplined. Prepare your speeches. Review your material. Rehearse. And then when you come out here, showcase. As we continue to welcome the other speakers that are coming in, will come in at their own time. Those of us who have to do the heavy lifting on the graveyard shifts, we show up. And you are the muscle, you are the spine, you are the true heroes of these attempts. You may never be known, you may be unknown, but history will be fair to you. And you will know within yourself that you played a major part in that history, in that story, in that success. And that's why I'm so eager to have us produce historic coffee book titled Speaking into History, where your faces will all be displayed with your names. And it will be displayed on tables at the airports, VIP lounges. Who were the people that did this? Who were the people that did this? So everyone that has stood behind this lectern under the authority of the Dean of the School of Eloquence, you are a part of history, and we look forward to celebrating this together. And let me announce, next week, Tuesday, there's going to be a party here. Yes, there's going to be a party here. So if you have not brought in your Sunday best, we are going to celebrate, we are going to rock this place. Because it's not more, it's to give you some incentive, some motivation. I think I've not yet posted the flyer. I'm going to post it, but please, you are not invited to invite anybody. Please be clear. Cascade this down. Anybody that invites anybody will be disinvited.
Yes.
But there are some very important VIPs that will definitely have the luxury to invite people. They are there behind the scenes supporting us, encouraging us to keep it going. So we set a standard. Should others emerge, they will have a lighthouse to look forward to. And know that, yes, some people came and decided it was possible, and they started. Thank you very much. Let me hand this over to the next speaker. Carry it on. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it boiling. Well done. Let's keep it going.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's so nice to see everybody here again. You know, I think we've had a swell of time listening to a lot of people today. So many things have been discussed, from the field of engineering to politics to even education. You know, I think I just spoke about the difference between a home and a house, which I found really interesting. And it's really amazing that I'm actually here in day 14 and still speaking. It's an honor for me, you know, especially after the dean has crossed us over. All right, so this afternoon, I would like to talk about history and language in the ambit of African literature. History and language in the ambit of African literature. And then, I love this so much because I believe that there are really lots that we can learn from this topic, especially as Africans, as Nigerians, you know, who have lots of connection or some connection with our culture as well as our language. There is a saying that if you really want to know a people, first of all, understand their language and perhaps their culture. These two concepts, language and culture, are very important in understanding a people. And before I start this African literature, I'm very pleased to share with you guys that I participated in the new NLNG Prize for Literature. It's a documentary, and the winner gets to go home with $20,000. That is over 30 million naira. You know, and then we shot the video yesterday at Lagos Island Freedom Park. You know, and the deadline is ending of this month. So it's the first kind, you know, they organize NLNG award every year, either for poetry, for drama, or for prose. But it is usually, it belongs to the old category. You see lecturers, professors, are the people winning it. But that one is $100,000. So over like 150 or 170 million naira. So they now said, okay, they think the category was more limited, so they want the young people to participate. So this new category is between age 18 to 35. So I said, why can't I participate? I could as well be the first winner, with my team. So we decided to start it up. We got a story, an interesting story, we defined the concept of Ogbanje, and then they said the story must be a true life story. So we brought out a flyer, and then we got somebody who had a very good story to tell. Because in such documentary, they will expect the story to not only be authentic, but should review some certain characteristics peculiar to Nigeria or Africa at large. So we got a very good story then. I got some students together in Unilag, then we shot the documentary yesterday. The winner will be announced this November, and I'm just hoping for the best, Maybe if I win it, I'll give everybody this $1 million. $1 million. Okay. So African literature, going through this topic, I'm remembering a lot of my lecturers. First of all, I'm excited to see that one of my seniors is in this room. She finished years, before me, and I'm sure that she must have come across the likes of Professor Chris Ayoku, Dr. Olakonde, Dr. Charles, Dr. Awelewa. He's a new lecturer. Daramola, exactly. These are my lecturers in the Department of English. Professor Kari Kingari Bisala, Ope Gaga. So these are some of the people that shaped my understanding of African literature. So it's actually an honor. Now, for you to understand the literature of any continent or any nation, you need to first of all understand the history of such continent or nation. Because the literature of a continent or a nation is birthed out of the history of that continent or nation. If we are talking about Nigerian literature, it is the history of Nigeria that actually birthed the literatures that we call Nigerian literature. If we are talking about American literature, it is the history of America that bettered, American literature. So you cannot separate the history of that continent, that country, from the factors that bettered the literature of such continent or country. So African history is very key to understanding African literature. And I told you guys in one of my speeches that my dream would be to become a professor of African literature in Harvard University. That's just my dream. It is realistic, it is measurable. I'm not saying I want to have $100 billion, but achieving that goal means that at least I must have been comfortable, and I must have attained some height in life. That is just it. Living comfortable life, a professor of African literature, writing my books, and then impacting lives. And then redefining the educational space that even you as a boy from a place in Nigeria, you can go out there and then become somebody much better and even be exposed to more opportunities. Now, we are still back to African literature. I'm sure that at a point in time, we've read one or two African texts. Whether it is a novel, a play, a novella, an epistolary, or the likes. Even all these short literatures, I'm sure we are familiar with Riley and the Sugar Girl. Riley and the Sugar Girl, and Ali and Simbi, even in the confession passages, Eze goes to school, and then the likes, and then we're enjoying them because we could relate. What makes us enjoying them is not because they are just stories, because in every part of the world they tell stories. It is sometimes the connection, the fact that we could relate with it. We could relate with the plight of Ralia, and the dog, the whole thing, and we understand this because there is a connection between us and then the experiences that Ralia has had. You don't necessarily have to, have a mother or a parent that has lost their sight or, miss your road, but you could see people in society that have gone through that, and that shared reality is peculiar to what make up the Africanness of our literature. Are we following? Also, you look at it that before the emergence of what we have now as written literature, African literature emerged mainly from oral traditions. In fact, the first and the most fundamental part of African literature is the oral part. Literature used to be passed through the use of what? Of mouth, from one generation to another. In a moonlit night, a grandfather or a father will sit everybody down and then they will begin to tell stories. These stories those days, they are transferred from one person to another. Your father tells you the story, then you modify it a bit, you tell it to your own children, and this is what constitutes our own African literature. Apart from that again, we have songs. Songs are what also constituted our literature, because they are always didactic purposes that these songs, would give or would perform. For instance, I don't know if you guys know this popular tale of, I think, dog and other animals, whereby other animals put what's it called? They were killing maybe their parents, mothers or something, but dog went to heaven and then kept his own mother in heaven. They say and then you find yourself replying to that song, and that is the beauty of it. So for every tale told, there is a song that backs it up. And even if you have forgotten the tale, you don't have it verbatim, the song will be a reminder to you. Ishelo Kushe, or all of these songs are very important. So these are what constituted African literature. So apart from even songs, we have proverbs. Our proverbs are very powerful, when it comes to African literature. These are the things that our fathers and our mothers, they bring into their stories. For instance, now, one lovely African proverb is, you say, be careful when a naked person offers you a cloth. That's an African proverb. Because what does not make a naked person decide to even clothe himself, I want to give you cloth? You have to be very careful. Another one, they will tell you that, until the lion learns how to write, the hunter will always put the story in his own favor. Because the lion will not tell the part of his own story, how he deals with the hunter. But the hunter will come and say, it was not easy, but I conquered the lion. So that is another proverb that, there are some persons that they are actually very powerful, but because they are not in position to actually express themselves, another person takes the glory, of the fight or whatever goes on. Also, there's another proverb that you see in African literature those days that is part of the oral tradition. They will say, a child who is not embraced by the village, will do everything will burn it down. Will do everything to burn it down to embrace the warmth. That is, if you feel that you do not belong somewhere, you will do everything to destroy the whole thing. Imagine coming here and somebody tells you that, I know you have been in this Guinness worker, but we are not going to recognize you. It doesn't matter. Please just leave. You can go online and start dragging School of Eloquence and be saying, there's nepotism here, there's favoritism here. I don't even know what they are doing. It's just, because you feel like you are not accepted in that situation. Again, they will say, rain does not fall on one roof. It's an African proverb. That is to say, the repercussion of rain is going to, if it comes where everybody is going to enjoy the wellness. So you can't say, of course, you cannot say, okay, rain will fall on your own roof and not me. It falls on everybody's roof. Also, they will say that if there is no enemy within, no enemy outside can hurt you. That is, you need to protect your own. So all of these things are what used to constitute African literature. Even poetry was part of the constituent of African literature in the oral tradition. You see sometimes when people are hungry, they will render their panegyrics, their praise, and then they will be calm. Maybe the king, the royal, and then you see them being calm. Even those days, the royal bard, what do? They will be chanting the king's praise, and then the king, even when he's boiling, he calms down. Or sometimes he's even happy, and when they praise him. Your mother sometimes, when they want to make your head swell, they will just, my mom is from Osun State, for instance now, she knows the right thing to say. And then, she will just give you your panegyrics, and then you will be akoni, and then even you will feel yourself. So, Oriki. So these things, African literature, first of all, could be traced down to the oral tradition, from our tales. Tortoise is always the bad character. Somebody came on, in most of these tales, Tortoise and the elephant, how we deceive the elephants. And then, how Mary Jobao, and the elephant thought he was coming to be crowned the king. not knowing that it was going to be used for ritual, and then the big hole was dug, and then he came and fell into the hole so that tortoise can be rewarded. Or when he was locked into the prison, and he was telling them that, okay, I have pockets here, in order for him to kill all the mosquitoes, stylishly. Or when he went to heaven, called himself. So all of these stories, they are what regale us. Or when, one story that I actually love was the story that my daddy told me. And my daddy told me a very interesting story. I'm sure that many people might not, I don't know, sometimes I feel like the man just formed stories, but it made sense. The story of monkey and then dog. No, it was okay, monkey and tortoise. I think he told me that, do you know why up to today, monkey does this way? Hum, hum, hum. And I said, why? My daddy was a very good storyteller. He said, okay, this is what happened. One time, tortoise deceived. You might not enjoy the feel, as it will be said in Yoruba, and we are still coming there, but I will try to make it interesting in the English way. So he said, one time, tortoise offended lion. Tortoise was dubious in that story. The lion was so furious with tortoise. And there was a deal that they struck, but tortoise betrayed lion. Then one day, tortoise took his time. He wanted to face lion. He took his time and prepared the best beans cake. The most sumptuous beans cake. Tortoise prepared it. And then when he prepared this beans cake, he put on it here, it was the most delicious. And he started looking for lion. And then he came across lion. And lion was like, tortoise, today that I've come to meet you, I'm tearing you apart. Then tortoise said, my lord, it was not like that. So lion smelled the beans cake, and then he took it with force. How lion could be dominant according to the forked tail. Then when lion took the beans cake with force, he ate it. And lion was like, tortoise, where did you get this beans cake from? Where did you get this beans cake from? Then tortoise said this beans cake was for monkey. The thing is that they said tortoise and monkey had an issue. When tortoise was going to visit his in-law, every other animal followed tortoise except monkey. So tortoise was also looking for a way to get back to monkey while trying to please lion. So he said, my king, this was actually from the tortoise. So for the monkey. Lion said, so it is monkey's feces that tasted this good. Tortoise said, yes, my king, it is monkey's feces. This is it. So lion began to search for monkey. Morning, day, and night. Morning, day, and night. Then one day he saw monkey, jumping up and down. And I was like, monkey, this does not have to go the hard way. I don't want much from you. But the same defecation you defecated that turned into something sweet that tortoise shared with you, that is what I needed. Monkey was like, my king, it's not like that. My defecation is as worse as every other animal's own. There's nothing sweet there. Lion said, you are not going to go easy. And you're not going to produce this easy, and I'm going to go hard on you. The lion, held monkey with force. And then they call something a vacuum in Yoruba. It's like a slap in the stomach. Then lion punched monkey. The first defecation, he tasted. He said, this is not it. The same one that he gave to tortoise, I want it. He beat monkey to stupor. And then until monkey landed in the hospital. The tortoise now went back to meet monkey and said, in Yoruba, Orota Amota Mese, Koloma Fidawali, Dinishoro. Then monkey said, ham. So it is that ham that monkey said to tortoise that day that he still says up to now. That is a folk tale. We know that in reality, these things do not exist, but they regale us. Sometimes there is a didactic purpose there to teach us a moral lesson. And that is the core of African literature. When they call us together at night, they are not just calling us to teach us, to just tell us stories. They are calling us together to teach us moral lessons. That is why we grow up to become better persons. I could go on to tell you series of stories in my repertoire, but I have a job at hand to explore African literature to us. Now, apart from this, then oral African literature metamorphosed from oral tradition to written tradition. Do we know why? There was a need for documentation. Because these stories were losing their grips. Because if you keep passing a story from one mouth to another, originality will be lost, authenticity will be sacrificed. So the need to document these stories led to the written form of African literature. things fall apart. If you read it 50 years from after this time, you still get the same content because it has been documented. But stories that are, I'm sure that some of the stories I just told you right now, you might have heard it before, but there might be one or two modifications because it is passed through mouth. But when it is written down, you get to see it, and then you get to now bring your own interpretation to it. It's already documented. So when African literature now became written because of the need to document, and during this period was when colonialism came. Colonialism was one of the factors that authenticated the written form of African literature, because most African writers were taught in the colonial language. In fact, if you look at for instance in Nigeria, the older generation writers like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, they were taught by the whites. That is how sometimes you see the way they sound, the way their book, still same quality. Some of them were taught by the white people. But do you know what is ironical? Even though they were taught by the white people, they were even the ones that were supposed to be the most embracing of the white culture, but they were very radical. They were the ones that were always writing about the dangerous effect of colonialism. They were even the most nationalistic generation of writers. So we talk about policy of assimilation and policy of association. How we have to imitate the French and how the British use indirect rule to colonize us. Are we following? So colonialism actually contributed to African written literature. So we began to write in English, their own language, for a lot of reasons. And then we also began to share our stories. We began to share our stories, across different regions. How many people are familiar with this? I think he was even regarded as the first male writer in Nigeria. I think maybe in Africa at large. Amos Tutuola. He wrote The Palm Wine Drinkard and My Life in the Bush of Ghosh. Yeah, in the Bush of Ghosh. Yeah, Amos Tutuola. You should read up on him. If you read his work, you know that this was just translated from direct Yoruba. There's no polishing. Most of these written works now, they've been polished. So the English is very smooth. But Amos Tutuola, it's just okay. I wanted to now fight with them. And I said, Death, don't kill me, oh. I'm with you. Then I said, okay, devil. I now fight. It is so easy. But they purposely did not change it to a polishing because they want us to know that this was how African literature came about. The translation from the raw thought down to the English language. Go and read My Life in the Bush of Ghosts. In the Bush of Ghosts. How there were 50 ghosts. One ghost had 10 hands. One hand is for this, Just not too long, just a novella, but you enjoy yourself. Use of language. I was navigating from one bush to another. Amos Tutuola, even before the likes of Soyinka, Achebe, and others. How many of us know Flora Nwapa, who wrote Efuru, and I think one is enough. A very good writer. Efuru that she lost, she was, on The Choice of Mother by Buchi Mechita. African literature, they have now become written, and so we now have access to them forever. Now, there's one interesting thing, which is what I enjoy when we are talking about African literature. It is the issue of language. There was a huge fight among African scholars on the issue of language. Africa can be seen as a geography as well, that is, as a space. If you look at Africa as a country, one major issue we have is that we do not have a unified language. There is no any language in Africa that we can call an African language. So what we just have to now rely on is probably the language that is highly spoken, probably like likes of English or sometimes French in that community. So that is an issue. Africa not having a unified language is an issue. Now, scholars in Africa, the writers, they were now at loggerheads. Please listen to this argument if you are a lover of African literature. They were at loggerheads as regards African literature and the use of language. And what was the argument all about? Some scholars said, why do African writers have to use English to write African literature text? Why must I,
as a Nigerian, be using English to tell my story, what am I trying to do? Am I still under the influence of mental colonization? Why can't we push our own language forward? Why can't we write, for instance, the likes of Thomas Hardy, D.H. Lawrence, they wrote their stories in their own language, and we are reading it here. Why can't we give them a run for their money to also come and learn our own language in order to read our own text? So African writers like Nguguwa Thiong'o, they said African stories should be written in African languages. If you read Nguguwa Thiong'o's essay, Decolonizing the Mind, at a point in time, after he wrote, his popular, I think after Petals of Blood, he wrote Petals of Blood, Weep Not Child, he decided not to write again in English. He said he would be writing is it not Kukuyi or something language henceforth. Because he felt like if you are writing your own story in English language, then you are actually not presenting yourself as an African. Because the indigenousness will be lost. These are the people that came to colonize us. They took some things away from us. They brought religion and some of their cultures to us, and they were still writing their language. What are we now trying to prove? That we are still under them. All of these things we are putting on here, they were actually brought upon us. A proper African person will probably wear a craft, Ankara, all of these things, but we drip in there. This is part of the Western influences. But some scholars of African literature, they argued against it. They said no, that it doesn't matter. You can write a story in English language, but then it could still have some peculiarities of African indigenous language. And a good example is Chinua Achebe. Achebe writes in a very simple style. Things Fall Apart can be read by GSS2 students. No longer at ease. There was a country. I just finished reading one of his anthology. Guess at what other stories. One of the stories there you will really enjoy it was Madman. Who has read the Madman? Whereby there was a man that was always tormenting one madman. Madman today there's something I learned in that short story, that even in core madness, there's always a moment of sanity. Madmen are not always mad every time. There's always a moment whereby they regain sanity. I'm not trying to say that apparently they come to their senses, but they will do. Why is it that you hardly see that madmen are hit by cars? How many madmen have you seen that they were actually killed by cars? They cross road and you see them living long life. There are sometimes moments of sanity, even in insanity. So in this story, Madman, there was this particular madman, and he was in his own space. In fact, in that book, it was said that he had his own favorite sports. And a man who wanted to join, I think in Igbo land, there's what they call the Ozo Taitu. Ozo Taitu order. The man beat him up and sent him away from that space. Madmen, they always have their own spaces too. There was another instance whereby this madman, wanted to move from one market to another. This same man that wanted to go into the Ozo Taitu chased him away again. So the madman was traumatized by this normal man. Then you know what happened? One day, this man of great repute, he went to the river. After the day's work, he wanted to shower, and as he was pouring water on his body, the madman came. And as the madman came, the madman they remembered that this was the same man that sent me away from my favorite sports. This was the same man that when I went to my favorite market and I chose my sport again, he came with 4 men to drive me away. Then what happened? Those days when they are bathing in the river, they put their clothes somewhere. Then this madman, he took the clothes of this normal man that was always harassing him, and as he took the clothes, the normal man, he was filled with rage that this same madman that I have punished so many times, and he took my clothes and he said, today I'm going to beat the madness out of you. Then he began to chase him. There are ways that you will chase somebody out of rage that you will lose control. That's why they say when you are hungry, control yourself, because anger sometimes can make you do what you never imagine you could do, or say what you never imagine you could say. So he began to pursue the madman, and they started entering markets. Who then is mad? You that you are stark naked, or somebody that even had clothes with holding clothes. Then was running after the madman. Then they went into an open market. Then he got to a stage, he lost the madman among the crowd. So what would they think? They said, this is a new madman. Somebody said, this is so bad. His family member did not even, they shouldn't have allowed him to go out this mad. They should have taken care of him. So they believed he was mad. And then one of his wives now saw him and then wrapped him up and they took him home. And from that place, from not being a madman, he went mad actually. Because some experience that you never imagined would happen to you can actually make you go mad. And then from that experience, he became mad and he could not even talk for days. Then after everything, they were able to heal him, but the authority said no, they cannot have somebody that had experienced any form of taintness in their group. That is a story written in English, but you can feel the Africanness of that story because of the way Achebe has used, the tools in African language like oral traditional storytelling method, proverbs. There were some proverbs there, even some indigenous things like Ozo, to actually tell that story. So this argument against, they believe that Africans can tell their stories using English, but that does not mean that that story is an English story. What makes a story an African story is that we are able to see shared realities, African struggles in that story. Look at Wole Soyinka's play, Death and the King's Horseman, Eleshi. That story is an African story. In fact, it is even based on a real life story in Oyo Empire. We know who an Eleshi is, and Ao and Abobaku, somebody who have enjoyed everything with the king. When the king was alive, he has enjoyed everything with the king. But when the king now died, he must die because it is believed that if the Eleshi does not die, the king will be left hanging in the middle of the world. The Eleshi is needed to actually take the king through. That is why you are appointed. At that moment that you are in Eleshi, you will enjoy every privilege that the king enjoys. If you want to ride on a horse with the king, you will be given that privilege. And do you know what? When I was doing a critical analysis of that text, I was bringing out the use of anecdotes, proverbs, songs, even the royal bard, the panegyrics, the incantations, how Eleshi was trying to reassure himself that he's not afraid. He told the story of the North-Eye bird to show that Eleshi is not afraid of death. But what happened in the moment that he's supposed to now take responsibility, Eleshi saw a beautiful girl. And then he said, please, before I go to the world of the dead, let me the living, bring in somebody from the world of the unborn. And that locomotion is an African man's wit to show that let me enjoy myself the last time. And then even though the person he wanted was a wife to Iyaloja's son, they had to fulfill his wish because in that belief he cannot be denied anything. And then it was given, and in the end he was not able to fulfill his role. So what the likes of Chinua Achebe and Obi they are trying to say is that even though African literature are written in English, it does not sacrifice on the platter of authenticity the message that is to be passed across. How many of us have read Things Fall Apart? I'm telling you, if you've read Things Fall Apart, you will find yourself lost in the message that you're not even thinking about whether it is written in English. Your mind is in the way Achebe has craftily, greatly, dexterously expressed the issues, the problems of the Igbo people in the face of colonialism. And then you see a lot of things being said. Even the names are indigenously Igbo. Obirika, Okonkwo, the Umofia, the names of the places and everything. So these are the things that we look at to say these are African literature texts. Now, also still attached to the argument, why do we need to write our work in English? Why do we need to write our work in English? Number one is that English has become a global language. And whether or not we like it, we are colonized by the British people. And English is now one language that you can use. Many of us are on this podium and we say, okay, because we want to show that we're Africans, nobody's going to speak in English. And then I'm here now, somebody speaking Hausa and I'm speaking Yoruba and I'm saying, okay, because the people that are going to grade us, are they going to be grading us based on, because it is their own, they are the one who set the standard for the record. So if you want to win the standard that they have set. If you want to go by that standard, you have got to do things their way. So it is the global audience. Things fall apart, for instance, now, even though it was written in English, it was translated to over 50 languages. This is what we can now encourage, that when our stories are told in English and they are very good, they can now go ahead to start translating them in other languages so it can reach, a lot of audience. Wale Soyinka translated this book, Ogbojo Odenugboru Mole, to a forest of 1,000 demons, from Yoruba to English. That is creativity. The book may not have gotten the global audience it got if it had not been translated. So we already need to apply adaptability. Are we there? And there are a lot of myths and legends that also contribute to the development of African literature. Many of us now, we know the story of Moremi. Is it actually a realistic one or a myth or a legend? I think it's more of a legend. Just to prove to us that if you want to get something, you need to sacrifice something. If you want to get something, you need to sacrifice something. And sometimes even the sacrifice might be grievous. But you as a leader, sometimes you even have to give up personal thing because you want to achieve greater things for your community. So these are what make up our African literature. There's this story I love so much. I don't know if I've ever encountered the 3 pieces of advice. Have you encountered it? 3 pieces of advice. It's an African literature text, African work. And I'm telling you that I learned a lot from this work, and I'll share it with you very quickly. There was a man, my brother is also a writer. He adapted it, and he turned it into a play. There was a man who had suffered. I think Ajani, he has suffered for a very long time. He didn't have anything. He was owing debts everywhere. Then one day, he told his wife, before he went that night, they had a sexual intercourse. And then the following morning, he woke up and he told his wife that, I'm going on a journey. And I'm not going to return until I am successful. That nothing will bring, if you are going to ever set your eye on me again, I must be a rich man. And the wife was like, we don't have to do this, you don't have to, let us just, we can manage, we'll stop. He said, no, this life is too bad. We have to move on. And the man left that community and went to another community. A very far place from home. Then when the man got there, he worked for a farmer, a rich farmer, for a lot of years, I think 20 years specifically. He worked for a farmer 20 years specifically. And you know what? Every time that the man had to be paid, he would say, please, no, don't pay me. Just give me food. Keep my money somewhere until when I'm ready to go back home. Do you know what it means to work for 20 years? Even your salary, as little, as infinitesimal as it might be, if you save it for 20 years, I'm telling you, you might be able to afford luxury. And he said, keep my money from me. After 20 years, I'm going to come get this money. Then, when 20 years reached, he had aged. Then he met the man and he said, I will not be able to continue this work. I think I've worked enough and I actually need to go back to my family. Please, give me all the money I have worked for. It is time I, go back home. Then the man said, okay, you've done the needful, you fulfill the part of your own agreement, now it's my own time to fulfill my part. But then, listen to this part. He said, do you want the money or you want 3 pieces of advice? Choose one. Do you want me to give you all the money you've worked for these past 20 years? Good enough to make you, live a comfortable life elsewhere? Or you want 3 pieces of advice? He said, go home and go and think about it. And when you've thought about it, come back the following day before you go and tell me which of them you decide to choose. Then he went home and he was like, why would this man bring up 3 pieces of advice when it's time for me to get my money? 20 years of hard labor and it's time for me to get my money and I have to sacrifice it just because of 3 pieces of advice. He thought about it. But because there's this indigenous African wit that for a man to say that three pieces of advice, maybe there was something that I didn't get right. The following morning he went to meet the man and he said, well, this is a very difficult decision, but you told me that either I go for the money or the three pieces of advice. I will go for the three pieces of advice. And the man said, did you think about it really well? You sacrificed everything and now you want to go with, you don't want to go. He said, yes, let me go for the three pieces of advice. Then the man took a bag of the money he wanted to give him, put it one side and said, okay, these are my three pieces of advice to you. Three pieces of advice to you. The first one, the man said, never pass shortcut to success. Always go the right way. That anytime you are tempted to pass a shortcut to success, always remind yourself that the right way is the goal. That nobody goes through shortcut and then make it in life. That you must go through the right way. That is the first advice. The second advice that the man gave him, he said, don't be too curious. Curiosity can at the same time be a good skill and at the same time be catastrophic. He said, don't be too curious. What's the first one again? Good. The second one, don't be too curious. And the third one, he said, don't be rage consumed. In moments where you are almost consumed by rage, always take a deep breath and then think about your action again. Let some minutes pass before you act. Those were the three pieces of advice given to this man. In sacrifice for 20 years of spondulics, money would have gotten. He gave him three pieces of advice and said, is that all? The man said yes. And the man gave him 3 bags of bread. He said, eat this one maybe for the journey will take 3 days. And said, you can eat this one the first day, eat this one the second day, and your third day you can share this one with your wife. Then he embarked on the journey. The very first day he was on the journey, going. Then he met a man. The man was like, what village are you going? He said, I'm going to one village over there. The man said, I know the village. Why are you passing this route? There's a shorter way you can pass that is going to lead you faster. That instead of you spending 3 days, in fact, in like 10 hours time, you'll be there. You meet your family. He wanted to pass that route. Then he remembers, what the man told him. That what? Never take shortcuts. He remembered what the man told him, never take shortcuts. It was tempting. 10 hours will take you there, and you have to use 3 days. He was conflicted, but he said, I just have to take the normal route. He thanked the man, and he went. Then as he was going on the way, he met another man. The man said, why didn't you pass that shortcut? Since that place is faster to your place. He said, I just feel like I want to pass the normal way. What happened? Then the man told him that, thank God that he didn't pass that way. That if he had passed that way, that was the place whereby they are killing people there. You would have been killed. Can you see? The first advice worked for him. Because he would have been killed and the money would have been collected. Even if he had the money with him. So that was the first piece of advice. The second day, it was already night, he couldn't proceed. Then he told the man that, please, can I squat with you? Just for this night, I want to go and meet my family. I will be gone by tomorrow. The man said, okay, no problem. But in this place, we do not tell people of the consequence until they have reaped the action. Then he slept there. When he slept there, late night, in the middle of the night, he heard some voices. The shouting was too fierce. He was tempted to come out and look what is going on. Curiosity. He was closer to the door. He wanted to open the door to unlatch it. Then remember again. One second advice. Don't be too curious. Then he maintained his cool and he slept back. The morning, the man that housed him came and said, why didn't you go out? That nobody had ever survived a night here as a stranger. That they were always tempted to look at. And there was a monster that killed them. And then the thing about that monster is that you must not inform anybody until the consequence had been faced. But you passed it. The second advice was, don't be too curious. Curiosity, not being too curious saved him. Then the last day, he got to his house, and at his window side, he saw his wife, cuddling another man at the window side, and he was filled with rage. He brought out a cutlass, one of the tools that he worked with, and he wanted to he wanted to go in there and then use the cutlass to, to slash the man into pieces, and the wife that I went out for 20 good years to go and work and hustle, only for me to come back and meet you calling somebody. Then he calmed himself down. He said, tomorrow I'll go tell her that I didn't even bring anything, and then properly tell her off that I'm no longer interested in the relationship. Then the next morning he went there and accusatory tone that I went out for 20 years, I went to hustle, this is what I meant, that I saw you yesterday night with somebody cuddling. And the wife started crying. She said, I'm glad to see you, but the person I was cuddling is your son. 20 years ago, before you left, we had an intercourse. That intercourse led to this person in Arsenal. And you know what happened? Yesterday, we were remembering you again, and he was not happy not to see his father. And I was trying to tell him that maybe one day God will bring you back. And he was happy to see his family again. And the wife said, you said you're not going to come back here until you have made it. So where is the, sometimes too much church and no working can be discouraging. He said, I'm sorry, I took 3 pieces of advice instead of money, but the 3 pieces of advice had brought me back soundly, and he said, let us eat this last bread together. That is the only thing I brought. Behold, lo and behold, when he opened the bread, he saw that it was no bread. It was the overall money he had worked for 20 days that the man packed inside the bread. And could you see? If he had gone for the money in the first place and not chose the 3 pieces of advice, he would have been dead. But he chose the 3 pieces of advice, so the man saw that he was knowledgeable. And the man knew that it would be unfair for him to just give this man 3 pieces of advice without his money. He had shown responsibility and character, so he deserved both. So he saved his life, went back to his family, and got the money. This is an example of indigenous wisdom we get from African text. And I also want to inform you guys that one of my books, Harvest of Blood, is recommended for students in Last Word, Lagos State University of Education. So I'm happy that students in the Department of Theatre Arts, Lagos State University of Education, will be reading my book, Harvest of Blood. It's a play. It's an indigenous play that reflects the African value. And to me, it's not about the money I get from it being sold. It is the fact that, at this stage, they've spoken about youth taking charge. I could boast that my book is being read in the university system, and that makes sense to me. Okay, so still on the history of African literature, I've looked at it from the oral tradition, the folktale, the folklore, the proverbs, and then the songs. And then I've looked at it from the colonialism part, how they came with religion. If you look at writers during the colonial era, most of the things that they explored in their work, if you read Ngugi Tiongo, you read Wole Soyinka, you read Femi Osofison, those generation writers, even the likes of Niyi Oshindare, Odia Ofem, that are poets, in their works it is always about this colonialism, how they came and how we are losing our culture. The likes of have you read this poem by Niyi Oshindare, Alarika, or Akintunde Come Home? To say that no matter how much you've invested in the white land, there's no place that can be like home. So you see how they spent their time exploring the cankerworms of colonialism, and you learn from them. There's a particular book by Ferdinand Oyono. If you read that book, you are going to enjoy it. The Old Man and the Medal. I think it's what is state again? Is it Kenya? I don't think it's Kenya. Ferdinand Oyono, The Old Man and the Medal, whereby the happiest day of his life turned out to be the saddest day of his life. He sacrificed his 2 children, into war. He sacrificed his land because he felt like doing that would make him be accepted by the white people. So after everything, the minister came and decided to give him a medal to show that, you've done a lot for us. And that very day was the saddest day of his life, because he realized that no matter how much he tried to change himself or how much he tried to give out to the colonial masters, he's still an African. At a point in time, he chose the European people over his own people. But he later realized that his people are the ones that are going to still have his back regardless of the circumstance. And one thing I learned again from that book? I learned how celebration used to be in old African societies, success for one used to be success for all. If you are traveling those days, I'm telling you, your distance cousin, everybody will come down to come and escort you. If you achieve a success, you broke a record, I'm telling you, people will come, you see them praying for you. That man, because he wanted to be awarded a medal, even the wife, the husband of his sister, the friends, village, everybody came. They gathered in his house, they were celebrating, they cooked, everybody ate, they were telling stories, just because he was to be awarded a medal. That is what success is to be for African, not these days that it is more about envy, and then violence. And I want to be the only one there, you are not better than me, you are just lucky. So we see this. Now we also have to look at post-colonial realities that shape African literature. These days, we now have new generation of writers. We have new generation of writers. You might want to read up some of my lecturers, very good. Lola Konde, she wrote "Where Are You From?" I don't know if you have read the book, and what it takes. You might want to read up some of our books. We have the likes of Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Half of a Yellow Sun, Purple Hibiscus, Americana, Zikora, and even to the latest one, Dream Counts. You might want to read up Ben Okri, Famished Road, or Uwen Akman, The Delicious Earth. Say you are one of them. These are contemporary writers. Even in playwriting, we have the contemporary writers. Some of us here, we also write. We can call ourselves contemporary. Maybe the new contemporary writers, because we can even classify the contemporariness of writing. So what are the issues that are now being explored in current African literature? One is disillusionment. Because we believe that after after we gain our own independence, Africa is going to be better. That is the disillusionment, that maybe when we have our own leaders, when we run our own economy, maybe our life will get better, maybe things will go well. But it is just pure disillusionment. In African literature, we call it Afro-pessimism. The feeling that Africans had when they gained their independence. There was this much enthusiasm that if we now run our own government ourselves, Africa is going to get better. 2003, Nigeria was described as the happiest country on earth. But these days, I'm telling you, we are the most frustrated country on earth. An average Nigerian is almost frustrated with the whole of the economy and everything. So even after the independence, we encounter civil war between the Biafrans and the Nigerian government. I'm sure that some of us must have read this book, Festus Iyayi, Heroes. In the Heroes, Festus Iyayi was, first of all, he was siding with the Nigerian government. That maybe the Igbos should sectionalize, they should have their own country. Maybe the Nigerian government was being greedy. Then again, he began to side with what? The Biafrans. During this war, there was the idea of child soldiering. If you are also part of the war, you see people age 10 or 12, they are pushing them to the front of the war, start fighting. The males, if you have a male in your family, they will push them out to go to the war and go and fight. The females were not safe, they were being raped anyhow. Because of the Biafran and the Nigerian government's war. The war was bloody. The leaders were using Nigerians' life, to play Ludo, and their lives were being lost. It was later on, even while the war was going on, celebrations were also going on. The government was celebrating their birthday, they were celebrating their wedding. I think that was the period whereby one Nigerian government maybe did one wedding or something during the Biafran war. What that book was trying to show, that the heroes of the war were not the Biafran leaders of the Nigerian government. There were people who were not interested in the war, but they had to fight it because that was what the situation demanded. Imagine you at age 44, a child of about 9 or 10 years old, pointing a gun at you, I'll kill you, I'm Biafran. It doesn't make any sense. Child soldiering. If you read Chinua Achebe's Guests at War, oh my God, I enjoyed that anthology. The last story there, Guests at War, it showed how a lady who went to a military school, a very decent lady, who even when somebody from the government an official from the government passed by, who were the one that put them in that position, she still checked the person and said, ah, sir, you cannot pass, so I have to check you and then be sure that you are legal to pass. And from that place, when the war got intensified, she now became what, a sex worker, because that was what the war demanded. And her life was terminated when bomb came in and then the bomb destroyed them. So we saw this, and we saw that even after the white people left us alone, Nigeria and other countries in Africa, they were still not able to figure their lives out. I always tell fellow Nigerians that care to listen that the issues that we are facing in Nigeria is not only in Nigeria. In some part of African countries, it's still the same issues. Leadership problem, favoritism, corruption at all levels, sentiment and bias. It is a general problem in Africa. It's just that, of course, we have to be concerned with what is going on in our country because this is our own country. South Africa has the highest number of HIV/AIDS. The ladder in South Africa became shifted. It used to be highly dominated by the whites. But if you read a novel like Jem Coates' Disgrace, you will see how the ladder became thrown. We now have more black people taking charge. Where we have more white African taking charge in South Africa is in terms of economy. But in terms of leadership and other places, black people are taking charge. But we still have some issues that are still confronting us in Africa, that is wide issues. So the new issues we are now conflicting with, apart from this disillusionment and the rise of corruption, poverty. When it comes to maybe overall continent that is still battling with poverty, we are leading somehow. There are so many instances. It's like the difference between the rich and the poor is so wide. The rich is getting richer, the poor is getting poor. These are the things that writers are now exploring in their works. How people go to do things that they're not supposed to do because of the high level of poverty. Also, issues like sexual harassment. These are the things that new African writers are exploring. These are the things that are not shaping what we call African literature right now. Sexual harassment everywhere in education sector. In education sector, you see writers now writing about how students are being harassed by their lecturers. How a case happened in Unilag some time ago whereby a lecturer harassed the students. I have helped the lecturer to carry his bag to his office before. And the lecturer used to be an inspiration to me. Sometimes, we just got to see that in the end, humans are humans. He had been an inspiration to me. One day I entered his office and I'm like, so there's this kind of office in Unilag. He was an associate professor then. It was a very big office. A very big office. And it was nice. So it was not later on that, the issue escalated. And then I think he was trapped. There was camera on the guest's body, and now he's even out of the system. So sexual harassment, it goes on in all aspects of the university life. And this is what African writers are exploring. There is this novel by Buche Mechita called Double Yoke. Oh my God, if you have not read that novel, you are missing out. It was a story about virginity. How is virginity lost? Is it all virginity loss that comes with penetration? Then when I read that story, I went to make my research that even a lady can lose her virginity without actually penetrating. Some could be maybe out of carelessness, and maybe some could be out of even stress, or maybe just sports, athletics, all this jump and jump and jump. So it doesn't mean. So a guy was actually, there were these two characters in the text, a guy and a lady. So the guy was keeping the girl, but one time after the girl did her freedom, I think the guy now decided to sleep. With her in an uncompleted building, I think. And then in the guy's mind, the guy believed that the girl was a virgin. So when he slept with her, he checked the place for blood. You know how typical African men used to be when it comes to virginity. So he was disappointed. Why is there no blood? He expected blood to be gushing out. He expected some certain kind of discomfort, but it was free. It was so, and the girl maintained, and the girl was a virgin in reality, but he didn't believe. So he was troubled. So they entered university, and then one day he could not keep it to himself. So he went to meet one of his lecturers, and then the lecturer knew the girl. So when she went and they told the lecturer that, sir, I don't know, but I just feel like there's something I want to share with you. Then he told the lecturer. And you know, the lecturer was like, eh. So this guy is no longer a virgin. If you could enter it, I being a lecturer should be able to even have more advantage. The lecturer found the girl and he eventually stepped you get, but the girl made a demand. The girl said, sir, I know you are not going to back out. You want to sleep with me, but I want to make a first class. The relationship became transactional. It became a bloody relationship. The guy regretted the action because it was the guy that opened up the girl. You got to say the guy packed people to go and beat up the lecturer. It was a chaotic, story. Also in Olakonde, we saw how a lecturer was saying that in What It Takes, a novel, how a woman who had done a master's, she had finished work, she now wanted to do her PhD. And then, before you can do a PhD, you need to first of all get a supervisor. The supervisor is going to determine if you are going to get your PhD done. And each of the supervisors she met was demanding sex. She now even went to meet a fellow woman. The fellow woman was demanding money. That my situation of things are bad here. I need a car. I need some money. So she now okay, everything was just so crazy. She went for her child's, I think, PTA meeting one day. She was a single mother. She was impregnated by a particular guy. She fell for the guy being a foreigner. Sometimes the disillusionment of being with a foreigner, and the guy had a family. The guy just came and had fun, became pregnant and ran away. Then what now happened? She went for her child's PTA meeting one day, and she met another father who was also a single father. And the single father automatically believed that they should be able to sleep with each other because you are a single mother and I'm a single father. But the most interesting part of that text was the fact that this woman, she refused to sleep with every man that wanted her sexually. And one night she just went to a club and she met a man and she slept with the man. Yes, she refused all the men that wanted her sexually. Her lecturers, she refused. But she just went to a club and then they vibed and she slept with the man. And because she now tried to prove that I could go ahead to sleep with whatever, in as much as I am not being coerced, that it is my choice. And it was surprising that, why don't you sleep with people where you can get opportunity? But she said, I'm not going to stoop so low. Her PhD took maybe 11 years to get because she refused to bow down to the system. So we could see these are the things that new generational writers are exploring. Or you read now I said that Sadawi's Woman Upon Zero. When I read that text as a man, I felt bruised. And overwhelming sadness consumed me. Because in that text, you hardly see anything beneficial. All the men in that text were scum, they were terrible. From the little boy when she was young, the mommy and daddy play, and the little boy was stroking, through her time. When children were young, they were so silly. From her uncle would visit their house, and in the middle of the night, the uncle's hand would be, where it should not be. And then the uncle will be putting his hand where it should not be. Till the father, in that text, the father was sleeping with the mother recklessly. And anytime the mother became pregnant, and if it was a girl child, he would beat. If it was a boy child that died after the pregnancy, he would beat up the mother. If it was a girl child, you just eat his meal and you go and sleep. That was this thing. Then at a point in time, the parent died and the girl had to go and stay with that uncle, and that uncle married her off because he needed money to an allergy. The allergy had a pulse in his mouth, something like this, coming out like this. And anytime the allergy was sleeping with her, it was like sleeping with an object. She never felt any sensation in her life. She ran away from that allergist home. She ran into the street. A policeman wanted to arrest her one day. The policeman requested for sex inside his car. She gave in. Then she met a man that seemed like a good man. The man rescued her from the street. Then the man said, okay, no problem. The man didn't touch her. The man was being good to her. But the moment she said, please, I can't be staying inside your house. I need to also find my purpose. I need to work. The man got angry, tied her up, brought his friend home. They slept with her. Woman Upon Zero is like about 80 pages. Can finish it in a day. You'll be consumed. Then the man slept with her. Then she ran away from that place. Then she decided to go into prostitute full time. Sometimes when you see people into prostitution, you might want to cast a blame, but you don't know what they have gone through. She's like, okay, now that I'm into prostitution, she could not even manage herself. Somebody had to be collecting money from her. She didn't feel any sensation all through. Then she left the prostitution work and went into a corporate work. And that corporate work, she said, let me change my narrative, let me see if I can live a better life. Then she fell in love with a guy. And for the first time, she had a sexual intercourse that was willingly from her heart. But after some while, she just found out that the guy only deceived her because the guy wanted emotional response when they're having sex. The guy was already married to the daughter of the owner of the company they were working together. And she went back to the street there. Then from that street, she now classified herself, started sleeping with big men until one man said, you as a lady, you cannot own yourself. I need to be the one managing you. Then out of frustration, you know what she did? She stabbed that. And the story started from prison. You know, the story started from prison. She was narrating that story. She stabbed that man to death. And in my analysis, I said, stabbing that man to death was not just literal. That man was a microcosm of all the men in her life that are treated bad. So as she's stabbing the man, she's like stabbing the hell out of the system that had oppressed her. Symbolism. Like so this is what writers now explore in their text. Also, the issue of feminism is another thing that modern African writers explore. I do not know how Nigerian women perceive feminism, you know, but I think I, as a man, am also in support of feminism. I think feminism is just somehow misdefined in this our country. Feminism is not actually a rage against men, because whether we like it or not, what we should be preaching, what a good feminism or a good feminist preach or should preach should be gender complementarity. Because as much as you might have some reservations against the structure of society, you also have to realize that it is not entirely the men's fault that have put this structure to place. Even some religious doctrine, there are also one of the things that contribute to these stances. Are we going to blame God? When God said he created Adam first and a woman are supposed to be the support, but these days just that men to some great extent have manipulated and, you know, twisted the entirety of the religious book to favor them. Woman, you must obey your husband. It doesn't even matter what the husband is trying to say, you must obey your husband. You know, even in the Quran and in the Bible, you know. But then we can still not say that. Some will say, I hate men. Anything that has to do with men, you count me out. Anyway, they are dragging men. But at night, it's still a man you spend your day with. Even if you hate men, you still think about the lives of your father that might have been good to you. There's no woman in this life that there will be no single man that has been good to you before. I don't know how terrible you must have, but there will be people that you might have had platonic relationship with that should have redefined it. So sometimes when women are debating, when something is going on Twitter and all, at that moment some men are not sensitive. That is when they now start coming out to say that it is not all men at that moment, what you should do as a man is that even when women are saying that men are raping us, you should not deep down in that in every woman's heart they know that it is not all men. Because even while they are raging on Twitter, they are still going to inbox to call somebody babe. So you shouldn't get mad. I'm telling you, babe, I'm coming, I'm trying to post something. And that's the truth. They are still saying that, daddy, please send money, daddy, happy birthday to you. Next 2 days, they still post somebody, happy birthday, my G. So you shouldn't be mad and say, women, it is not all, if you are calling all men scum, what about your father, At that moment, you don't need to do that as a responsible man. Even in the midst of the rage, I'm telling you, there is a common sense that can be gotten from there. So, yeah. So, apart from the issue of feminism and every other thing, we also have the LGBTQ. These days, gender has been redefined. And that is the truth. People now explore different gender roles. For instance, in traditional African society, they knew their roles as a respective gender. Men knew that they had to be the one in charge of the home, take charge, make decisions and everything. Women in the traditional African society, they were not concerned with childbearing, fighting fellow women to see who will be able to satisfy the men more. And then probably be beaten up by their men in the end. Go to the kitchen. Those days they will say that women's education should end in the kitchen. But I'm telling you that from what we can see, it's like men are going into extinction when it comes to responsibility. Look at this room, for instance, now. How many men can you see? In my department, there were over like 300 people in combination. Men in my department were not up to like 50. English. There are always more women in the whole of the university at large, I'm telling you, women occupy like 60-something%. Men are just few in all departments. So we can see that the fact that men, women's education in the kitchen is just old days aphorism. Women are taking charge now. But these days, defining gender is difficult because gender has taken different turn. If you say you are a woman, we now have to ask what kind of woman are you. If you say you are a man, are you what kind of man are you? Because now there is not a man woman, a woman man. I'm telling you, there are men who are attracted to women there. So these are the things that new right, because now if I'm telling you about colonialism in my work as an African writer or Nigerian writer, will you be interested anymore? What concern you with what happened anymore? What you want to see in my work is the things that are going on now, the new normals. For instance, I never had any experience. I never knew that I never saw any feminine side of myself. I thought I was just a man by all nature until I had one very terrible experience. And don't be surprised, this is constituting my stories, one of my things, my collection of short stories. I had to work with somebody, a man, some time ago. This is a very painful story, but I'll share it here. And it's a school. It's actually a school, and this man was so kind to me. He was so kind to me. When I came to that school, he was like the principal of that school, and he was so kind to me. And I couldn't go back home, so he told me that I can be staying in an apartment with him there. This is a real life story. I'm being real. He said I can be, it's a real life story. He said I can be staying in the apartment with him. And I said no problem. I was even happy. The first few days I spent with this man in that apartment, he was like a definition of an angel. He never allowed me wash plates. I never did anything. So I called my mom and I said, Mommy, this is what happened. African mother, it is my prayer. He said, my children, wherever you guys go, do you know how prayer for? I said, this man is like an angel that I've not spent 1 naira. He will cook, he will come, where are you? Come and take your food. I will eat, he will wash the plates. I'm telling you, I will say, sir, let me say, don't go in. At the point I got frustrated, I'm like, I should be doing something. No, just go and enjoy yourself. So it was seeming like an angelic relationship until one day we were in the hostel. Sorry, one day we were in the apartment, and he told me, let me dance for you. And it was actually over 40 years. It was actually over 40 years, and he told me, let me dance for you. The kind of irritation that came with that. Wait, what has done now? Where from where? And at first, because he was good to me, I was trying to be respectful. So I said, sir, no, that you don't need to do that. I didn't know that it was going to be a long run. So he just said, I can dance, let me dance. So that was the first thing. Another thing again is that I will be making a video call, with my girl, and he will just come inside the room and there will be a jamming of the door, and he will just be passing the room, and I saw it, sir. He said no. So I was still holding everything. I was holding everything until one time he wanted to fill the gas, and I said, sir, let me, sir, in Africa we use stars sometimes to just show. I said, sir, let me go and fill the gas so that you can be cooking, so you can be washing the plate. He said, no, we have to go together. I said, okay, go and fill the gas. We said no. So that day I said, I don't like all these things, sir. And I just held it like that. Again, I would go to school. I was teaching in that place, and I was also studying. I would go to school, and then he would be calling me, where are you? When are you coming home? And he would not eat until I came home. So one day I said, okay, let me test this man. So I engaged him in a conversation. I said, guys sometimes want to engage somebody in a girl's talk to just see his mentality. I said, sir, there was this girl that he said, girls, that he ate them. That he doesn't, because then I knew that there was trouble, because to him, he saw himself maybe as he saw them as maybe he saw a lady as competition. Even in school, you'll be fighting, you just be telling them you cannot. So I kept it until the day that everything changed was one day. There was no power supply in the hostel, and you know, as a guy, even in this place that we are here, sometimes we unleash our body. We can just be only on. It's just normal, you know. So you are supposed to have that freedom. Even in the guests, I want to believe that your hostel sometimes you are free. You can off this thing. So this day I was like, okay, there was it. So I said, let me just try to unclothe myself, just putting on only the normal underwear, and I just wanted to just have the feel of the cool. So I slept on the floor that day. I said, okay, the heat was too much, and before I knew it, some minutes after, he came down on the floor. He said he's feeling it too. You know, I'm like, okay, no problem that, you know, that probably there's nothing there. Even guys, in normal guy hostel, if you even put if you put your leg on the fellow guy, can smash you. You know, they are not interested in that thing. So I maintain respectable distance, because at that moment, I feel like, you know, there was a time that okay, before that last night that I started having something, there was a time that we had an altercation, and I told him, I said, sir, I like women. You know, I just said that to let him know that I said, you know, so I told him that, sir, but that he just he dismissed it. So that night we were on the floor, tragically sleeping. In the middle of the night, you know, around 2 a.m. in the morning, I just felt something trying to squeeze itself onto me. And that was the last straw that, you know, at first it was like as if I was dreaming. This is realistic, you know, but I couldn't take it anymore. So it's just like I snapped out of it, and I slapped. It was then I realized that there was a way you slap somebody, and they will not even be able to make sense about it. They'll just say, oh, you know, you know. I slapped him back with senses, and I ran out of the apartment. He followed me. He followed me and was like, please, this should be me. I said, I like women. No, what is this for? You know. So, but I kept my cool. I said, okay, nobody will hear you, but please, you never do this thing. So everything I started connecting. I said, okay, is this the reason why you didn't allow me to be washing plates? In all the snacks you gave, all the food that you served me, is this the repercussion? Then I asked him again. I said, if we are to do this, are you going to be the man of women with this Robert C. big thing? You know. But the bottom line of it is, I realized that gender roles have been redefined. Some men are just like that. They are not. They are just interested. And you know, at that moment, I started looking at myself in the mirror. I said, "There's nothing feminine about me. I'm so masculine. So what exactly?" But one thing I realized about this gender bullshit that we have is that it's not even about maybe you have sexy look or something. It's just an attraction. It can just be the way you smile. It can just be the way you just look. That might be their own perfect definition of what they crave. So when you, as an African writer, you know, you are not writing, these are the things they want to see in your work. Nobody is interested in colonialism or independence. This latest issue, you know, AI, the use of technology, the gender redefining roles, and every other thing. All right, I think I have gotten to my limits, and with this said, I think I have to pass the speaker to the next person. Thank you so much, guys, for having me here. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Round of applause for the last speaker, please. Oh my God. Woo. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Was it evening? Good evening. How are we doing? I feel like I don't know what I'm going to say again, because the last speaker, that was really nice. That was really nice. And, you know, I felt so good to find out that we graduated from the same department, and throughout this conversation, I felt as if I was in class again. Yeah, all the books that he was calling, very amazing, you know. Nice, nice one. And the future is so bright for this gentleman. So bright. Okay. All right. Very simple topic: mastering first impressions and effective communication. And I must say that a lot of the speakers here have shown mastery over their impression. Now, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. That is by Will Rogers. And we are what we do repeatedly. That's by Aristotle. I noticed that we are living in a generation where people think they can switch characters. You know, people have what we call an alter ego or an avatar. Alright? So sometimes we feel as though, oh, today I can be bougie and tomorrow I can be ratchet. But experience has taught that human beings cannot really swing characters for so long. You are what you repeatedly do. And the problem with swinging character is that at certain opportunities, when you need to be consistent in character, your character is going to deceive, is going to switch on you. How would I explain this? So for example, most Lagosians think and speak 3 languages. You either speak English, your indigenous language, or you speak pidgin language. Now, there are certain times when you want to express strong emotion. What will come out of you is your indigenous language. So if you are used to saying, oh, you are used to abusing people by saying, oh, show your video, or something like that. Maybe you are talking to someone at a formal event. Subconsciously, that thing that the other character that you have or the avatar that you have will just come out of you without you even preparing for it. You know, if you notice on this stage today, a lot of people have spoken things that are not proper English. You are trying to express a certain thought. Some people have spoken in Yoruba, like 1 sentence or 2 sentences subconsciously in Yoruba. Some people have spoken pidgin, a sentence or 2 sentences subconsciously. Why? Because we are what we repeatedly do. So even though the people that speak here, nobody here has spoken for more than 4 hours, you cannot pretend for too long. So same thing with your appearance. You cannot be bougie and ratchet. Well, at a point in time, if you are trying to be ratchet among ratchet people, the bougie version will come out. It will just come out naturally. It will swing. And if you are trying to be bougie among bougie people, the ratchet person will come out. It will just come out naturally. So managing first impression becomes a daily lifestyle. Alright? We are what we repeatedly do. Now the psychology of first impression. The truth about it is that, is there anybody taking a magnifying glass to check out your life, to find out if their assumptions of you are true or not? There's nobody doing such a thing. Even you yourself, you don't do such a thing. Okay? Now, let me ask us a question. Are you aware that good-looking people will do better in their career and they will earn more than people who are not good-looking? Is that true or is that true? True. Now there's a reason for that. Because how you look would make people welcome you. And this has to do with some kind of personal grooming. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be naturally good looking, but it just has to do with your grooming. Okay? Now when people meet you, they judge you 55% by your appearance and 38% by your vocal quality and 7% by your content. So when you see somebody, naturally, some of us look first at their shoes, okay? You look at their handbag, you look at their hairstyle, then you listen to what they have to say. Because somebody can be very good looking, and the moment they open their mouth, error. It is either they don't sound as intelligent as they look, or they are carrying a graveyard within their mouth. One of the two is going to put you off. Now, after you have already accepted this person, that is when you are willing to take the content. Okay? Somebody came earlier and was talking about drug addicts. And the person said that you have very brilliant people among these people. But how many of you here are going to sit down and take advice from a guy standing on the street with some cigarette in their hands? Or looking scruffy? No matter how brilliant that person is, no matter the university the person has gone to. Unfortunately, there are some people who have their masters, whose for some reason that we cannot explain have lost their way, and they are doing drugs and they're on the streets. There are some of them that have their masters, have been married, have children, and they are lost. Now, they might actually know the way, they might actually be giving you good advice, but when you see them, when you look at how they look, you are put off. You're not going to take advice from them. Are we together?
Yes.
Now, first impressions are key. So take for example, there is this lady, she's in a managerial position, and then the office is having a major party. And that day, they are inviting important personalities to that party. And she's been doing so well, so good. And now the boss wants to introduce her to important people that can open doors for her. Unfortunately, this lady has a terrible day. She starts her day off by finding out that her car is spoiled. So she can't come to this party in her car. She does her makeup quite alright, but the sun is very hot. She takes a bus and she's sitting down beside a fish seller. So automatically, she's smelling of fish. She comes down from the bus and suddenly the rain starts to fall. And then a car drives by and splashes water on her. She gets to the party looking disheveled, in the most disheveled way. Is she going to explain that this is not how she looks every day? Is she going to be able to meet the dignitaries that she was supposed to meet? Definitely no. So your first impression is key. Now this is something that a lot of us, it is a position most of us find ourselves in. I met a lady once that is a mom, and her daughter was about 6 months or 7 months old, and she had to go to certain places with the daughter. Experience had taught her that having a daughter that young means you are definitely going to be messed up. Babies can mess up their moms by burping on them. Babies can mess up their moms by, when you are trying to serve them food. Babies can mess you up by just being babies. Sometimes you can be changing a baby's diaper and a 6 months, 3 months old can just pee straight into your face or just poo straight into your face. Very sharp. So for that reason, anytime she goes out with her daughter, she has a changeover. So you can see now that for her, impression is important. Alright? Initially, as a single lady, I thought she was overdoing it until I gave birth. Yes, because you're not going to say, oh, I'm a mother. We have already said that what men can do, women can do better. So at the end of the day, in the professional world, you cannot excuse yourself. You cannot say, oh, I'm a mother, can't you understand? I have a baby. I will tell you that the people that will not understand are the women. Even though the men want to understand, the women will not give you that escape. Do you understand? So now, managing your impression becomes a habit. One of the things I've realized that when you manage your impression consistently, let's say you manage your impression for the next 3 months, at a point in time, you will find it difficult to look tacky. Do you understand? You will find it difficult to look tidy because you are already used to always looking good. You will know the rules. At least have one black dress. Have one wine dress. Have one brown dress. Have one purple dress. They will always save you. Those colors are good and they are safe. You can never go wrong. You can then begin to do your multiple colors and your combinations. But the truth about it is that once you have started the habit of having the right impression, you can't fall back. Even the way you speak. When you consciously decide, you know what, I'm going to speak right, I'm going to speak well, at a point in time, because let's say you've been speaking right for the last 3 weeks, you've been minding the way you speak for the last 3 weeks, and you have been listening to good speakers, please be very careful what influences you. You have been listening to good speakers. After a point in time, you will find it difficult to be colloquial. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because you are what you do how every day. If every day you stay in a dirty place, if every day you stay in a smelly place, very soon dirt will not be irritating you. Bad smell will not irritate you. Why? Because you are used to it. Okay? Now, because you are living in a physical world and a virtual world, your online impression is very key in your career. Some people, some people don't need to apply for jobs. Jobs apply to them because of their LinkedIn page. The impression that HR would see on your LinkedIn page can give you a job. You know, if you go on your LinkedIn or your IG and you say F the world, you have given people a certain impression about yourself. You say things like, to all my haters, well done. The people that will come to your page will definitely be haters. Alright? I often feel sorry for young people because I think what the millennials had is that not everything was documented. Alright? Naturally, young people are going to do stupid things. Okay? The good book said foolishness abounds in the hearts of a child. So foolishness abounds, you're going to do a lot of stupid things. But it's not every stupid thing you do that should be documented. Unfortunately, people nowadays you don't need to camera them yourself. Back in the days, we used to call old women on the street CCTV, watching our every move and observing us so that they can tell our parents. Nowadays, you don't need CCTV. You yourself, you are the one that takes camera and records your foolishness and post it consciously online. And the internet does not forget.
Never forget.
Then the funny part, okay, I still understand videos. Maybe you drank something you should not have been drinking. You know, I went to Unilag. People did a lot of things. People did a lot of things as students. But the good thing for them is that it's not recorded. There's no video. And even the ones that did the craziest things on campus are the ones that are preaching to people today. Don't do this, don't do this. And you cannot accuse them. Why? No record. But you are keeping record in the cloud. It's called cloud. You're keeping it in the cloud so that in the future, maybe when you are 30, you know, Rihanna was talking the other day. Rihanna is the inspiration for many crazy people from the early 2000s. Yeah? Rihanna said she looks at some of her videos, some of her pictures, and she's like, I did that. You know, she did a lot of things. And then, at least she was a musician. She can own it. And her industry is the industry that permits a lot of things. But now, you don't know who you're going to be in the future. Alright? You don't know what you are going to desire in the future. I was talking to an older friend of mine. She said, do you know that your dreams and your interests changes every 10 years of your life? Some people, before they are the age of 10, you tell them what they want. Some people say, I want to own a Fanta shop. I want to be selling Fanta. Why? Because I love Fanta. That's what some 10-year-olds can say. And you don't blame them. I've seen some funny videos where a child says, I want to be a dragon. I want to be a cat. You know, that's okay, but I think understanding comes and you be like, okay, maybe I would like to do virtual assistance. Maybe I would like to do this. That's in your teens. And then probably you grow older, you realize, oh, you know what, I want to work in the ministry. I want to be part of decision makers in the world. So now, as you're growing up and you're getting better, you're discovering yourself, you're becoming a better version of yourself, why put out your foolishness? Why display it? Why display your mistakes? It's not every feeling you should share. It's not every feeling you should put on your WhatsApp status. You're experiencing something bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But not everybody that is viewing your status loves you. In the past, people had to go and meet Babalawo to do some incantations to know what is happening in your life. But now, you are telling them. You are telling them. There's no village. In fact, village people are too stressed. I think they are tired. They are tired of hearing your life story. You know? First impressions are key, especially now that you are climbing the ladder. It's very good to be young because it's very easy to look good when you are young. Any makeup they do for you, even though they don't get your skin shade, is going to look nice. Any eyeshadow they put on your eye is going to come out lovely. So the lines are falling for you already without praying in pleasant places. These are the best years. Now, how you speak is also key. Your body language is also key. These are parts of your impression. You might have a good voice, but your good voice might lack confidence. Some people have deep voices and they do not like their voices. Some people have soft voices and they do not like their voices. The moment you don't like your voice, it lacks confidence. And when your voice lacks confidence, people can smell it. And once people can smell that you lack confidence, that's the end. There are certain positions and certain doors that will not be open to you because you lack confidence. How can you be a team lead without confidence? What if you're a team lead, you're a manager, maybe you're the head of admin. Among the head of admin, there's the guy that stands by the gate. That guy that stands by the gate might have been working in that office for the past 15 years or the past 20 years. You are just 25. And that person could be 45 years old. And as the admin, you have to give 45-year-old instruction. And the 45-year-old will be like, who do you think you are? When I've finished secondary school, have your parents met each other? How are you going to approach them? Now, if you approach them with a timid voice, you're already dead. There will be no respect for you. Now, if you approach them with a voice of, I'm bigger than you, you're also already dead. Because for that person to be in that office for the past 15 to 20 years, that person has power. Yes, that person has seen people become admin leads several times. The person has been there for 15 years. Some people don't maintain their job for 6 months. That person will then go, we know your type. You will fall. Aimoye. That's what they will say. You have come like a bulldozer. They will just crash. So they would then say, you don't know the way. And there are certain things that person who has worked in that office for 15 years or 20 years, no matter, sometimes when they are talking, they sound loud, they don't sound very smart, but there are certain things that they know. They understand the administration. They understand the CEO. They've been carrying the CEO's back for how many years? 15 years. We call them principalities and powers. Gatekeepers. And there's a reason why they are there for 15 years, because there is something that they know that other people do not know. So you're being rude to them, wrong. You're being timid with them, also wrong. What you want to do is to learn how to communicate with them in a way that they choose to respect you. Are we together? Yes, they can respect you even though you are young. Sometimes when they meet a young person that is wise, when you come in, they will call you ma, they will call you sir, they will do it to you and they will mean it, and they will defend you and they will speak for you behind closed doors. Because you have shown them respect and at the same time you have not been timid around them. So the tone of your voice, always have a clear tone. Alright? I call them the 3 C's. Clear, concise, and compelling. Always have a clear tone and always give concise instruction, and let your instruction be compelling. when I say concise and clear, you know, in the office, people can give instruction and you think that you are communicating clearly, but your communication is not clear. I worked in an office one time, and my boss always told me that if what you said was misunderstood, that means that you did not communicate your thoughts properly. So, for example, I want to give somebody an instruction. I say, please call me the lady in glasses. The person comes here, will the person know who to call? Why? There are two ladies wearing glasses. Okay? So I think I gave a clear instruction, but I did not give a clear instruction. To make the instruction clear, I would say call the lady in glasses that is wearing a red dress. Or I might even put her name and say call this person for me. Do you understand? So when you want to communicate, let me say let your communication be concise, let it be clear. State the facts, all the adjectives that need to be there. This thing about date in emails, I always say it, is very important. When you are writing an email, don't write 12/2. Don't write that. Or don't write 12/2 and just don't write 12/26, or don't write just Thursday. If you want to write a date, write Thursday, the 2nd of November 2026, and let it be dark. So the person knows it is Thursday. The person knows Thursday is on the 2nd, and it is in which month? November. And which year is it? 2026. Because your email documents are very important. As I keep my emails. Even after I'm leaving, because we have the Teams that the office uses, I copy some of the emails that concern me and concern money. I send it to myself. So that after I have left the company, I can go to court and I can give them evidence. And the evidence will say the date, and it will say the year, and it will say the day. Clear, concise message. Don't give vague messages. If you want to speak in an office or in any setting, in a proper setting, the time, the day, the hour. When we started this event, you can see it's transparent. There's a timer here for the hours. There's a timer here for the day. See the transparency? Clear communication. We have witnesses writing down names and topics. We are not just taking video. Because when your communication is not clear, then there is going to be a problem. Now, these things I said we are what we do every day. A good way of practicing it is in your WhatsApp messages. Because at this moment, many of us are coming out as professionals, for those who are coppers. And even if you're not working in the professional world, so to say, as an office, some of you here want to run your own businesses. So in running your own businesses, you must be a master at communicating clearly, because you're going to be giving instruction. One of the reasons why sometimes business owners have problems with their downliners or with their staff is because you are not communicating your thoughts clearly to your staff. I think it was last week, somebody was saying that there's what they call strategic thinking. Strategic thinking, that we take out time to think strategically. If you're a business owner, you must think strategically. And how you think would affect how you communicate instructions to people. Because the people that are working for you, they are working for you because they don't know much. What they are doing for you is they are carrying your mind and creating your mind. Are we together? So yes, you have a thought, you have a dream. For example, Mr. Ubong has a thought, he has a dream. The dream is 20 days of eloquence to win a Guinness World Record. You understand? And so he communicated clearly to us that on this day, you would give the mic by saying, pass on the mic to the next speaker. He told you what you should say. He said, pass on the mic. And at each rehearsal, he reiterated this. We even included a song so that you do not forget. Now, if it was not communicated clearly that, oh, what you are supposed to say is pass on the mic, would you know how to pass on the mic? So, knowing how to communicate clearly is very key. Now, this is for professionals, for business people, for married people, for family people, for people who are living with their friends. The reason why some friendships fall out is poor communication. And one of the things that causes poor communication is lack of confidence and lack of strategic thinking. Some people, when I was younger, I don't know about now, the only time I know that a lot of teenagers did strategic thinking was when they wanted to break up with somebody. It's not me, it's not you, it's me. They'll start, then they will rehearse the breakup, rehearse it very, very well, and then call the person, and then they will have a meeting that they will break up. But I heard that nowadays people break up on the phone. Good for you. People don't even care anymore. That's sad. Very sad. Okay? But you get what I'm trying to say. So being able to communicate clearly takes a level of thinking. And I assure you that when it comes to communication, when you think about what you are going to say before your words land, like I said, you are what you repeatedly do. It becomes a habit. I can prove it to you. Some people come here to speak. Sometimes when you come here to speak, you don't have your topic. You haven't thought about your topic. But as you sit down here, listening to other people speaking, you get inspired. You start writing things down. And then you come up and then you talk. Why? Because you are in the habit of speaking. You cannot be an introvert and successfully talk for 2 hours. Okay? You can't be a quiet person and successfully talk for 2 hours. The only way that can happen is if, as a quiet person, you are a very big reader and you have read a lot of books. But because it's your first time speaking that long, there's a possibility that when you speak, your conversation is not going to be concise. Your brain is going to go into different parts and different blocks and just begin to bring out everything. It's not going to really make sense because you are not in the habit of it. But after the first time, you watch the video, you see your errors, you try again, you will see you get better at it. So same thing with communication. I would advise that you are in the habit of thinking before you speak. A lot of us don't think before we speak. And our words are like eggs. Okay? I would encourage you to do that. Alright? Now, body language. Body language is very key. For example, some people read body languages more than your words. I would say your body language is louder than your words. And if you want to speak, you want to communicate to people, one of the greatest skills in speaking is listening. Now I'm going to be speaking about listening as a speaker, not listening as an audience. Your audience is always communicating with you when you are speaking. It's easy to know when what you are saying your audience can relate. And it is also easy to know when they don't relate if you listen carefully. And this has to do with body language. Are you together? So for example, if your audience is listening to you, usually their eyes are locked on you. So the eyes are communicating that they are listening to you. Secondly, they can put their head down this way. Or like that gentleman is doing there, his hand on his lip, showing that he's thinking. Probably something I said is relatable or maybe not. Are we together? So your audience is communicating with you. Even when they are tired, they will communicate tiredness, but they can communicate tiredness and still interested. or they can communicate tiredness and bored. Sometimes your audience can communicate time just by looking at their wristwatch. Alright? So as a speaker, you must be a good listener. Another skill that great speakers should have in communication is when you are talking to your audience, they can communicate when they have something to say. And the biggest skill in communication is knowing when to let the other person speak. It makes the communication interesting, and it helps you to exchange energy. Okay? So you need to understand when your audience wants to talk to you and allow them to talk. This would reduce tiredness in your audience. A situation whereby you are communicating and you are the only one talking, you are not communicating. You are talking to them. You are talking to them. It's not a communication. All right? Now, still on body language. Your body language should show confidence. In a university, for an MBA course, a test was done. And the test showed that most of the time, women lacked confidence than men in conversations, even though they knew what to say. So most of the time during a class, if a question was asked, women would hardly answer, even though they knew the answer. And in this university abroad, your marks were also how you participate in class by answering questions would affect the mark. And so the lady found out that maybe there is a way people can improve their physical body language that would help their communication. So for example, look at this body language. What does it say? Jubilating. Where have you seen people do this the most? Sports, yeah? Graduation. It's a confidence communication. Okay? It shows I'm a winner. It shows I have won. Not just for human beings, even animals like monkeys. They do the same thing. Then your dogs. When the dog is happy, its tail is up. So the lady was like, before you go to class, why not practice this physical movement? Maybe they would help how you feel on the inside, and they will help you to build your confidence. You know, and actually, the people that took the course, that tried going to the bathroom before they enter the class, they will just, whilst they're giving their affirmations, they will just raise their hand up. Yes, I'm a winner. Yes, I'm the best. Yes, I'm strong. By the time they do that physically, they are pumped up. And once they are physically pumped up, it affects how they feel in their mind. Another communication is the big chest. If you see gorillas or animals, they will raise, I'm very huge there, so I don't need to raise it up. You know, but you get what I'm trying to say. Who will help me? Ayo, please can you stand up? And I want to demonstrate something for me in the class. Alright, can you pull up your chest like you know those gorillas trying to show power? Yeah, can you do that? Yeah. You know, no, not that way. Chest out, yeah? And raise your shoulder up. Yeah, something like that. Have you seen people like this? Have you seen people that walk like this? Yeah, yeah. They walk this way. I see they just finished gymming, yeah? They show confidence. They come into the room with their chest first. They always tell the gentlemen or people come in with your chest first. This shows confidence. Alright? Now this body language, you might not really be confident yourself, but just changing your body language can affect your mind. Do you understand? So for example, they did a test. They put a lady who was melancholic and she was sad in a room with happy people. And this lady entered that room with her melancholic look, shoulders down, head down, everything down, her face sad. Her mood affected the entire room. Do you see that? Young people did not have any reason to be sad. But because they saw this lady come in looking so sad, people were then concerned. And her room affected everybody else in the room. So your body language is key. Have you seen celebrities on the red carpet wearing sack clothes sold by a designer? Yes. And you know, I had to learn how to build confidence as a person, you know, in my standing position, because I didn't have much of that. All right. Now, you will see that these celebrities would wear a cloth of sack on the red carpet, and because it was done by a designer, they will wear it with pride. Sack cloth, Bako super sack. Ghana must go, and then you get it, you do like then I'll be like, this lady is wearing sack cloth with so much confidence. I need to learn from her. In fact, there is one I started trying to, because she's a little big, I started trying to build my confidence after her. Okay? Body language is key. As much as I've spoken about people judging you by appearance, 55%. Now when people hear, oh, you are judged by appearance 55%, they believe that they have to wear very expensive clothes. That's not what I'm saying. If you are wearing very expensive clothes and you are wearing lack of confidence, your expensive clothes are a waste of money. Are we together? So you're wearing expensive clothes and you have no confidence, your expensive clothes are what? A lack of, they are just a waste of money. You will see somebody that, there are some people that clean. Their job is cleaning and they have lots of confidence. Plenty confidence. They are just cleaning but they have confidence. They will go to Yaba, pick up their bend down select, wash it, iron it, and wear it with confidence. And when they wear it with confidence, they are suddenly looking good. Suddenly they can enter into any room and people will respect them. So even though you wear nice clothes, you use a nice perfume, you do your personal grooming, please wear your confidence. You're going to a cocktail party, you are meeting people for the first time, you are trying to network, you are trying to make friends. The method I will tell you to use is FORD. It means family, occupation, recreation, or dreams. Always center around these 4 topics. Okay? I'm going to say it again. FORD. Family, occupation, recreation, dreams. So people love recreation. They love to go out. They love to travel. So you want to talk with someone, try and connect through that. Alright? Try and connect through occupation. Connect through dreams. Now under FORD, under the F, there's F for family, there's F for fashion. Alright? When you can identify the cloth someone is wearing, or the style of cloth the person is wearing, or the perfume the person is using, that's a nice way to start a conversation. Okay, apply curiosity. Or some people will go, I like the way you talk. Do you sing? The person may not sing, but the person will be like, oh, why do you think so? Be like, oh, you have a very nice voice. Okay, recreation. Do you do exercise? Or do I look like I do? You look like you could be an exercise coach. These are ways to start conversations with people for the first time. Always start a conversation that can lead to a question that will lead to another answer. FORD. Now, so people judge you based on your visual, the 3 V's, visual, verbal, and vocal. Alright. Still on your impressions, your online impression. I've seen a lot of things online. Your Instagram pages, your LinkedIn pages. When I started using Instagram several years ago, I think that was 2011 or 2012, I just used to upload pictures on my Instagram pages randomly. Okay? Now, if you're doing a business and you have an Instagram page, you have to be conscious how you upload your pictures. Because if somebody visits your page, the outlook of your page tells them whether you are well put together or not. So you will see some IG pages, you will see a post here, you will see a quotation, and then you will see another post. You will see a post here, you will see a quotation, and then you will see another post. Have you seen that? Now when you open the page, you go to their IG page, the outlook of that page, what does it look like? When you go to such a page that is organized the way I described to you, the outlook of the page, what does it look like? Okay, maybe I'm not communicating well. I'll go back. Now, for example, you see an Instagram page, okay? You will see a post here, a picture. You will see a quote here, maybe in a white background. You see another picture. You see a picture here, a white background. You see another picture. You see a picture here, a white background. So you see that there's structure. Even for your musicians or for your artists like the likes of Beyonce, the likes of Davido, you will notice that they will put 3 pictures from the same event up. They can cut it, you know. Now, this shows the person coming to your page that you are organized. And it makes serious people want to do business with you. Because it gives them an impression about you. If you post picture bathroom today, airport tomorrow, toilet the next day, dining table the next day, there is no clear communication. There's no clear communication. If you have a personal page that is just a page for your friends, where you and your friends just do things together, that is okay. But having clear communication, impression management, even on your social media, is key. About 11 or 12 years ago, I had a friend who studied law at University of Lagos, and he was on Facebook then. He started off by writing short poems and short stories on his Facebook page. And you know, when you go to his page, it was organized. When you visit his Facebook page, it was organized. He did not allow people to mention, you know, on Facebook, somebody can tag you and mention you, and the person's picture will come to your page. He didn't allow that. And you know, one day somebody went through his Facebook page and saw the collection of poems and said, "Guy," in the comment, "is this not an anthology of poems? When is the book coming out?" And that's what birthed the idea. And then he created the book. He put it together. Then launched the book at University of Lagos. And people came just because of how organized and steady his page was. So your impression is very key. Do you know that people can spread a rumor about you and others will not believe it?
Yes, correct.
Because of your impression. True life story. There's this company, Chocolate Royale. Sometime in 2010 to 2012, it was said that Chocolate Royale was selling expired chocolate and expired ice cream. Alright? And Chocolate Royale handled impression very creatively. They were always on the radio. I think maybe, let's go back in 2010, thereabout. They were always on the radio giving announcements. Chocolate Royale, the best chocolate. Chocolate Royale, the best chocolate. They kept on bombarding people with that advert to the extent that people forgot the rumor. So I will call it a rumor because I do not buy Chocolate Royale, so I don't know whether that was true or not. But the way they managed their impression, it made that rumor disappear. Are we together? Sometimes you might go to a popular artist page. The page will be clear. No single picture, no single video. Has this happened before? Because if you notice, before they cleared their page, there would have been a rumor about them. No matter how ugly the rumor is, because artists usually have lots of ugly rumors around them, sometimes with evidence, because people have video evidence. But they would have cleared out their page. Then after clearing out their page, they will then start putting certain types of pictures on their page. They might even go religious. Society might have wanted to cancel them before, but society will not cancel them again because they have managed their impression properly. Nothing is going to save you in this society, in the world generally, as your impression management. What you communicate and how you communicate it is very key. The gentleman that came to speak before me was talking about traditional literature, African literature, and he was wearing a jacket. He's wearing a jacket, he's wearing a shirt, but the jacket is intentional. The jacket has patterns on it, and the jacket is green. So he's trying to show you neo-African literature by telling you that yes, our culture has been colonized, but our culture, though colonized, can still represent us. So anyone viewing this thing from outside the country, they would see, oh, he's not just speaking, he believes what he's communicating, he's wearing what he's communicating. And with this, I would like to conclude. You only get one chance to make your impression. Make the very best of it. Give it the best that you have. And like Eminem said, you only get one chance because opportunities come once in a lifetime. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to hand over to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege and honor to be here. In fact, I've stood before greatness. Honestly, there's greatness in this room. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers of this. You just come into a place, you have no idea of the nearest future. When I mean nearest future, the next 5 minutes and all of that. And you've been in your head for so long and you have no idea what you're going to get. But honestly, I think I've been well inundated. I have been educated by sitting in this room. So thank you to the 4 speakers, to everyone who has thrown in their weight. I just got the information last minute that I cannot look through my phone. So this is going to be interesting. My name is Semitokwe Lasumon. I am a lawyer. I was called to the Nigerian bar in the year 2012. And so it means I've been practicing for about 15 years. But interestingly, that's not the story. Interestingly, I've been triggered. I had triggers, serious triggers, while I was seated in this room. You know why? While I was in the University of Benin, in fact, before I got into the University of Benin, I wanted to study English and literature. Desperately, because even when my JAM results came out, I told my mom she was going to Abuja for an interview. And I said, Mommy, please let me go to JAM office. I want to do change of course from law to English and literature. So, because she was going to there for interesting, it's very funny because a lot of people in English and literature wanted to study law. Me, I was in law, I wanted to study English and literature, but I think it's all relevant because society is not one-way directional. Imagine if it was just if Lagos just had one-way roads, there'll be a lot of clashes. And so when I mentioned that I'm seeing greatness in this room, I wasn't exaggerating because we all need each other to thrive. And thankfully, the theme of this gathering is Nigeria to the world. Now, another thing about me which is I didn't think I was going to say this, but since I'm going freestyle, I think I will mention it, is that I also attempted the world's longest travel live stream some weeks back, Guinness World Records. Yes, that was an attempt. And the idea was that we'll be in transit for 72 hours, exploring tourism in Nigeria and all of that. And then in transit, just like when you're traveling with your friends in school, you must have gone for a school trip, excursion, there are conversations you have in the vehicle, right? So we wanted to talk about Nigeria, wanted to talk about rights, and we also wanted to talk about those rights in Nigerian languages. Because thank God you talked about African literature, the fact that our traditions are usually were originally passed orally, but now they are documented. You also talked about the arguments between the African literature writers, some insisting they wanted to be in their own languages and other people insisting they wanted to be written. Where am I going with this? there's something about law. Law is not an alternative. It isn't. You know, sometimes in Nigeria, we freestyle a lot. But law is all around us. Like, for example, when I see a baby on the verge, what am I going to do? On the verge of, a tip or somewhere. I'm going to want to grab that baby, right? Because there's a law in this room. It's called the law of gravity. And whether or not I am a science student, the law of gravity will apply to me. So that's the thing about law as well. Law it's not an option, it's a regulation for life. The only thing is that it happens to be documented, and I think the problem is that it scares us when we see all those legal books, because they look voluminous and we're thinking it has nothing to do with me. But actually the issue is that before law became something we studied in university in Nigeria, it was something that you could learn as an apprentice. Did you know about that? Just like you go to the welder shop, there's an apprentice learning how to be a welder, or is it tailor or fashion designer, there's an apprentice. Law originally was like that. It was the art of speaking, the art of educating people about their rights. And finally they said, instead of this thing being something we just learn, like workmanship, let's document it. Let's make it. So I'm just trying to say that law basically, foundationally, just like every form of education, was just really basic interactions in life. So I don't want us to put our mind to say that those lawyers have come. You know, you see stickers or some statements like, waiting lawyer they do serve, who lawyer help and all of that. No. Those things were so important, like African literature, that had to be documented. They were things that were so important that had to be documented. So before I come and narrow down to my topic on human rights, my topic today is human rights, the golden rule of existence. I'm going to talk about some laws. Now, I did say that I made an attempt, my team and I, some days ago. So actually it was 12th to 15th of March. And then I also made a personal attempt on my own solo trip and all of that. But the globe, I told people that I'm not a tour guide. I wasn't necessarily about tourism, but I just said, what's my role as a lawyer? What's my calling as a lawyer in society? Like I told you that I already had this connect with trying to understand why I had to be a lawyer. But I realized that it's a calling and I have to deliver. It's not about the books. It's not about black and white. It's not about all those things. It's about affecting people and lives. And so we translated some laws into local languages. And here's why. I did say that law is not optional. It's very applicable to us. I noticed that someone was driving an estate and I was walking. And he had his baby in the car seat while he was driving. That scarcely would not happen in developed countries, right? Yes, he was driving and he was in an estate and his baby was right with him in the seat. Yes. It only happens in, let me not say, you know where. It only happens, there are some stunts we just pull off here. And then I realized that while we talk about greatness, I've acknowledged that we have greatness in this room. We have great minds. When you talk about people like Shino Achebe, you talk about people like Chimamanda, talk about Wole Soyinka, undeniably, Nigeria is great stuff. As far as I'm concerned, respectfully, the greatest exports of Nigeria is the Nigerian mind, the Nigerian ethos. When you go on the streets and you go on YouTube and you see these videos of how we crack them up, the way we talk and everything like that, they don't say someone is from the east, someone is Igbo, or someone is Yoruba. They'll just spot that this person is a Nigerian. Even other Africans, East Africa, West Africa, whatever, they say that you are this way. And this thing has not just been happening. It's not because we just woke up and had swag. That is the pattern of the Nigerian. And I'll go back to this. There's a saying in my culture. I'm from the Yoruba tribe. I don't believe in segregation of tribes, by the way. Like I said, we're still coming down to rule of law and why it applies to us. I'm from the Yoruba tribe of Nigeria. And there's this saying that, permit me to translate it loosely in English. They said if the soap stays long, or the leaf stays long with the soap, it becomes foamy, it has lather. It will lather like a soap. What I'm trying to say is that when we go outside the shores of Nigeria, people don't see Yoruba, they don't see Ijo, they see, because we are so much blended together that our ethos and our way of life is so similar. So people don't say, they don't ask, because it doesn't matter to them. So it's high time and I say something. I wrote a book. I said that you who is doing FaceTime you who is having Zoom meetings, it cannot be found in your mouth that you cannot see eye to eye like our ancestors. They did not FaceTime. They did not do Zoom. They were not doing all those things. So why will you say you don't see eye to eye? Why will you say you don't like the Igbo person? Well, you're too futuristic for that.
Yeah.
It's outdated thinking. And there's something that they also say. They will say Yoruba people are like this, Hausa people are like this. And as a lawyer, we work with empirical evidence. And here's where I'll ask you, if you told me that, how many Igbo people personally have you encountered that have done that? So that you bring your evidence together. Because you know, if in court you want to give evidence, right? They'll say like, call how many people that witnessed the crime. Yes?
Yes.
So when you say Yoruba people or Igbo people or Hausa people are like this, personally, there's something called hearsay. In law, hearsay evidence is not admitted. It's gossip.
Okay.
Hearsay means somebody said something. Evidence is eyewitness it. So when you say that Yoruba people or Igbo people or Hausa people like this, I'm asking you, how many of those people from that tribe have done that thing to you? So that's not smart. That is hearsay. It's susceptible to whims, caprices, emotions and sentiments. So what am I saying is that we really have to focus on a lot of things about ourselves. So I'm going to narrow down to the topic of the day, which is the rule of law. Sorry, I apologize. Which is human rights, the golden rule of existence. I'm going to say that I'm going to go back to pre-colonial times, shortly before we were colonized. We had our different African societies. And then in our different African societies, one of the movies I love the most that I scarcely go to the movies to go and watch, not because I'm special or have any sentiments or oppositions to movies, but because, we all have our areas of entertainment that we like. For me, it's books, for me, it's doing research and doing all of that. But one movie that I bought a ticket to see that I will never forget is Black Panther. Because it started with telling us how Africa would have been like before colonization. Black Panther talked about civilization. You know that the very first culture or first sect of people that are attributed to writing, the art of writing, like you have letters A, B, C, D, is the Egyptians, historically. So my point is Africa had its civilizations before colonization. But there's something that I want to avert our mind to. We had our structure, like in books like Things Fall Apart. We had our settings, we had our communal livings and all of that. But do you know something that I find funny as I debate and talk about this issue of human rights, sisters? Our forefathers, they saw the Oyibos, as we call it, the blue eyes, the green eyes, the hazel eyes, different skin color, custom. They did not consider them Abamiedas. Abamiedas means strange looking people. And they received them wholeheartedly. Has it not bugged your mind that they never saw white people before, but they saw people looking pale skinned, so to speak, permit me to just use pale for just this analysis. People with strange colors of eyes, the way we see albinos and stuff, and sometimes, people ostracize albinos. But they never considered them strange. In fact, they interacted with them. However, when it came to the issues of multiple births, like twins, triplets, guess what? They were killing their children because they considered them Abamieda. Is that not curious? Okay. Thank you very much. Is that not curious? The fact that we accepted, our forefathers, our progenitors, they accepted the Oyibos, the strange people that came from a different land, but they did not accept their own babies in their own skin because those babies came at multiple births. Is it not strange? Now, this is where I'm going to. The issue of intolerance or ostracization is not that the African is not hospitable. We're quite hospitable. Like I said, Nigerians, we have this brotherly, we have this camaraderie, we welcome guests. It is Nigeria that you know that when they come to visit you, your uncle and your auntie will give you money. Abroad, people don't just dish out money like that. So it means that we are hospitable. So that's not even the problem. But the problem is that perhaps that hospitality has to do with the question of understanding. What is familiar is accepted. What is strange is what's seen as something to be speculated or to be treated with suspicion. Now we're coming down to the rule of law. The essence of the rule of law is that there are some statements in law that I love. They're called the twin pillars of human rights. They're called the twin pillars of fair hearing. Permit me to just say it in Latin, then I'll translate. Audi alterem partem. Audi alterem partem means hear the other side. Audici, thank you, audici, very good. And the other one is nemo judex in causa sua. No man should be a judge in his own course. So hearing and speaking is very important. So maybe the reason why our forefathers could accept those white people was that there was negotiation, there was communication. Bloody babies that they had that were strange, the babies could not defend themselves. So you see where hearing and speaking is very important in the preservation of lives. So you can see that human rights should be guaranteed. Now, human rights happened actually. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights started in 1948, December 10 to be precise. A woman called Eleanor Roosevelt, who was the wife of one of the American presidents, First Lady as you will call it, she was an activist. So the committee came after World War. You know, we had World War I, we had World War II. And then she came together with the committee and they had this Declaration of Human Rights. It was culminated on the 10th of December 1948. Now Nigeria, of course, you know, we became independent in the year 1960. Nigeria assimilated, so to speak, those laws, not all 30 of them, but we have section 33 to section 43 thereabouts about human rights, and I'll quickly spew them. Right to life, right to freedom from discrimination, right to own immovable property anywhere in Nigeria. So I can own property legally according to the law in Jos, in Enugu, in Taraba, Jalingo, wherever. It's enshrined. And 44, section 44 says that that property cannot be taken away from me. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going to just link it directly to the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. I'm going somewhere with this. The reason why I'm giving, you know, I started by talking about accommodation. It's not as if it's strange or it's not our love language to accommodate each other. We only accommodate when we understand. We don't accommodate like, I don't take nonsense, that kind of thing. If you consider something nonsense, you will not take it. But until you understand that it's very important, that's when you accept it. So I've given us the right to life, the right to freedom from discrimination, freedom of discrimination. An example is the fact that in the culture, there's no culture where you have bastard under the constitution. Nobody is a bastard. You are not allowed to discriminate against the person because of their gender, because of their culture, their races, and all of that. Those are the rights we have under the Constitution, and they can be found under Chapter 4. The Constitution is a book of 8 chapters, okay? I know I'm saying a lot, but I'm going somewhere with all of this. Yes, I'm going, and I have less than 10 minutes now, so I'm trying to... I usually, no, I have 15 minutes, and that's fine. So, as I was saying, yes, as I was saying, you know, I have to stick to the basics. I was trying to establish by saying that we don't have a problem with accepting each other. We only have a problem of understanding. So in the Constitution, we have Chapter 4. Chapter 4 talks about our rights, right? And Chapter 2 talks about fundamental objectives. What is the Constitution? The Constitution is pretty much like a marriage certificate. You know when you get married, they give you a certificate, right? That Constitution is the document that binds us together as Nigerians. People don't know. I've heard people talk about when somebody slaps me or does something, is in the Constitution. People don't know. Even doctors don't know what is in the Constitution. But you are bound by it. The opening phrase of the Nigerian Constitution says, "We the Nigerian people." So it is assumed that we the Nigerian people. So, and in law, you know, ignorance of the law is no excuse. You drive on, if I come from Ibadan, I drive on one way in Lagos. It's a strict liability offense. I don't know. It's not. They don't need to know whether I know or not. So you see that you are bound by some things. So I said that the Constitution binds us. I said that it's a relationship between governance and the people. And you know, every time we're always shouting government. I am not supporting anybody here on this platform for government. But you know that nation building is really about the citizenry and the political class. The citizenry and the political class. You know, have you ever seen this, I don't know what they call it, a seesaw, where somebody stays on that platform? I don't know, they call it Jagolova, or am I correct? When somebody says down, the seesaw, somebody says down, the other thing will go up. But have you also seen that statue of justice in court? A balance, a scale of balance stays. One doesn't go down as long as. So you see, that's the relationship in nation building. If this nation must work, it's a responsibility of citizenry and governance. So the political class, they know all of their laws, so to speak. But do you, as a Nigerian, do you know your law? You don't. And that's why you should be interested in what. So I started by saying that law is not something aloof. It's something that has to do with everyday life. And here's where I will conclude. Chapter 4 talks about these rights. And then I have not come here to tell you about your rights. Honestly, I haven't. You can get that from your lawyer. But what I have come here to tell us about is that your neighbor has that right. Can you tell your neighbor you have rights? That's what I've come today. That's my simple assignment. Because as a Christian, when I'm going somewhere and then, especially when I know I'm not going to be speaking myself, I'm going to ask the Lord, what do you want to say? What would Jesus do in this place? And I think basically, what we need to know is that your neighbor has rights. The same way that you cannot just barge into your co-tenant's room, right? Because you respect boundaries. It's the same way you must know that that person you're about to get mad at, that person you're about to slap just because you're angry, they do what? They have rights. Can we echo it together? They have rights. If there's anything that you will leave this room or this conversation with, is to know that you are an extension of the human rights. You are an extension. It's not enough for us to say this and that. It's not. We've had days where we have had people like I said, Mary Slessor. She talked about the killing of twins. It's high time that we started fighting for our own rights. And when I mean fight for our own rights, I mean fighting for your neighbor's rights. And I'm going to conclude with this. There was a day I was in a vehicle in, I believe it was, what they call this place. So I was we're just leaving for Mowe. And then there was this, as you know, the touts or whatever, Agueros at the garage. You know, they have this tendency of wanting to say that if you are bringing a box, you will pay for the box, right? You will pay for the box and all of that. So there was this lady, she was going to MFM, and you can look at her. To borrow the word JJC, she did not know her way around Lagos. And then, but there was somebody in the bus that said, you know what, we can shift for her. She can put her box there. It's not so big. We can accommodate her. And there I was impressed. Usually, I don't think that people should impress people, because who are we? Am I standing before a committee to impress you, or are you standing before? It's only God that we must live to please. However, I was touched by that selfless action. And so, while we're going to leave and conclude this, laudable feat and all of that, if there's anything you heard from this young lawyer, it's that human rights is not a me thing. Human rights is an us thing. And when we begin to stand together in unity, the political class, they do this well. They are bounded. Even cults are bounded, right? All these groups that stay together, it said that a house divided against itself will do what? Would fall. So perhaps beyond protests, maybe protest is a lofty height to start in trying to shape your country as a citizen. Maybe you going and carrying placards. Because what's the use of you carrying placards and saying that governance must do this for us when you are not being fair to your neighbor? Don't you agree with me that that would be hypocrisy? Are we together, please? I'm simply saying that if you are demanding the government to be nice to your fellows, but you are not nice to your fellow, you see that logic cannot work. You can't give what you don't have. So you will not get it from governance. Why? Because there's a loophole in our common existence. And there's something called social contract theory. You know, we're together in this room because impliedly or expressly, we chose to be together, right? So, and there's this principle of live, let live. I want to live, but in my living, must I inconvenience you? Like, imagine if I wanted to come across this, maybe I was passing through your row, for the lady who is wearing golden hair. Imagine if I was passing through brown, golden. Imagine if, because I wanted to come to the podium, I should just come through and step on her shoes. I have rights, yes, but they are limited. They must take into consideration and All right. So as I conclude and I call on the next speaker, no, don't worry. I think we have reached the apex point. Well, I was going to talk about chapter 2 of the Constitution and all the role of governance, but I think it suffices to say that we must preserve each other. We must be our brother's keeper. That's the only way you can have peace. There's a saying in my culture: if we cast stones, it will hit somebody who is a member of our home. That's the truth. So when we stand aloof, some few years ago, when we heard that the killings were just in back then in the north, we thought it was far away. But the more you just think that you are not connected, the more you are becoming isolated. And when an animal strays from a herd, it becomes liable to attacks. Do you understand? Like a herd of elephants, when they are going together, one of them decides to come out. If you are saying I'm a Gen Z, the me syndrome, the me you want to be, it's not a larger than life thinking. Going solo, YOLO, you only live once. It's not a larger than life, it's a mediocre life. Because when you look at people like Nelson Mandela, when you look at people like Dr. Martin Luther King, they live beyond themselves. And that's why their names echo all through history. And guess what? What do these people that I just mentioned, what do they have in common? I started by saying Eleanor Roosevelt, right? I said she was the president's wife, an American president's wife. I said they came together and they did the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948. Every year, the 10th of December, because those people, just like us, are in a room together, because they were in a room together and they presented the documents, now people can go to court and sue for their rights. So you saying that I just want to be me, I just want to be peculiar, my family and I, yes, you have rights, but it will not allow the existence of humanity as long as it should be. So if there's any message that God is speaking to us through his little vessel, is that be your brother's keeper. The principle of the good neighbor, the principle of good Samaritan is that beyond you, other people have rights. So please, once again, the topic was about human rights. I talked about the right to life, the right of persons, right to fair hearing, and all of that. But beyond these rights that you have, please bear in mind as you interface with other persons that other people also have rights. So I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker. Once again, I want to thank the audience and thank the organizers of this event.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Adetum Otekola. I'm an estate surveyor and valuer, and it's such a privilege to be here. I'm very excited for this topic and for this forum. I actually have been in the real estate space for 32 years. So this evening, I'm going to be talking about building a maintenance culture across all spheres in Nigeria. So in 1988, I went to University of Lagos to study banking and finance, because I felt that was the only course that, if you worked as a banker, that's the only course that can give you the kind of money that's what I will make you to enjoy life and live large. But as fate would have it, I didn't have the cutoff mark, and so I ended up studying geography and plan because I didn't want to be at home for one day. But in my first year in school, I came across estate management as one of my objective courses, and that's how I studied estate management from University of Lagos. Now, why did I study estate management? I'm very particular about taking care of things and people. I was very particular that anything I ever want to own in this life, if I cannot maintain it, I wouldn't go for it. And that's how my career in estate management started. And this is 32 years later. I've consistently done the same thing. And 28 years ago, I was opportunity to start a business in the real estate space, Solid Foundation Estate. And basically what we were doing there was brokerage, letting and sales of property management and facilities management. And so people ask me, are you not bored? One of the reasons why I'm not bored is because for 32 years I've been solving problems. I've been trying to ensure that infrastructure and anything around me that has life must live. And then how can you make something live if it is not maintained? Even in agriculture, when you sow a seed, if you don't nurture the seed, you can't reap any harvest. You'll be a dreamer to think that you will sow, there is no nurturing, and you just reap. So it's the same thing. So let me bring it home to Nigeria. In Nigeria, we have a lot of things that are suffering from lack of maintenance. When we start out to build anything, we never have a system in place to make it to last. We never have a system in place to maintain it, and that's why we're suffering a lot of decadence in our economy. In my practice, about 3 years ago, I had the opportunity of going to UAE. A company actually reached out to me to come and market some of their real estate for them, built up properties. And I wouldn't go to anything without understanding. That's one thing a wise investor would do. When you want to go into any venture, you should understand what you're going into. So I had the opportunity of going into the place, the estate that was being built, and then they took me around, and there was so much detail in how things were built. The plumbing, the electrical, the carpentry, and I began to ask, who is the master builder here? And I was told that the man used to build for palaces alone. Now when they saw the kind of work he was doing, they now requested him to start to scale up and go commercial. So he still wanted to maintain the same standard. So I could see that everything that he did in there was built to last. That means that if you buy that property, you are not going to start maintaining it from day one. They built to the extent that they told me that they invited 250 birds. And I said, what does that mean? They said they made the environment so welcoming that 250 species of birds will come and stay in that estate. And that is the kind of thing we should be looking at in Nigeria. We should learn to build to last. Now, how can we build to last when you don't have the future in mind? I want to begin to examine different areas where we're lacking maintenance culture. And one of them is public infrastructure. I don't know how, a lot of government buildings and public spaces today, you will notice that there is a bit of a decay because there is no plan for maintenance, and that's not right, and that has to change. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation. I don't know how many of us know the building, National Theatre, the First Act 77 building. You know that in recent times there's a lot of revamp that has gone on, and it's extremely beautiful. It's a beautiful place to behold. Nigeria, as resilient as we have the population, we need also to preserve culture. So one of the tourist attractions that anybody will come to Nigeria and at least have a feel of what Africa is like is the First Act 77. So I'm glad that has come to life. So public spaces, public buildings, government buildings, and a good example is 1004. You know that 1004 was built for government officials, people that were in the civil service. And then after the regime of President Olusegun Obasanjo, during his regime, there was a proposal that this should be sold to private individuals. So the result of that decision is what we're seeing today. It has passed through many hands, and one of the major things that makes me to weep when I pass through there is, how can such a beautiful edifice lack maintenance? You will see on the staircase by the balcony that weed will be growing there, and a lot has gone on. Imagine 1,001 flats in that place. How beautiful will it be if it was very well maintained? It's even waterfront, So those are the kind of things that happen. If you go to our national stadium, even Nigerian Conservation Center, I've seen people go there, and when they are midway through, going through, they start screaming and say they will never come here again. What stops us from preserving those places? The way our trees are cut, I went to South Africa once upon a time, and it was an offense if you wanted to cut a tree and you don't have permits. It's beginning to happen in Nigeria now, but we need to preserve life. We need to preserve nature. What about our waterways? When you go on Third Mainland Bridge, you see the water so, almost black, not as pure as it should be. You see water hyacinth growing. You see people building on our waterways. And the same waterways is where we get our fish from. How healthy can we get? We need to help ourselves. So yes, public infrastructure, healthcare. I don't know how many of us, I was born in Lagos and I was born in Mercy Children's Hospital. I'm glad that the current governor is doing an expansive building. It's expansive, the Mercy Hospital, that is really a fantastic infrastructure. So one of the things that, I'll come there in a minute, then education as well. How many of us here went to public schools? You see that so many schools that were built years ago, everything is flying off, no windows, no roof, you know. In recent times, we're beginning to see that at least Lagos State is paying attention to infrastructure. One of the most encouraging things I found out was that the government now has a department that is taking care of all government assets. That's very encouraging. Another area that we have suffered lack of maintenance is transportation and aviation. Nigeria used to have a national carrier, Nigerian Airways, but because of lack of maintenance, we don't have it anymore. Kudos to people like Air Peace, that have now begun to fly internationally. It doesn't really take everything. Nigeria has the largest population in Africa, but in terms of connectivity, we're not yet there. I'm glad that we have airlines like Ibom Air. They are maintaining a good standard. We have Value Jet as well. And Value Jet is all coming up. They're all beginning to attempt great things. So one of the reasons why they are doing that is that they are for profit. You know, there are businesses that are run and they have partnerships, and of course the amount of money is huge. I remember this airline that I'm trying to remember the name, the one that I think it was a Sosoliso airline, that there was a major crash and a lot of people, children that were coming from school in Loyola Jesuit in Abuja. A lot of children died. Pastor Bibo Dukoya died. There's another airline at that time. My organization had an office in Abuja. And I remember sitting in the aircraft and water was falling, you know, from the aircraft on my head, was dripping on my head. And I made up my mind that no, I'm not going to do this anymore. And somehow I encouraged our organization to close the Abuja office. It was shortly after that the Sosoliso airline thing happened. So I, for one, I began to think that our local airlines are like death traps. Why is it so? Because there is no maintenance, and that's very unfortunate. You know, our roads, all the roads that we go on, and yet we pay tax. We as citizens should be more responsible in paying our tax, and after that, we should hold our government accountable, at least for, you know, how our money is spent in doing things like that. That speaks to public infrastructure. Another thing we can talk about is real estate. I spoke about how somebody has built, or they're still building, and the way they are building the houses, they are building them to last. It's unacceptable in this day and age for anybody to build, and as you take over the house, you are beginning to do renovation, from the beginning. You are beginning to do some upgrades. So what happened to defect liability period, where if a developer should build, people should be able to say for the next 1 year, if anything goes wrong with this building, I will take responsibility. That's where we're going now. One of the things that we are advocating for in Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, where I am a member, and also International Facility Management Association, is that we should have homeowners association that would hold developers accountable. You know, pandemic has taught us that where we live, the residential building we live, is very important, you know, because when pandemic came, everybody was kind of stuck in their houses and we had to work from home. That was where the concept of working virtually came. In Nigeria before then, that was about 6 years ago, everybody thought if you can't go to the office or go to certain places, you can't get work done. Even selling services and products, a lot of logistics companies have come alive because of pandemic. Another thing that comes to mind is when I was growing up, I studied at University of Lagos, and if you wanted a fantastic picture, you had to go to a studio. So, you know, in those days, you had Kodak, and people invested in having studios and physical, you know, a lot of equipment to get very beautiful pictures. But guess what? Now, from the palm of your hands, you have a phone that can take beautiful pictures. You can do a lot of editing. You can print. You can do a whole lot of stuff. So that tells me that every 5 years, there's a paradigm shift in technology. So we also need to apply that to our maintenance culture. How do we maintain everything that we have? I am very vested in the principle of maintenance. For any nation to survive, for any nation to thrive and grow, we need to uphold maintenance in every sphere of our lives. So what are the key drivers, that can drive maintenance culture? One of the basic thing is government, policies and leadership policies and direction. I just said it here now that Lagos State government has set up a department, and that's virtually the only, at least they have really succeeded at it, that every single asset of the Lagos State government, they did an audit and they have, an asset register to know what the government owns, and they are now beginning to set out maintenance plan and culture for those kind of assets. So that's why you're seeing that now our roads are being, done up to standard. There is a lot of attention paid to public spaces just to groom, even as important, or you might consider it little, even greenery. When you come around Lagos, if you notice now, they're paying attention to how the landscape of Lagos is beginning to look, and that's commendable. And I also believe in the concept of sister cities. If Lagos has succeeded in having that kind of culture, maintenance culture, other states in Lagos can also learn from them. And they have, do you know that Lagos has a 5-year plan for the infrastructure, for the economic development, for the waterways? Please go Google it. The next 5-year plans for Lagos State is fantastic. So that tells me that the government is very intentional. Without intentionality, you can't go far with maintenance. I recall seeing a hospital in the US one day, and that hospital was commissioned by late Abraham Lincoln. And by the time I was getting there, I had cause to go over there for something. The hospital was 151 years old and everything is still working. Even with clothing, we tend to churn out a whole lot of stuff in terms of the clothes that we wear. But if we had good quality, we don't have to buy so many clothes per time. It's not how long you have. I have clothing, I have bags that I've had for 10, 15 years because they were good quality. Your wristwatch, the cars that we drive, those things are important. So the government needs to make a policy. Nigeria shouldn't be a dumping ground where people will bring in all kinds of cars and the roads are littered. I noticed that the government, even on our roads now, government is very particular about roadworthiness of cars. I have a few cars and our drivers have to go every 6 months to go and check for the roadworthiness. To the extent that they have now put in a check that if your car was due for insurance, for example, for every week you delay, you're going to be billed 20,000 naira. That, I believe, is going to make us more responsible. Then talking about housing insurance, the government has now put in a policy that if you're a landlord in Lagos and you don't insure your building, if there's a fire incident, the landlord can go to jail. Are you aware of that? So there's a lot going on, and I find that very commendable. So the government needs to come up with policies and systems that will institutionalize these decisions. Another thing is institutions and systems. Every organization, every family should have a maintenance culture. How do you want, these things to be run? And then talking about standards, every association should have how, as small as even when, I notice here, and that's commendable, that you have here surge protectors, so that in case there is a surge in electricity, all your electrical parts are not blown up, you have something that is maintaining them. Why would you have air conditioners and you don't bother to, go maintain them once in a while? There's a manufacturer's manual. Let's not assume we know everything. Even painting of our buildings, when you want to paint externally, as an association, we always ensure that we use what we call weather shield paint for the exterior of the building, so that no matter how, you don't have to paint so often. That's high maintenance. We are yearning in our organization and in selling real estate to clients. We're saying now that we're encouraging that as many places they want to buy from, the homeowners, the developers should encourage homeowners association, so that when the developer has finished the project, the homeowners can come together and at least have a voice and as a common entity declare and decide how they want certain things that are common to them to be maintained. That's very important. I talked about, even as an organization, there should be things like preventive maintenance, routine maintenance, so that you would have set out a time and say, for example, the generator that we use, because we're still struggling with power supply in Nigeria, So most of us have a second source of second source of power, and that's for most people generator. Thank God now we're doing inverters, we're doing solar. For a generator has a lifespan. When it has run 10,000 hours, that generator should ought to be changed. So if it's a wasting asset, what's your plan as an organization to encourage, to ensure that that asset, when it has reached its lifespan, you change it? If you don't change it, you're going to spend a lot of money maintaining, and that is counterproductive. Even things like cars. Do you know that, yes, if you drove a brand new car, it's fantastic, but the minute you drive it out of the car shop, it becomes a second-hand car. Do you agree with me? It can never be sold as a brand new car anymore. So since you know that is a wasting asset, what plan are you making, to ensure that that car is kept on the road and it is not a nuisance to the general society? As an association, what plans are you making, even for health insurance for yourself and for your employees? Everybody needs to be maintained. The body comes, as you grow older, there are lots of things, wear and tear that happens, in the process. So in every sphere of our lives, we need to be very vested in maintenance. Another thing that I will talk about is financial commitment. And no matter the English and the ideas that we have, money is the volume. So in having these things, there's nothing cheap, nothing very good can come to play without you spending. So we need to make financial monetary budgets to say that this is how we want to get things done. Another thing that is a major factor is a mind shift, how we do stuff. A few days ago I was going, and then I saw a car drive really past me in a gated community, and from that car people threw things out of the car, refuse. They had finished eating, and I couldn't believe it that this was still happening in this day and age. What went through my mind was the car was very nice, but people had just finished eating and they now opened the window and threw it out. We need a paradigm shift in our thinking. We need to be more responsible towards public spaces, our lives as individuals, our homes, our organizations. I am of the opinion that a family is the strongest nation on earth. And so if every family was cultured, if every family had a principle by which they grew by, children know that when I'm going out, I don't throw stuff on the road, I respect public places. I went to church the other day, and in the bathroom of a church during a Sunday service, a woman was washing her hair in the sink. I was very embarrassed, but I didn't want to have that conversation. On another day, I went into a bathroom, and then somebody had a whole box of tissue. Because the child was there and was unguarded, the guy just took the whole box and threw it into water. That's the contribution of everybody there going into the drain. So we need to make effort to be responsible citizens. We need to start to coach ourselves. Nigeria of our dream, we all need to work towards it. We don't have to be blaming the government to say, government, you are the one responsible. My question to that kind of conversation is always, is it not the citizens, is it not the followers that become the leaders? So what do we need to do? The conversation I want us to, one of the things I want us to go with it is a mindset of, I would personally contribute my quota to the maintenance of our nation, to making it better. That in your own little spaces, you would do things better. When you're going on the road and you see a refuse, some people would go, I've seen stacks of, you see people refuse stack because they don't want to pay for waste disposal. They come out onto the highway at night and put refuse on the road. Who does that? Is that normal? We need to stop this. We need to, the coastal road that has just been, it was just commissioned in December. I live along the coastal road, and I noticed that people are still sleeping on the road, all in the name of homelessness. They started to, they built small, shack, no, what do you call them? Yeah, they built small shacks there, and people are beginning to live on those streets. And then they are trying to even start to do markets there. So it takes the government agency to come unannounced once in a while and take them off the road. That is taxpayers' money in action. I want to encourage us, we need to all individually and collectively, work towards making Nigeria a better place. Nigeria is indeed the giant of Africa. We have the numbers, But if we were to invest more in tourism and get things better, people need to come and see clean cities. People need to come and see very well maintained, environment. Let it no longer be said that when you come to Nigeria, they don't maintain stuff. Even our personal, your choices as a tailor, how are you sewing? As a real estate person, as a builder, how are you building? Are you building with strong foundations? Are you bringing the materials? Or you're just more vested and interested in getting, getting profits, not bothering about the quality of lives of people and everything. So I want to conclude by saying, for us as a nation, for us as a people to ever, make progress, for any nation that will thrive, we need to spend time in having a good maintenance culture. And that culture is not the work of the government alone. It's a collective thing. The way we think, our mindset, our associations from the homes. How are we making the effort to ensure that we have a clean environment? Thank you so much for having me, and I'm very proud of what is going on here. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was waiting for. Good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, Africa and the global community. My name is Felicia Adegoke, and that was a very nice speech from an estate manager, estate surveyor, and valuer. Thank you. So I was quite informed. That was a good one. So today, I am going to be talking about how to win a tech argument. How to win a tech argument. This is not to actually sideline or speak against our tech bro, our tech sis, our tech gurus, our wizard behind the laptop. This is a call to sanity. This is a call to intentionality. This is a call to have a healthy word. Anyways, I might not necessarily be dedicating this to Mommy Tech, She's good at what she does, Yes. So, how to win a tech argument. And I'm going to start by saying, in a world that is used to rushing themselves, in a world that is used to having everything quick, fast food delivery, fast this one, fast transport, it is the greatest advantage for you to slow down. Just slow down. Slow down. How to win a tech argument. So firstly, when tech comes to your mind, like people who have not even been in tech, when you hear tech, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? A big thing. The guy earning, the guy earning without having to step out of his house, the website designer. So what comes to your mind when you hear tech? So most of the times there are always lots of misinterpretation. We always limit tech to coders, to website designs, to all the front end, the back end. So when they talk about tech, there is a way you want to remove yourself from the equation. There is a way you be like, oh, that one is for the tech people, this one is for the tech guys, this one is for the tech people. But whichever way, wherever we like it or not, we are part and parcel of the tech advancement. We are part and parcel of the technological advancement. Part and parcel of the technological advancement. So either we like it or not, we are a part, we are a participation, and you cannot run away from it. The generations coming cannot run away from it. So firstly, what is the birthday of tech? Tech is actually the birthday of tech, knowing the day it was born, the date of birth, is actually dated back to when the early men are learning how to make their lives easier. Men who started as gatherers, all of a sudden they discover that, oh, I need For me to be able to pluck this particular fruit, I need to use a stick to drag this fruit down. I need to use a stick to drag this fruit down. From having to start in a fire and controlling fire, I need to, when I put these two stones together, okay, there is something that can make this activity actually easier and better. How to win a tech argument in a world that is fast paced. The advantage you have is the advantage of being able to slow down. Someone please tell your neighbor, slow down. When you're on a page, you're trying to download something and the thing kind of slows down, there's where you're frustrated. You're trying to operate something on your phone and the phone hangs. You just get agitated that just download already, because something is already tampering with our mindset. Speed. You want to download it quickly, you want to press your phone and you want it to react to you immediately. How to win a tech argument in a world that everybody wants to rush and rush and rush and rush. The biggest advantage you could have is the advantage of being able to slow down. So technology is applying that right knowledge in making life easier. Getting new way of doing things as an extension of human capacity. New way of doing this thing, using these tools, using these materials, using this machine as an extension of human capacity. So someone once joked about, okay, you're on a website and someone is asking you to verify if you're a robot. If you were a robot. Okay, if you are a robot. So someone was it was in the language nerds group. Someone was asking, okay, why would a machine be asking me, a human, if I was a robot? Then someone actually commented that the one who is commanding the robot to ask you that is actually a human. So it is actually a human commanding a robot to ask you to confirm if you were a human, that you are not a robot. So how to win a tech argument in a fast-paced world? So over time, we tend to want to diminish human capacity. We tend to want to reduce human capacity. Tech is to actually extend human capability. It is not a machinized world as we are seeing it. It is actually a bid in which humans want to solve their problems, in which humans want to solve problems in healthcare, in finance, in education, even in government, in forensic, in security. How to win a tech argument. How to win a tech argument. So over time, when you ask you, okay, do you want to go into tech? Do you want to go into tech? You'll be like, okay, I know, it is just for very intelligent people. We are all a participation of the tech world. So tech is actually makes you collect data. It makes you collect data appropriately, makes you do that task effectively, makes you use machine, or what I might call robotics, in actually bringing efficiency and effectiveness. So over time, people try to say, oh, AI is going to take people's job at the end of the day. AI is not coming to actually take people's job, but AI will surely replace people who will not use AI. Will actually replace people who would not use AI. So the 21st to the 22nd century illiteracy, it is not you not having a degree. It is when you have refused to be artificially intelligent. It is when you have refused to be artificially intelligent. It is what has studied our thought pattern. So over time, instead of people learning how this trend work, instead of learning how to be an intelligent person in an artificial space, instead of learning how to be a smart person in an artificial space, instead of being a smart person or wise person in a mechanized space, all the while we just want to go with the flow. Are you actually trending or you are being treaded upon? And I'd like to ask that again for those at the back. Are you actually trending or you are being treaded upon? Yes. Are we actually trending or we are being treaded upon? How to win a tech argument. The average Nigerian youth, I don't want to mention each generation, it may be a Gen Z, the millennial, the boomers, because everyone is guilty. You see them on the phone. Okay, let me just scroll through this. Let me scroll. In the next 10 minutes, I want to do laundry. Then you sit down. You see a very engaging comment. Then you sit there for the next 2 hours. You are just tied. You are tied to the screen. It's yes an engaging comment. You just stay there and you want to argue when they tell you want to use men. Well, to me, men are not scum. But when you see a post that actually empowers calling men scum, so you want to go there and go and prove your point that okay, this happens, that happens. So over time, we think we are actually expanding, increasing in technology, whereas we are losing our real selves. We are losing human connections. You see a family of 5 people. The father is pressing his phone. The mother is on TikTok. The children, they are facing the ring light and they are doing like this. Everyone is just facing their phones. We are not even talking to ourselves anymore. We're not even talking to ourselves anymore. Like exactly what is happening in this room right now. One person is, you are either scrolling through your phone. Only 10% of people are actually looking up. In a world that is fast-paced, in a fast delivery world, in a give me quickly world, the most advantage you have is the capacity to slow down. Just slow down. Stop getting angry with your phone if it does not answer you. Stop getting angry with the network if it's not downloading quickly. In a fast-paced world, in a world where everybody wants the 4G, the 5Gs, someone even calls himself Omologo 5G. We want it quickly. We want it quickly. Sorry for the international audience. When they say Omologo, the glorious child, the 5G. The glorious child in 5G. So everybody is just rushing. We are scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. So sometimes you might even be doing something on that phone, but the African mom will think that, you see, when you complain, mommy, I'm having headache, you say, it is that phone that you've been pressing. You press phone too much. Why won't you have headache? It's like I'm having malaria symptom. You see, when you press phone too much. So they believe that when you are on your phone, it is actually leisure. So I do not have malaria. So I was talking to someone. He's a family friend, and the mom was like, you see, the mom was that complaining that this person pressed laptop too much from morning till night. He's a jobless person. He presses laptop from morning till night. I'm like, someone who sits on the laptop is not a jobless person. But to the older generations, when they see you actually with an equipment, with a phone, with a laptop, they want to assume that this person is maybe playing game or is watching movie. They won't know that he's doing serious work in that place. I have actually lived with people who you see them on the laptop 2/7, and you don't even know that they are being stressed out when it comes to the work they do, than you that you go on the traffic, you move your muscles and you come back. So this is a big challenge to remote workers. You are not supposed to be a vegetable because you want to do a remote job. You are literally turning yourself into a vegetable. So from morning to night you sit on the spot. The only time you get up from that chair is when you need to grab something to eat or you want to use the restroom. Then you are back there. How to win a tech argument? Are we actually trending or we are being treaded upon? So over time, you are beginning to turn to the machine. Over time, you're beginning to turn to the machine. The machine is now the one giving you instructions. It's the one giving you instructions. So a man of God once says that in this age and world, people worship different idols. People, yes, it has gone beyond the ancestors all the respectable legends in Yoruba land, in Igbo land, in Hausa land. It has gone to the third world idols. Don't forget that whenever you are pressing your phone, your head is always bowed. Yes. But most of the time, you don't even know that something is actually tampering with. Oh my God. Something is actually yeah. Something is actually tampering with our mindsets. If your battery is low, something happens to you. You're no longer hungry. You don't have appetite anymore. My charger actually got spoiled, and it was as if something just removed fuse. Something just removed fuse out of me. And I became very, very unokay. If someone steals your phone today, something is going to happen to you. It's not possible. It's not possible. If something happens to your phone today, if something happens to your phone today, you should know. It is just a phone. It's not just a phone. It is becoming an extension. It is becoming an extension of you. Oh, someone said Dr. T would help them. Info love info. Anyways, so as we were going back to it, how to win a tech argument. How to win a tech argument. So I know that there are a lot of tech bros and tech Cs in the house, actually respect, it's not easy to actually keep these things together, but we need a same community. You see a teenage boy on the street of Lagos, a car is coming, and you see me pressing the phone. It's not even an emergency, he's playing game. It's not even an emergency, he's playing game. He's playing game. When you seize iPad from a 5-year-old, you will see tantrums. Oh God, tantrums in HD, tantrums. Something is actually shaping us. Something is actually changing us. Are you really going to win the tech argument? Are you really going to win the tech controversy? Because it is like a flood, and if you are not stable enough, the generations coming will just be like the human robots. There is hairpiece here, there's an AirPod here, there's a charger there, there's something here, there's a power bank here. Wires everywhere. Wires everywhere. So, someone actually created a meme. I want many of us might have even seen it. Someone who is charging and the phone is on the wall socket. There's a cord and the phone is on the wall socket. The person sits there, could not stand up because it's charging. And on the above picture, the created the picture of a goat that was tied to the tree. Wow. It is the same way. It is the same tethering. I'm not talking about someone. So don't look at me that way. Even the person he's not even getting the picture. So it's okay. It's just okay. It's just okay. When you sit down to charge your phone, maybe the battery is very low. The battery is very low, and you need to do something. I know she's not getting the picture. That's why she's still doing it. You're charging the phone, and you're still trying to charge or do something, and then there's a gold title. So it is. You won't move. Thank you. You won't move around. Something is actually telling you to stay there. Don't move. So I used to have a culture that whenever my phone rings, I would start running to go and pick the call. I would run to pick the call. I don't want the phone to cut. But over time, you see that you're stumbling on something because you don't want the call to cut. How to win a tech argument? Technology is supposed to be an extension of our capacity, an extension of our wisdom, an extension of our intelligence. It is not supposed to be more intelligent than we are. How to win a tech argument. So you might want to say you want to change the position at which you press your phone. If you like, don't press the phone like this. If you want to press the phone like this, your head is still bowed. How to win a tech argument. So over time, many humans, it's not even limited to Africans, we are tethered to the screen. Over time, you see a lot of eye problems, a lot of this issue, that issue, having panic attack, being depressed. You know, you don't want to talk to someone. So instead of someone offends me at the office today, so instead of talking to Miss Elizabeth about it, I'd rather go to my ChatGPT. Yes, it is the best friend. You know, it is the one that will not cast the updates of what I gave to tell him. So you would rather have a machine friend. You know, there's a trend that they've studied you over time. In a world that is fast-paced, in a world where we want everything sharp, sharp, you order food, sharp. You order this one, sharp. It has already. I was watching a cartoon, but it is not a cartoon. It's not an animation. So in that was some, like, a lot of years ago, and that lady just pressed laptop, boom, 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 and food just came out. I'm like, wow, when will something like this happen in real life? When will something like this happen in real life? But yes, it is actually distance away, because you can actually press your phone and you just order food, and in the next 5 minutes it's already here. In a world that is fast paced. So over time, I think it should be a dietitian that says in the olden days when our mothers cook, it takes time for the food to be prepared. Like they have to get the firewood to burn, they have to process it, peeling the yams and everything. So it takes time for their food to be ready. So that means most of the people that lived in that generation actually lived long because they did not eat fast food. But this generation, we are eating fast food, and look at the quality of life. So whatever you want to eat is coming quickly. It is already processed for you. It is already, everything is fast paced, fast paced, fast paced. Yes, and seriously, nobody wants to be stressed. Nobody wants to be stressed. For example, in an African Nigerian home, the mother has to resume by 8 o'clock in the morning. Is that when you want to prepare pounded yam? So you just give them, okay, prepare noodles, okay, you just take your cereal, 5-10 minutes, everybody is done, we move. How to win a tech argument. So it crosses across nations, it crosses across cultures, territories. This is actually to appreciate how much of how the tech bros, the techies, they made our lives to be easier. On the high side, they really made our lives to be easier. Because without technology, we wouldn't even be having this platform. Let us even think it through. Without technology, we would not be having this platform. We would not be having the cameras put together, the lighting put together, the chairs. Wise men all over centuries, wise men all over the decades that have actually come together to use their talents, to use their intellectual capacity in increasing the quality of life. In increasing the quality of life. So most of the times, it is not what fire is. It is what fire does to us. The ability for you to control that fire. It took many years before men could actually learn how to control fire, because over time, the only source of fire they had was when lightning struck a tree in the bush, and they go back there to pick fire and come back. They go there to pick. They couldn't control, they couldn't create, they couldn't control. But over time, are we not trying to destroy ourselves with our handmade fire? With our handmade fire. In a world that is fast-paced, can you just slow down? Can you just slow down? If your cord stopped working today, it will do something to you. If your phone stopped working today, it will do something to you. If your phone camera is malfunctioning today, it will just, let's talk about phone cameras. About how a phone will just become useless because the camera is already becoming blurry. Because the camera is becoming blurry. Are we actually trending? or we are being treaded upon. Or we are being treaded upon. Or we are being treaded upon. So this is a wake-up call to the moms, the mommies, the daddies, the uncles, the teachers, all across continents. You really have to win the tech argument, and which is technology is supposed to be an extension of you. An extension of you. It is actually there to actually help us live quality lives. Quality lives. To build, okay, yes, it is. I was talking about the organic relationship, the organic community, and the inorganic community that actually help us over time to build an inorganic community. Whereas you could pick your phone today, and over 500,000 people can actually come together to actually help you and assist you. No, there was someone who actually has an health issue, and all you just need to do is just bring this person to the inorganic community, and you see humans rising up to help these people. This is what technology has actually done for us. But we should not forget that it is an extension of humanity. And you have to bring it to check when you see that humanity is actually being treaded upon. It is an extension of humanity. It is an extension of love and an increase of the life expectancy of mankind. How to win a tech argument. How to win a tech argument in a fast-paced technology. So another issue that we're going to talk about, it is how it has made us to become less thinkers. Okay, I think it was one of the speakers that was saying it, that since the advent of AI, that he has devoted himself to study, to great study. Because how would you know you will only know that when you're trying to use this particular thing to build your brand of business or to be a better person, you would only know if it is giving you accurate information if you are informed. You can imagine if you are not informed. Thank you, sir. If you are not informed, you'll be deformed. Thank you. Who remembers Teletubbies? Lala. Oh, those cartoons that have TV on their tummy. Teletubbies. You know Teletubbies. Thank you. Did anyone know why it was actually banned? Yes, it was actually banned. We just discovered that we're not seeing it anymore. It was actually banned. Speculations. I do not have a proof. Speculations that a young boy was watching it and he decided to open his tummy the same way he saw them do. Someone saw Teletubbies. You know that when the four of them are holding their hands, there's a way they zoom into the TV in their belly, then it leads you to the bigger something. So the boy thinks that in his own tummy there's a TV in his own tummy too. Yes, and he tried to open the TV in his own tummy. A sharp object. Yes, speculations. I actually love Teletubbies. So in a world that is fast-paced, we want fast transportation. We want fast food. You want fast fashion. There is no time. There is no time to check time. You need a time to slow down. You need a time to slow down. Be kind to your phone. Be kind to your charger. Be kind to... Yes, be kind to your charger, please. Be kind to that driver who is not fast enough. Because on the street of Lagos, we always want the fastest the driver could go. So if he's trying to slow down, people saying, since morning we're going to work, we're late, you have to be fast, you have to do this. Be kind. Be kind. Be intentional about your organic community. The organic community. The organic community. Intentionally reduce screen time. Intentionally reduce screen time. Some few years, like 3 years ago, I was able to check that phone actually records my screen time. And when I check how much I've used on the screen in one day, I'm like, oh, do I even? So don't forget, the last time I came here, I talked about if you're 30 years old today, you've already used 10 years of your life in sleeping. The remaining 20 years, we have used maybe like 6 of it to watch TikTok. For those that watch TikTok, there will always be a place where you misuse the tech. As important as it is, there will always be a place. Just like someone once said that truth is three-edged. Your side, the other person's side, and the wise side. So if a sword can actually cut to the left, it can actually come back and cut to the right. So even me saying this, I'm actually someone, I might say, I want to read about this article, I want to read about this. A speaker actually recommended a movie, and I tried to confirm that movie. So once I clicked into this particular app, I checked the movie. Then, the way they tethered that goat to the tree, it just dragged me down. I started looking at something else. Treading upon people who could not win the tech argument. Something is actually changing us. You are either with a cord. You cannot be a youth. You cannot own a phone and not be tethered around with wires all over. There will always be a cord on you. Maybe your power bank, your cord, your something. There will always be. So as I call for the next speaker, over time, we are giving our flowers, lots of flowers, to our tech bros, our tech Cs, who are actually intentional in making our lives easy. Is it in the healthcare? Is it in reproduction? Is it in security? Is it in education? Is it in governance? Is it in fashion? Our lives have actually become very, very easy. How the quality of our lives have actually become easier. So there is this particular app, I think AI Teacher, you have to actually pay for second use. In AI Teacher, you just have to type the subject, the topic, and class. It will give you a well-detailed lesson note. Ladies and gentlemen, brethren and sistren, senior citizens, at this stage, I remain Adeoke Felicia Oluwatoyin, and I am going to be passing the microphone to the next speaker. See, I collected the microphone. See, I collected the microphone. Not that people. Good evening, everybody. It's good to be here again. And well done to our previous speaker, Madam Felicity. That was such an enlightening presentation. Are you, yes, let's give her a round of applause. Are you
Are you being shredded? How did she say that again? Are you trending? It's actually really important for us to be aware of how we use technology and social media so that we do not just get carried away and just invest a lot of our time. I know that sometimes, I don't know if, that thing that our mother can say, if maybe you are pressing phone too much and you say maybe I have malaria or I have a headache, and you say it's because you are pressing phone too much. Do you know that sometimes it can be true? Because it can be true, yes. When you've already maybe looked at your phone for a long time, you just see that maybe you have your eyes paining you and you have headache. It can actually be true. They are not really exaggerating. It just takes a lot of discipline to be able to yes, it's discipline. I was telling somebody where we were just listening. I was without even before you even came up. I was just saying that I want to be reading more of physical books. Sometimes I just want to throw away that phone for some hours and just let me be with something else aside screen. And sometimes I think we should do that. It's not just about I want to read and you are reading on your phone. It's not really that you will be distracted. Sometimes just do away with the screen for a few hours. Take a walk. Do something else aside screen. Don't say I don't want to do TikTok. Yeah, then you are on your laptop doing something. It's still the same thing. Just for some hours a day, do away with the screen. Thank you very much once again for such an enlightening and insightful presentation. Alright, I remain Elizabeth Akifenwa Oluwafumilayo, and today I'll be talking about from avoidance to action, the real path to productivity. From avoidance to action, the real path to productivity. So, it's just about how to avoid procrastination. That is basically what I want to talk about. Because you know that sometimes, I don't know how many of us can relate to this. You know you ought to do some things. You know you ought to achieve this, but you do not just have the motivation or the inspiration to do it. And we agree that it's not really that you are lazy, right? Because you know you are supposed to do it. You just don't want to do that particular task. You know you are supposed to make a call. You know you are supposed to read that contract before the time of the meeting. You know you are supposed to set up that YouTube link, YouTube event. You know you are supposed to do various things. But most times, we do not have the self-motivation to do some things. And this is basically not laziness, like I have said. It is what is called avoidance. It is not laziness. It is what is called avoidance. And in my definition, how do I define avoidance? Avoidance is the habit of escaping tasks that trigger discomfort, fear, or uncertainty. And you will agree with me that for anybody that wants to be successful in life, any task that we have a reward, an outstanding reward, most times it will require some discomfort. Now we are here going for the ongoing longest speech marathon, right? You will all agree with me that this quest that we've embarked on for the past 16 days is not really an easy feat, right? But we are on it. So avoidance, if somebody wants to avoid some task now, you know that thing is important, but you know that it will either require time, it will either require some effort, it will either require resources, it will either require energy from you. So what would you rather do? You would rather leave that task and say, I don't think I am ready for it. It is synonymous to you procrastination. Yes. It's synonymous to you procrastinating, I mean. So what we are saying is that avoidance, some actions, some activities that may require that may show that doing this is not really easy. I really cannot say that maybe sleeping is part of activities like that, because it's easy to say I just want to sleep the whole day, yes or no. But okay, sleeping versus reading. Most times people will avoid reading. In fact, we can have somebody that will avoid reading and rather do what? And sleep. Instead of reading, they sleep, and they know that they ought to invest some hours in their studying, because at the end of the semester they will write an exam that will determine whether they will have good grade or not. The thing is, and it really requires some kind of mental work and self-discipline. Yes, because